Welcome to upstate New York. Today at Saratoga, a feature named after one of the founders of this historic track, who was also a politician and a criminal as well. We'll get into that coming up. Trainer Michelle Nevin, she's got two ready to tangle the Morrissey, hoping to return to their winter success at Aqueduct, including my boy Tate, third in this race last year. He's won 2 stakes since, but among others, he'll have to deal with his stablemate this afternoon. That would be our last buck. He captured his first stakes win in his last outing with a career best speed figure in the process, but that was all the way back in January at Aqueduct. Can he fire off the bench? And Belmont Stakes winner Essential Quality is ready for his Travers tune-up. Can the 2-year-old champ retain his spot as the leader of the 3-year-old division after Saturday? It's all coming up next on this Thursday edition of Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Hello, everybody. Great to have you with us. I am Greg Wolf. We have a great Thursday card ahead for you. That feature today, that John Morrissey ultra-competitive field in that stakes race for you. And, of course, we'll have an eye to the weekend coming up with Travers contenders lining up in the Curlin and the Jim Dandy. With me to talk through it all, New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling. Andy, good to see you. The Morrissey, I love his story. The man likely responsible for the demise of Bill the Butcher.
How could you not like a story that you began the show by saying a politician, also a criminal? I mean, what's not to like? No, it's a great story. It's also a great race. I mean, it's a very, very competitive race. A lot of live horses in there. And starting out a week with terrific stakes all week, and we saw just a couple of doozies on Wednesday's card. The New York Breds put on a show, and I thought the Honorable Miss was sensational with Bells to One making that big charge from last. Just like the namesake of the race, Honorable Miss, who came from dead last to win many, many races, sometimes against the boys.
So happy for Neil Pessin to get that win. We're going to take a look back at that Honorable Miss a little bit later on in the show. Here's what we have coming up for you today. The entire card. Race 5 will start the pick 6. Race 6 to start the late pick 5, 2-year-old maiden special weights. And the feature, as talked about, that John Morrissey. A lot of ways to go in there. I thought Foolish Ghost could be really tough in that spot for Ray Handel, among others.
He is one of many you can make a case for. He is the speed of the speed. Joel Rosario's just got to let it rip.
You could play it all by getting signed up and started with Naira Bets. Take advantage of that $200 sign-up offer with the promo code SPA200 and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Go to NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. First race of this Thursday card. 2-turn mile and an eighth, $20,000 maiden claiming group in Mo Heat. Andy, he couldn't last at a mile and a 16th last time out. What makes you believe he can last at a mile and an eighth today?
Well, I like the 4 Johnny Pump, but at the end of the day, if Johnny Pump doesn't find his good form from way back, Mo Heat just has to find a way to get the mile and an eighth, and he's better than these horses, at least based in his last race. But how much do you trust the big figure he got last time? Where did it come from, though it was his first start on a dry dirt track, and there really isn't much moisture in the track at this point.
He is the 8-5 favorite. Eric Cancel will be aboard. Let's check in with Acacia Courtney for more. Hi, Acacia.
Hey, Greg, and just seeing on the monitors, looks like we do have, I think, a late scratch of the number 6 in here, as they were taking the tack off that first-time starter. But we'll get to that one momentarily, as, again, yes, a late scratch of the 6 Free Radical in this spot. But looking at your favorite, the 7, Mo Heat, as we do have some light rain starting to fall. The thing about this horse is he's got the size, looking like he can handle the distance. I know that he's been second in his last 2. It could just be a case of the fact that he finds his friends today. He's well muscled, as Eric Cancel kept him with the pony, kept him relatively calm out there, as he is a more energetic type, but he had his ears pricked the whole time. All things pointing to him just being in the right spot today. I begrudgingly landed on Johnny Pump, trying to get a little bit of a better price, and I've always felt that this is a horse that wanted to go a longer distance of ground. I felt that that was going to be the case going long on turf, as this one is out of a mare who was the sister to Grade 1 winner Spring Quality, who won the Manhattan, the Red Smith Marathon Turf races. Turf isn't his game, but I do think distance is, and he's never run for a claiming tag on the dirt, so his dirt races solely have been against much tougher competition. I think for your 2 favorites in here, Greg, they just meet the right field, as again, we will have a scratch of the number 6 Free Radical, that first-time starter.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Yeah, that was a firster who was going to be up against it in this spot. Mo Heat, 7-5 on the board, Andy. And, you know, we've talked about this horse before. I believe you and I were on together when this horse ran. Out of one of my all-time favorites, one of the great sprinters Extra Heat was just sensational as a sprinter, and I think she only costs about $6,500.
She ran in for a claiming tag at least in her first start. She had one of the best racing careers of any horse, certainly during my racing lifetime. Just an incredible horse, included a second in the Breeders' Cup Sprint against the males. An amazing, amazing racehorse. And this one's outrunning the pedigree, right? That's why you said the Extra Heat, okay, the distance, but has already done it. Lost to a stablemate, and even though this horse, uncoupled stablemate, was favored, Mohit, a lot of us expected the horse that beat him to be a heavy favorite that day. He didn't take the money, he got it done. We'll see. You know, you look at the 73 buyer and you see that Bourbon Rising got a 69 buyer, and while he's run that figure before, his form had declined precipitously, so I don't quite trust him to run that. But at the end of the day, Mohit is probably going to lead, and he's probably better than everybody unless Johnny Pump can refine that form. And I think one of the things Johnny Pump is going for him, Mike Maker's having a sensational meet. He's winning everything. I think he's leading trainer with 7 wins now. And Louis Saez getting aboard. I think you're going to see a much more aggressive ride for Johnny Pump. A bit of a lazy horse that needs a rider like Louis Saez that's ready to pump away for 9 furlongs. Not an easy job.
This could be war of attrition down the lane. A lot of these mile and an eighth races are even for a lot better fields than this. 6-5 on Mohit for George Weaver. Looking to bring him his second winner here of the meeting. Johnny Pump, Mohit, the 4, the 7. Certainly the 2 to beat in this opener on the field. There's the favorite stepping in. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to kick off this Thursday card from Saratoga.
They're all in. And they're off. There's Bourbon Rising going out for the lead with Mohit right alongside, and the 2 of them are heads apart going into the clubhouse turn. And it is Bourbon Rising who comes away with the lead. Mohit is on the outside, and second is the Journey down at the rail. Now ranging up on the outside is Value Chain. And it is Mohit who now has the lead. Value Chain moves into second. Bourbon Rising is back next in third. Then 'Tis the Journey in fourth. Can You Hear Me Now is in fifth. Jedrek runs in sixth. Followed by Johnny Pump in seventh, and Deputy's Edge trails the field in eighth. The opening quarter mile, 24 seconds, and it is the even money favorite, Mohit, who takes the field up the back stretch. Bourbon Rising now moving up on the outside into second. And Value Chain is now back in third. On his inside is 'Tis the Journey in fourth. The half one in 48 3, length and a half to Johnny Pump, who has now moved up into fifth and continues to gain some ground. Then Can You Hear Me Now, followed by Jedrek, and a big break back to Deputy's Edge, who trails the field in eighth. As they go around the far turn, it is Mohit on the inside and Bourbon Rising on the outside, and Johnny Pump is now in third. 3/4 went in 1:13 3. Down at the rail, it is Mohit. Bourbon Rising's in between horses. Johnny Pump is on the outside. Now it's Mohit and Johnny Pump 1-2 with Bourbon Rising back running in third, followed by 'Tis the Journey and Jedrek as the field comes down for the furlong marker. Mohit is in front, challenged here on the outside by Johnny Pump. Johnny Pump and Mohit, and the 2 of them will battle it out to the finish. Mohit on the inside, Johnny Pump on the outside. Johnny Pump the winner, 3/4 of a length. Mohit was second, then Jedrek and Bourbon Rising.
Johnny Pump outduels Mohit. 12th time outbreaks his maiden, meets leading trainer, meets leading rider. They each had another one.
Dare I say it, Greg? Johnny Pump put out the fire that was Mohit. Okay, I can leave now.
He extinguished the favorite.
He extinguished the favorite. Johnny Pump is, of course, a fire hydrant, which many of you may know. My friend Nancy Field told me that. Mohit got it done. And I think, even though he didn't have position early, you saw that Louis Saez, he literally did ride this horse for 9 furlongs. I think that was the key to keep him in gear. But to be fair, and I liked Johnny Pump, and here I was lucky. The best race was run by Mohit. That is a wicked pace for these type of horses. 24, 48 3. They went 24 the first quarter. They went the next 7 furlongs in 1:29 4/5 seconds.
Had to stave off multiple challenges. still right there in the end.
The outside horse, the 8 went, the 5 went, and they all disintegrated. I mean, I got very lucky to cash a bet here with Johnny Pump, who got the money, and Mike Maker now with 8 wins. Luis Saez taking the lead over Jose Ortiz. But Mo Heat ran heroically well in there. I don't think Eric Cancel could have done anything differently. Do you, Greg?
It didn't seem that way. He ran just a huge race, and unfortunate here to have to stave off all those challengers. It happens. Johnny Pump Acacia with the win here at 2-1.
Yeah, absolutely. With Luis Saez getting the big assist there as he really kept after this horse. And it is in these mile and an eighth races at this level, that war of attrition coming down to the wire. But Johnny Pump had enough left, and it was in his pedigree, it was in his physicality to say that he wanted to go a distance of ground, and he was able to run down a horse that got very comfortable on the front end. We did see a few horses stumbling at the start, and it seemed after that they kind of rushed up a little bit more to engage Mo Heat. But the top 2 finishers, maybe it's a lower level race, but they started the day off with a bang and a nice performance and nice duel down to the wire here in the opener.
19th meet leading victory for Luis Saez, and the 8th meet leading for trainer Mike Maker. Johnny Pump, again, 12th time out, on a quality road, out-duels Mo Heat down the stretch, who took a ton of pressure and ran very well in defeat. Look for him next time out. 4, 7, 1A, and 5. Slight upset to kick off this Thursday card. Again, our feature later today, that is the John Morrissey, bare-knuckle boxer, politician, and the man who helped found this racetrack here at Saratoga.
Yeah, he sounds like a guy that was quite a character. I mean, he sort of epitomizes a lot of the things that were entertaining about Saratoga, right?
Went 38 rounds with someone in a bare-knuckle brawl, and then eventually he would fight William Poole, who was known as Bill the Butcher. Allegedly, story goes, Bill the Butcher took him to the ground, started wailing away on him, and then shortly after that, that was the last we ever saw of Bill the Butcher.
Really? Until Gangs of New York came out.
Exactly.
How's your bare-knuckle fighting career go? As I recall, you were quite the brawler in
never
your
was
day.
my game.
Nor mine, you may be surprised to know.
This is a look at the field that's going to line up. It is a good one, and as we talked about at the top of the show, Michelle Nevin has a couple of runners, both coming off layoffs, and both who had really good form at Aqueduct in the winter.
Yeah, and listen, they both can win. They both can handle a wet track. I don't like when a horse like Our Last Buck gets as good as he got and then he misses 6 months or 7 months the way he did. That always concerns me. Less of a layoff for My Boy Tate, who I've always been a huge fan of. Listen, either or both of these horses can win this race.
Well, here's a look at My Boy Tate. He is a 5-time stakes winner. He's won at Saratoga. In fact, he's never been off the board at Saratoga. Win 2 seconds in the third. That last start, Michelle Nevin, when he just didn't get over the racetrack at the slop, she said early on she saw he was not handling the racetrack that day.
Yeah, you know, it's tricky, but, you know, no wet track is the same, right? And obviously we're getting a little rain now. There's supposed to be sporadic rain. A reasonable chance that this race will be run on a wet track. You hope for the best with these horses.
If that's the case, it would seem if you throw out that last race, that's a good thing, right, for My Boy Tate?
Yeah, I mean, you don't know. I mean, the one thing about older horses, sometimes they get older, and like those of us when we get older, you get a little cranky, and maybe you don't like a wet track that you liked when you were younger. I don't get cranky, but I've heard that some people get older.
Right, of course.
I have never been cranky, as you well know, spending so much quality time with me. It is a concern, though. Sometimes they will lower. It's actually interesting. It's actually a conversation I had with Mike Rapoli years ago. He had a horse that he liked of his, and I said, Mike, the horse loves a wet track. He ran so badly last time. Why did you like him today? And he said, you know, sometimes these horses get older, and they liked a wet track when they were 4, and they don't like it when they're 6 or 7. And he was dead right, and the horse won. And it's something I've noticed over time. It happens more frequently than you would think. Not always, but it happened.
Well, we'll continue to keep our eyes on the weather. This rain right now, we hear the thunder above us. Supposed to stop, what, in the next 20, 30 minutes?
Yeah, I didn't think I'll take a look at the weather. I mean, the weather on here is so erratic, and these storms move through. It says here it's supposed to be done by about 20 minutes or so, but obviously we're getting a little bit of rain right now.
Yeah.
We'll see if this is it, and we'll see what happens.
Keep our eyes on it. That feature, John Morrissey, that is in the 9th later this afternoon. We're going to move on to race 2. We're actually back in the opener. And look again at what Mo Heat had to deal with. That 5-horse sending early. Irad Ortiz Jr. on the horse who'd only been on the turf. Value Chain pressuring from the outside early. And then he's got to try and hold off Johnny Pump, the eventual winner of the race as well.
Yeah, and you know, that's That's what it takes for a pace to really heat up. Not 2, but 3. If a third horse at some point gets involved relatively early, that's going to really heat it up. And some may look and say 24, 48, and 3. That's not that fast. I think you always have to look at the relative times. They think they went 48 and 3, and then they went, after the 21 over the last 7 furlongs, they went almost 129. They were crawling after the first quarter or half mile.
So mild upset of an even money favorite. Johnny Pump with the win, second choice on the board. We're going to talk 3-year-old division when we return in the leader right now. The Belmont Stakes winner for Brad Cox, the reigning trainer of the year. Essential Quality, 2-year-old champ, back in action in the Jim Dandy. The tune-up for his Travers. Take a look at who he's going to line up against when we come back.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. This year, he added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of War front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree. War of Will, standing in 2021 at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Palace Malice now at the throat latch of Moreno. Moreno, though, stubbornly holding on as they hit the quarter pole. Palace Malice right there with them as they turn for home. Code West down toward the inside. Will take charge, moving into contention late. And then Bashar inside the final furlong. Palace Malice in front. Palace Malice in front. Moreno fighting hard all the way. Will take charge as third. They're coming down to the finish. It will be Palace Malice and Mike Smith to win the Jim Dandy by a length.
2013 Jim Dandy, Palace Malice. We're going to see a son of Palace Malice in the third race coming up.
Yes, there is an announcement maybe about turf racing, but we have to get that from somebody. Yeah, Palace Malice is a terrific horse. He was unlucky in the Travers when he didn't break. Will take charge, finished second, won that Travers by a nose over Moreno, finished third there. Moreno won the Whitney the next year. Palace Malice won the Met Mile. And Will Take Charge actually ended up being 3-year-old champ that year. Those are good horses.
Good group,
good
no
horses.
question. Good group of 3-year-olds. This year's edition of the Jim Dandy. Take a look at this field coming up here. and horses who have pulled off that Belmont Jim Dandy double, which Essential Quality is trying to do. Can he join this list? Conquistador Cielo, Affirmed, Arts and Letters. Wow, you went from 1982 to 2013 with no one accomplishing that.
That's incredible. Now, I was there for 3 of those. I did not see Arts and Letters. Affirmed, Affirmed, if you can go on YouTube and watch that, he runs down the Mighty Sensitive Prince. He's 5 lengths behind him coming to the 8th pole, and Affirmed runs by him with 128 pounds as he was prepping. Alidar won the Whitney. Affirmed won the Jim Dandy. We are... go ahead.
Yeah, no, updated news. With this weather coming down, race 2 is going to stay on the grass. All the other races have been taken off the turf for this afternoon. So that's just coming out right now here at Saratoga.
It's a problem, even though we may not get a huge amount of rain, but this kind of rain will just tear the turf courses up. And you've got 28 more days of 29 more days of racing after today. A huge weekend coming up. Fortunately, the weather forecast looks great for the weekend. You can't tear the turf courses up, especially this early in the meet. You have to protect them. We're sorry. We like to stay on the turf.
Yeah.
But you know what? Sometimes those off-the-turf races create great opportunities. Do not give up just because we're off the turf.
Yeah, no question. All right, so we'll relook at these races, especially the ones we're going to be covering here early on and how they've changed. Let's look first at our ABR race of the week coming up on Saturday with Essential Quality. Back in action in the Grade 2 Jim Dandy. The group he's going to take on, he's the 1-2 favorite. First race back since that incredible show he and Hot Rod Charlie put on in that 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown.
I don't think I've ever seen a race that was as good as this race at a time you needed it as much as you needed it. It really changed the whole Triple Crown and the whole tenor of the discussion of this year's 3-year-olds, with Essential Quality, the champion, coming back out on top.
Here's Dr. Jack Todd Pletcher. We'll send out this lightly raced son of Pioneer of the Nile.
He's improving, and Todd Pletcher wants to take a shot to see where he stands moving forward.
Masquerade. He comes in off back-to-back wins, including a Grade 3 win at Thistledown.
I think he's been very impressed in his recent races, and arguably may have moved too soon at Thistledown and was still able to hold off the closing, keep me in mind. This is a dangerous horse for the man who beat Zenyatta with Blaine. That picture.
We need to update
I think that's
thing.
Al's. I think that's
sure
his junior high year picture. I think we got that.
It's from a while
It's also
back.
the TV's a little bit odd.
Wow. Wayburn, he has taken, obviously, that huge win in the Gotham, but he ran huge in the Pegasus against Mandaloun.
We're laughing here. This is a good horse, I mean, Mandaloun improved, obviously, when he got placed first in the Haskell, but he gave him all he could handle. And this is a very good horse for Jimmy Jerkins with upside.
All right, Ortiz will be aboard. Keep me in mind. He's danced a lot of dances for Robertino Diodoro.
He needs the pace to get hot. The good news for him is he did run well enough in the Ohio Derby that he seems to be finding that form that he hinted at as a 2-year-old.
Joel Rosario will ride for the first time in his career, and the Belmont Stakes winner and 2-year-old champion and the 3-year-old leader of the division right now, Essential Quality.
This is a very interesting race, particularly with Wayburn, Masquerade, but this guy's the champ, coming off a tremendous performance. Obviously, they want to win the Travers, but don't kid yourself. He'll be ready to roll Saturday, and he'll be way the horse to beat.
Vulnerable at all. Well, we'll talk about it in a minute. Here's risk-taking here, Chad Brown on the outside, 15-1. He was the Withers winner, and then a couple of disappointing performances after that in really tough company.
Yeah, but it really seemed like he was on the precipice of being a horse that could elevate himself to be a player in the 3-year-old classics, and he just stalled. He's never gotten out of it. Whether or not he's good enough in this field to be a contender remains to be seen.
So, Essential Quality, we will see first race back from the Belmont. There's no question. He right now is the leader in the clubhouse of this 3-year-old picture. Lots going to happen as we have these 2 big preps, Curlin Friday, Jim Dandy Saturday, and then, of course, see who moves on to the Travers. Let's go to Acacia for more on the 2-year-old champ.
I've gotten a chance, Greg, to catch up with trainer Brad Cox several times throughout the last couple weeks and check in on how Essential Quality is doing. As since he shipped up here to Saratoga, he's had 3 works over the course, the last 2 with his regular rider, Louis Saez, aboard. In his most recent work on Saturday, he went 1 minute and 4 in company with his regular workmate, Bingo John, who is an allowance type, New York bred, but has been good work company for him. Essential Quality on the outside, the gray, always works with those blinkers on, as is typical. And I had noticed leading into the Kentucky Derby, he's not the flashiest type of workhorse. In fact, his last couple of workouts, I think he's shown the most energy in terms of the gallop out. They finish up in this most recent work on even terms, but I like that Essential Quality keeps going a little bit more after that, shows some good energy, finishes up nicely, and I think that's where you really just see the example of a horse that's doing well. And speaking to Brad Cox, he said he likes the workouts that he's seen, but more so he likes what he's seen from the horse afterwards, that he seems to keep his energy, he's carrying good weight, he's settled in nicely here to Saratoga, which can be a little bit of a fickle environment for some horses. So seems like all systems are go for Essential Quality, especially off that last workout, Greg.
All right, Acacia, we're all looking forward to seeing him. That is coming up on Saturday. Of course, we're going to see some of these emerging 3-year-olds on Friday in the Curlin to see who potentially could be taking him on in that Travers race that you're going to see live on Fox on August the 28th. We move on to more action on this Thursday card and explain, Andy, what's happening this race, again, staying on the turf, the rest of the races off the turf. What does that mean in our multi-race wagers early on?
Right. The only races that are affected is the third race for the early pick 4 and pick 5. Since we made the change of surface after the first race was run and the pick 5 is already in play, the third race is an all. So no matter who wins, however many horses you have, you're alive. However, we made that decision before the second race was run, so my understanding is that race number 3 is not an all race if you're betting the pick 4, which starts in this race. So take a look in there. It's not an easy race for the dirt, but there could be some value in there because the third is an all for the pick 5, but it will not be an all for the pick 4 as I understand it.
Okay, 14 minutes to post in the pick 4. As you take a look at the favorite there, Straw into Gold for that man right there, Christophe Clement. He has had a great start yet again here at Saratoga. 5 winners through the first couple of weeks. Looking to add another here in the second. Coming up, more on Clement when we return.
Drop Billy, it is Speech and Javier and Cambia Pocket.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper. Plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper. Curlin, the classic sire.
Monmouth Park's summer season continues with live action Friday to Sunday. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park has returned as a place to profit. Average win payout up 44% in 2020 versus 2019. Average favorite price up 26%. Races won at odds on down 22%. Looking to make money this summer? Bet Monmouth Park.
You don't need to be a math whiz to interpret the numbers associated with Freud. His runners have earned more than $66 million. Turf runners earned more than $27 million of that total, and he's sired 69 stakes horses. No wonder sequel owner Becky Thomas thinks of Freud as royalty.
Freud is the king of New York because he is a royally bred son of Stormcat, the foal to Giant's Causeway, impeccable pedigree.
The New York State Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund has paid out more than $3.5 million in stallion awards to the syndicate that owns Freud. And breeders have been rewarded with more than $8.5 million in award money through 2020.
We call our farm the farm that Freud built.
Thanks to Sequel Stallion manager taking a new approach with Freud, he is even more professional now in the breeding shed than he was in the past.
We also did change the method of breeding with him. Instead of the chain, we actually breed him with a bit. I do think he is sensitive in his mouth a bit more than the youngsters, and that actually made a big difference as well in the shed.
It pays to have New York breds with their program here, all the incentives. You can find out more at nybreds.com and that New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund. This second race, this is the one that will stay on the turf. Everything else going to be taken off today. An allowance optional claiming race for New York Bred Company, and that is the current favorite. Straw into Gold, 5-2 for the man we saw go to break, Christophe Clement, coming out of a stakes race in the Manila in which he hit the board and ran third.
Yeah, and now, logically, it appears that the one Cold Hard Cash could be favored by post time, but it'll be close with Straw into Gold. I think the question you have to ask with him is, do you really think he's this improving 3-year-old and he ran behind some good horses, or did he get sort of drawn into the race last time out? I think it's a combination of factors. I think he's in some ways the horse to beat, though I prefer Cold Hard Cash, who we know can handle some give in the ground, as he did last time at Belmont Park. And while they're listing the turf is firm, there will be some give with this rain. Yeah, even though it's just started, it's coming down pretty good. Let's go to Acacia for more.
We'll check in with a horse that ran on a yielding course last time out, and that's the number 2, Mo Faith, who mentally has come a long way since his debut, where he was absolutely screaming, had to be taken back from the paddock into the saddling tunnel once again down at Gulfstream, and still managed to win. So I'm starting to wonder if he's more quiet and composed. Is it really a good thing? Maybe him being revved up prior is a sign of him running well. He's composed once again like he was today, and I fell into his trap last time out liking him. And physically he has the look of a horse that should get over a turf course with give in it with no problem. I'm just wondering if he's trying still to put everything together. He's a really, really good looking individual, and he's obviously made good strides. Let's see if he can transfer that to his race this afternoon. Again, fitness-wise and what I'm seeing from him, he looks like he should run a big one today. Let's see if it translates. Looking at a couple of others in here, the number 6, Scocciatore, one going 7 furlongs last time out. He does have some natural speed, and while you'd initially look at him and say he's more of a sprinter type, I actually like the mile for him here. He's got good size. He's really, really strong. He's well muscled. He is a bit more of a compactly built type in that I wonder if a turf course with some give in it. Yes, it was good last time out, but splitting it hairs, thinking some moisture right away with the rain that we are having right now, if he can skip over it. But I like that strength, that fitness, clearly coming out of a victory. He's got a lot of good muscle mass that should serve him quite well. The 7, Straw into Gold, comes out of the Manila, where we did see Original wire the field last time out. He came into the paddock with a training saddle on. Oftentimes you see horses that are more of an energetic type come in with that equipment on to keep them a little bit more settled. He's got 2 handlers on his head, and he's been very sharp, very forward. He was nicely into the bridle last time, but I think he's even sharper today. And while he settled pretty well off of the pace, when he was tipped out, it seems like he kind of threw his head up a little bit last time. And I think he's the type of horse that is more comfortable when he is on the lead, like he was able to do 2 starts back. So we'll see if he's able to set the pace in here today. Very, very fit coming in, and that good energy in the paddock that you do like to see, especially for a horse that has some natural speed, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. Pick 4 pool, 104,000 and growing. You can compete in the races today without spending any money at all, and you're competing for real prizes each and every day we do it. It's the Saratoga Showdown free online contest. Go to NYRA.com/showdown. Put in your selections and see your name climb that leaderboard. We'll show it at the end of the program later today. So here's a look at Cold Hard Cash, Hall of Famer Johnny V riding for Linda Rice. And you mentioned that last performance came on a yielding turf, ran second, beat 2 lengths, and that's kind of stands out in here.
Yeah, and he also got left in there with that tricky inner turf course where horses seem to get left towards the inside, and Obviously, you worry it could happen again. At least here he draws the rail, which is a good position on the inner turf. And he got right in the race, and the race was one wire to wire. Those fractions are completely inaccurate. The pace was actually much more tepid than the one delivered, and I thought he ran very well to be second to the talented Click Attack. It turns out that this is a horse that Linda Rice maybe, I mean, he's run okay in the dirt, but maybe he should have been on the turf all along. And he even entered actually early in his career on the turf and got rained off, and it took a long time to get him back, and he's run well. Now, he doesn't have to win, because obviously Straw into Gold is an okay improving 3-year-old from a tough barn, and Mo Faith is a horse that should be more aggressively ridden and probably more forward today that will help. And
that Mo Faith race when he faced Straw into Gold, how he came back on that horse. I mean, he looked like it was over. Straw into Gold put him away, and Mo Faith re-rallies. We're talking about the 2, 6-1. They'll meet again here today.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to really. I struggle with this race because one of the things about this race, Greg, and I think you noticed this, I think one of the themes of this race, oddly, are sprinters stretching out, right? Because who are some of the horses who are in the best form in this race? Scuttlebuzz, who loves 6 furlongs, but he doesn't, when he's run a mile in the past, he hasn't really gotten the distance, but maybe he's in great form. Scotchatori, but 7 furlongs around 1 turn the Widener and a mile around 2 at Saratoga are different things, but he could be the controlling speed.
Yeah. And Call Me Harry on the outside, another one.
He's a bullet. I mean, if they want to go with Call Me Harry, and if Call Me Harry's my horse, I'm just winging coming out of the gate because when he was good, he had bullet speed. They've been rating him. Now, maybe he doesn't have it anymore, but I thought that was really a big wrinkle in here. Can any of these horses get the distance?
Yeah, that is the big question. I'm glad you brought that up because that sort of is the theme of this race here. But it's right now still this 7 for Clement, the hard-spun 3-year-old who is favored on the board. He's 2-1, and the horse who's recently made that switch and has had a strong accounting on the grass, Cold Hard Cash. We're taking a lot of money. Let's look at Straw into Gold in the Manila when he's put into stakes company for the first time.
I don't want to knock him because he's a nice horse and he can win here. But it's not, I think I'm trying to put the performance into perspective. The running in this race was kind of done by the second horse because he's the one that overcame a slow pace and made a big run on the outside and made that run. Whereas the winner and Straw into Gold were both sort of following each other on the inside along that slower pace. So the winner, who's a nice horse and one of the favorites, probably, I guess they may try the Hall of Fame or the Saratoga Derby next week. Did Straw into Gold run really well and lose to better horses? In which case a major player error, or is he a horse that was carried along in the race on a very good trip? I think, Greg, it's kind of a combination of both, or am I sort of copping out by saying that?
It's a tough read. It really is. He's still very lightly raced. He's won half his starts, and you look at how they win. I mean, was he ever supposed to be able to win that race with that kind of pace?
Well, right. It's not. Yeah, and is he even good enough? And if he's not as good as Public Sector or was it Original that won the race? Yeah. Does that not mean that he's not good enough to win here? And those are pretty nice horses. So there are a lot of questions. And then you throw in the monkey wrench of the racetrack, and we're getting a lot of rain. This course is going to have a lot of give in it. Better him than me.
That cannot be easy to do.
No.
Call the post in a rain like this.
I've done it. It's tough.
124,000 in this pick 4 pool begins in this race coming up as they come down Champions Way. And we're going to start things off with the horse who actually came back on and beat the favorite, Straw into Gold, in the second start of his career, Mo Faith.
Since he was good, they started rating him, and he's fallen apart. I think that Jose Ortiz is going to leave with a purpose. He's not likely to be in front of Scotchatori and or Call Me Harry eventually, but I think he needs to get position going forward because he's a horse who wants to be near the front.
Here's the horse who finally they've moved to the turf, and his last 2 starts have been very good on the lawn.
I like this horse a lot. I thought he should get good position. He should get the right trip. He should get a fair pace. Obviously, though, at a shortish price on this term course, it's not firm. I don't know what it is, but it's not firm.
19-1 on Quiet Out East.
You know, I saw Bruce Brown, the trainer, in the racing office before I came out here, Greg, and he was worried about the rain. He said he does not like the give in the ground, so that may hurt his chances.
Scuttlebuzz won 3 of his last 4.
He's in raging form, but is he a specific 6 furlong type closing sprinter?
Yeah, stretching out today. Kansas Beach long shot went by. Here is Scotchatori, another stretch out runner.
He's in raging form. I mean, just sensational form. But can he clear the lead? Can he hold off? You know, is Call Me Harry going to go? And can he get the mile?
Slight second choice right now, Straw into Gold.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about him extensively. I don't think no way you cut it. There's no way you can say he's not a major player.
Another stretch out horse on her up. New Gelding.
his turf races kind of, to me, look better on paper than they are.
And if he can handle going longer, the 9's a major player.
I'm interested to see what he does. Now, his one race tried to go long was against a killer field, so I'm not going to hold that against him. What do you think? Can Joel come flying out of the gate and outrun Scacciatore and Mo Faith towards the inside? Sometimes in these kind of rainstorms and these kind of turf courses, if you can get out in the front, you've got a real advantage. We'll see.
7:01 from the outside post for John Kimmel with Call Me Harry. So we're minute to post here. Coming up here in the second, this will be our only turf race of the afternoon. Everything else taken off the lawn with the rain that we've had here coming down. And our feature later today, of course, that John Morrissey very competitive sprint. But right now it's a mile over the inner turf. Let's go to Acacia for more.
And wanted to talk about the one Cold Hard Cash. He did have a yielding turf course last time, and as the rain is coming down, he's a very, very big horse, as he certainly has a turf hoof, those flatter kind of pancake-like hooves that you like to see. Now, given the fact that there was a delay in the paddock, we're not really getting horses much warm-up out there. They did the post parade, kind of a quick down to the final turn, and now they're stepping onto the turf course already. The only one that really had a warm-up, so to speak, was the 2 Mo Faith, who always goes out first in the post parade. And Jose Ortiz just took him, did some quick circles with him, and kept him away of the rest of the field. So he's really the only one that had a warm-up, if you could call it that, out on track. And I'm hoping that he is going to be a bit more aggressive, because I love what I see. I hope it translates to the race today, Greg.
Acacia, thank you. And favoritism late here. We noted it in the post parade. It shifted to Cold Hard Cash. That's a little surprising.
He is favored in doubles, for what it's worth.
Okay.
Not always going to be the case. Things have changed a little bit on that front. But I think it's fair to say that the favoritism figured to waffle a little between the 1 and 7. I mean, who else? You thought the 7 would be a stronger favorite?
Just being Clement, he was third in a stake. But, yeah, he's got to tackle older horses. Okay.
Irad Ortiz. He's 3 behind Luis Saez. This could be over for him. I don't know how he's ever going to pick those wins up.
What streak did we see him going last year? Won like 11 of 18 or something like that?
Yeah, we haven't yet. We've had Jose at a 3-win day, right? I don't think we've had anybody. It's so hard. We had a 4-win day.
Saez has had 3 3-win days.
Has he really? Amazing. Well,
yeah.
He and Kieran McLaughlin, his agent, doing a great job. And it's nice because of last year, right? You know, if he hadn't had COVID and missed the first 2 weeks of the meet, he could have been right there.
Yeah.
So it's nice to see him picking it up. And it's fun to have all these guys involved and watch the rivalries.
Loading in, set for the second here with the rain coming down on this Thursday card here in Saratoga Springs. Let's go upstairs. John and Brielle with the call.
All in. And they're off. Mo Faith away well, along with a Quiet Out East. But now ranging up. There goes Scacciatore as they race into the clubhouse turn, and Scuttlebuzz is right there. And it is Scuttlebuzz, and down on the inside is Mo Faith. Mo Faith narrowly. Scuttlebuzz runs in second, and then it is Cold Hard Cash in third. Scacciatore's alongside and in fourth. Quiet Out East is next in fifth, followed on the outside by Straw Into Gold as they race up the backstretch after a quarter in 23 and 4/5 seconds. So on the inside, it is Mo Faith, and on the outside, it's Scuttlebuzz. The two of them are heads apart. They've got 2 lengths on the duo of a Cold Hard Cash and Scacciatore. And then we come back to Quiet Out East and Straw Into Gold. Those 2 races a team, 5th and 6th. Call Me Harry is next in 7th, followed by Honor Up. And trailing the field is Kaz's Beach in 9th. Half mile, 48 and 1. Scuttlebuzz and Mo Faith continue to duke it out here on the front end. It's Mo Faith on the inside, Scuttlebuzz on the outside. Straw Into Gold is now getting into gear. Races on the outside of Scacciatore as the field comes into the stretch. 3/4 went in 1:13 and 1. Mo Faith and Scuttlebuzz. Here's Quiet Out East. Here's Cold Hard Cash. Both of them are gaining ground down towards the inside, while Straw Into Gold rallies on the outside. So it is Mo Faith challenged here by Cold Hard Cash. Cold Hard Cash got the money.
Cold hard cash up the inside. John Velasquez, Linda Rice here in the second.
John Velasquez tried everything, right? He tried to get off the inside to get the outside. He couldn't quite get that clear space. Then they were drifting in front of him, so he went back towards the inside, and Cold Hard Cash worked out the perfect trip. Or not perfect, but ultimately the good trip to get it done. Mo Faith, great ride by Jose Ortiz. Really ran well because took pressure the whole way, and pretty honest fractions when you consider the kind of course we're probably looking at here. And Mo Faith showed, stop rating him, be forward, and good things will happen. But Cold Hard Cash this time was able to get through. The 7 made that menacing run and just kind of spin his wheels a little on the outside.
Maybe the 4 for third. It was close. But Cold Hard Cash, Mo Faith, 1-2 in here. 5-2 on your winner, John Velasquez. For Linda Rice, Acacia.
And a great ride by Johnny for sure. And hats off certainly to Mo Faith, who set the pace that whole way. I think that Scuttlebuzz faded back a little bit, but I think it was the 3 who might have gotten up inside. However, pretty clear to say that Mo Faith was hanging tight on the front end, diving in between traffic. That's a John Velasquez move, saving ground through every step of the way. And when you have a horse that's as big as Cold Hard Cash, you have to be decisive with those decisions, and that's exactly what Johnny was. As soon as he saw the hole inside of Mo Faith, took advantage of that, because this is not a light on his feet type of smaller, handier horse. There's a lot of Cold Hard Cash, and they'll pick up the cash today with that move, able to get through traffic.
It's been the move. Switch this horse to the lawn, and he's become a totally different animal.
It's funny. I saw Linda Rice on the way out of Belmont the day he ran last time, and I said, "Oh, not that he did badly in the dirt, but maybe he kind of blew it." And he said, she had said I entered him early in his career and got rained off in the dirt, and he's run so well, I didn't try him back. But she did agree that he's really taken to the turf. It's unusual when they're older, I mean, he's sort of later in his 4-year-old year to try it after all those starts, but he's really very efficient on both surfaces.
And it was the 4 getting up for third. It was tight, but 1-2-4-3 finish. Cold Hard Cash at 5-2 takes the second or only turf race of the afternoon. One of the champions returning this weekend to action in a loaded Vanderbilt indeed. Whitmore back trying to get his first win of his 8-year-old campaign for Ron Moquette. We'll talk about it when we return on Saratoga Live.
The Run Happies keep winning. What a day at Belmont Park when a pair of Run Happies crushed the competition. TDN Rising Star Following Sea delivered yet another emphatic performance, sailing down the stretch to win by 6.5 lengths. Then 2-year-old filly Happy Soul soared to victory, winning the Astoria Stakes by a whopping 11.5 lengths. Price for success of just $10,000. Call Bernie Sams and book your mare to Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby as Authentic takes them around the far turn. Tis the Laws making his move now, and they're into the stretch. These two stride for stride. Authentic, tis the Law. Here's the wire. Authentic has won the Kentucky Derby.
We're back on Saratoga Live. Good to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon here in Saratoga Springs. Race 2 in the books. Our only turf race of the afternoon. All the remaining turf races taken off. Cold hard cash. John Velasquez working out a very good trip with this horse who moving to the lawn. It's been the right move for this 4-year-old.
Right. I mean, obviously the ideal trip was if he could angle outside of those horses and get his momentum, but he just couldn't quite get it. And with the leaders drifting in front of him, Johnny had to go to Plan B, and Plan B worked out for him. And the key was not only that it was breaking cleanly, unlike last time, but also holding that position. You know, never giving up that inside tuck. And that was the key to victory.
Johnny V, winningest rider in the history of this racetrack, adds another one here on this 4-year-old son of McLean's Music. $7.10 for the victory. Mo Faith, Scuttlebuzz, second and third. Let's go to Acacia.
And pleased to be joined by winning rider John Velasquez. Johnny had to knife through traffic there a little bit with Cold Hard Cash. He's not a small horse either. Tell me about that.
He's a pretty big horse and actually pretty strong though. You know, I wanted to come out running and get a good position. Last time he didn't break very well. He was running up behind the horses, and today he had a little bit of pace, so it was much better. And like I said, he's a big horse, so I mean, on the quarter pole, I started my way out, and I was already out, but the two horses in front started getting out. I had to go back to the inside again, and we got a little tight between the horse next to me and the threshing tip on the horse on the outside, and I had to kind of leave that spot to go back to the inside to protect the other horse outside of me. He came running anyway.
He finished up so strongly. Once you saw that hole on the inside of the pace setter Mo Faith, he just dove right for it. How does it feel to have a horse like that really responds?
It feels really good, to tell you the truth. That's not running very good for me today, and having like that, for him to respond right away and being to the inside, I mean, he ran really well, so I'm very proud of him.
Johnny, thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Another top ride by the Hall of Famer, John Velasquez, Cold Hard Cash, and our only turf race of the day, Greg.
Job well done. Go dry off for the Hall of Famer.
You could sense his relief there, you know, as he alluded to the fact that obviously been a tough meet. He got his first win in the meet on Sunday. He's not going to win as many as races as Irad Ortiz or Luis Saez or Jose Ortiz. He never expected to. He'll win a share of races, though, as the meet continues.
And he's going to have that rematch, too, as you see our races presented by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Malathon going to line up again and get another crack at Maracuja in the Alabama.
Yeah, I think Johnny and John Velasquez and Todd Pletcher are really looking forward to that.
This was back in the 2006 Vanderbilt Warfront, who has gone on to just an outstanding career at stud. Sensational on this day.
Arguably, you know, maybe along with Tappet, the most, you know, impressive sire standing in America. And it's funny, I always loved this horse. Alan Jerkins trained him for owner Joe Allen, and took some tough beats in the Tom Fool, but he got the money in the Vanderbilt. He was really a sensational racehorse.
But even better in his second career.
No doubt. He's probably enjoying it more. What do you think?
I would think so.
I hope he is.
His runners have proven, obviously, on the turf, incredible, but proven on the Triple Crown Trail just a couple of years ago. Not that they needed any more proof, but major players.
What can't they do?
Exactly.
Long, short, dirt, turf, incredible sire.
Vanderbilt Handicap, it's coming up Saturday. Let's take a look at this race. By the numbers, speed record. Oh, Imperial Hint was just lights out in this race in 2019. 107.4.
Incredible. One of the single greatest performances you'll see in the Grade 1.
He had a couple of wins back to back, but yeah, it was that 2019 edition that was sensational. And it got overlooked a little bit because of what a horse did in the Amsterdam. Most wins by an owner. 3 of them with 2 each, including Shadwell. Most wins by a trainer. The great D. Wayne.
How about the Chief?
Yeah.
Chief. Man.
Steve Asmussen with a couple as well as he continues that assault on the record. Most wins by a jockey. Javi up there.
Javi had that summer where he won, I think, all but one of the Saturday Grade 1s, right? The year that Honor Code won the Whitney.
How about these 2 stars? Loved Dorian Tate. Back in 2002, and Speightstown has proven his runners can handle going long.
Like Warpass, his runners can do anything. I agree.
Vanderbilt Winners Crown champ. Those 2 again. There they are. Orientate and Speightstown. We have a champ who's returning in this year's race, and that, of course, is the 8-year-old Whitmore coming off his championship season, winning that Breeders' Cup Sprint. What a moment for him and his connections. His 8-year-old season, he's still run extremely well. He's come up just short in a couple of races in the Hot Springs at Oaklawn, where he usually owns that racetrack, and of course that Grade 1 where he missed by head to Flagstaff and he was behind Lexingtonian.
But he had his day. You know, he's one of these horses, right? He just kept hanging around. And when you're hanging around and running well in races, sometimes you have your day. And in his case, he had his day in a very, very big way in a very big race. And it was a good feel-good story because he's been such a fun fan favorite. And I think when you have a horse like Whitmore that runs all over the country and he runs till he gets much older, it gives him a chance to develop a fan base, and he's done just that.
Ran, and there's his trainer, Ron Moquette, ran in the Kentucky Derby way back when, in 2016. Just about all those horses from back then, they're done. Their racing day's long over. He's still going strong and coming off that Breeders' Cup Sprint victory. He's still capable, Andy. He's been right there in his races this year. What do you think about his chances on Saturday?
It's a very tough race, and I think he's going to have to be at his very best to win it, but I'm not going to count this horse out. I mean, he's run too many good races, and he's come up with big races at times that you might not have expected. He beat City of Light. I think he was the only horse to do it that year when he won the Forego. So I don't want to count this guy out, but this is a very, very strong field.
Well, among those he's going to tackle this year, Firenze Fire, another old veteran here, a 6-year-old. He went head-to-head with 3 Technique. Back on July the 4th, they would lose to Mind Control. Firenze Fire was a 2-5 favorite in this race.
And Mind Control took it to him, and he beat him. But Mind Control is a dual Grade 1 winner. Won Grade 1s at 1, 2, and 3. First time in Todd Pletcher's barn, and he took it to him. Firenze Fire has had pretty good trips in his races, but he can win.
And this was 7 furlongs. Probably not his best, Firenze Fire?
Well, he has won Grade 1s at a mile. He run big race at a mile, so I don't really know. Maybe he's got beat by a horse that ran a better race that day. I don't think he ran badly, and he's a horse that shows up, and I know he's done his best racing at Belmont in some ways, but I don't have any problem with him at Saratoga. I prefer Mischievous Alex in this race. I know he's the morning line favorite. I think he might be too good for him.
Myrod Ortiz Jr. will line up against Mischievous Alex for Saffie Joseph. Here's the tail of the tape with Firenze and Whitmore. 6-year-old, the 8-year-old. Between them, 29 victories and
amazing.
Almost $7 million in earnings. Just incredible. Each of them with a victory at Saratoga. They both are going to have a huge shot on Saturday in another prestigious Grade 1. But as you mentioned, Mischievous Alex coming into this race in incredible form, just 3rd in the Met Mile.
His connections felt, I remember before the Met Mile saying the Vanderbilt and the Forego are our real goals. We obviously wanted to win the Met Mile, but they felt the mile might be a bit long for him. And the way the race was run, I don't think he ran that badly, considering he was the one on top of Knicks Go. And look at how Knicks Go did at Prairie Meadows in his next start with that huge 113 buyer. Now he's cutting back to 6. This was his Carter. This is a much stronger field than the Carter, but he ran a 109 buyer that day. And if he runs a 109 buyer in here, he is an extraordinarily likely winner.
Look how easy he was doing it late, too. Cutting back from that Met Mile to 6 furlongs here. He's undefeated 2 for 2 at this 6 furlong sprint distance. For Saffie Joseph now, son of Into Mischief, over $700,000 in earnings, and likely going to see, I mean, this race every year, we usually see horses go on to be major contenders and players in the Breeders' Cup Sprint at the end of the year.
Well, how many Grade 1s are there for older horses at 6 furlongs during the course of the year outside the Breeders' Cup? I mean, California may have one, and I'm not asking you sort of a rhetorical question. I don't know the answer. It's the only one we run in New York. The other Grade 1s we run for sprinters are the Carter and the Forego, and both of those are 7 furlongs. So it's a very, very important race, and we've seen some excellent horses win it, including Volatile. Unfortunately, never ran again after winning it last year.
Special Reserve, Mike Maker, too. That horse coming in from
Great
out
form.
of town. Prairie
Great
Meadows,
form.
Pimlico. This horse is on a roll right now.
Draws well outside the other speeds. I think he's very dangerous in there. No, there's a lot of interesting players. This is a really fun. I was very pleasantly surprised to see it, because remember last year it had only 4, and even though Volatile's good and Whitmore was in there, it wasn't as exciting. This is a really good contest. It's the way it should be.
It'll be a tremendous Saturday card. Jim Dandy Day, and of course that Vanderbilt Grade 1. Let's move on to the 3rd here this afternoon. This was scheduled for the turf, so now main track. And with that, the 3 Auburn Hills, who I love the way he's named here. Son of Palace Malice. Malice at the Palace, of course, named Auburn Hills. There we go for Mike Maker. Luis Saez, he's the one to beat.
He is, but is there an argument that Pier 40, the 9, is the one to beat? Because he's the only one that's run and won on the dirt. Nobody here has ever won in the dirt, and a couple of these have never run on it. So there's an argument that Pier 40 for the Nodas, and they had that huge performance on Sunday and a second here yesterday. I mean, at least you know he can handle the dirt. There's a possibility nobody else can, right?
Yeah, we will see. We'll talk more through this field coming up. Mike Maker, he's got a couple in here. He's got Dante's Fire, and he's got the current 9-5 favorite right there. Auburn Hills coming up on the surface switch to dirt as we're 14 minutes from the third at Saratoga.
500,000, well done.
Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Hoffberg can't get him. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside turns away the challenger. Free drop Billy. No confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on Saratoga Live here on Fox Sports 2 program. It's brought to you where you can play all the action. Go to NyraBets.com, download the NyraBets app, and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And take advantage of this promotion as well. Earn a $15 bonus today by playing the best racing with NyraBets. Bet $50 at Saratoga, $50 at Del Mar, and $50 at Delaware Park, and you'll earn a $15 bonus whether you win or lose. All you have to do is opt in. Don't forget to do that. Opt in. Go to NyraBets.com for all the promotion details. Field for the third. Off the turf again, and 8-5 on Auburn Hills. One of 2 in here for Mike Maker. He's got the one Dante's Fire as well as we take a look at the current odds.
Dante's Fire and Auburn Hills have never been on the dirt. There is some dirt pedigree for Auburn Hills. I actually heard from his owner, Jordan Wyckoff, who was actually looking forward to trying him on the dirt.
Let's go to Acacia.
We'll talk about the 2 Maker horses first, starting with the number 1, excuse me, as I'm on the wrong page. That's what happens when your iPad gets wet. Starting with the number 1, Dante's Fire, who I think is at a horse that will certainly have no problem with distance. In fact, they ran him 2 miles, 2 starts back. That said, thought that was a bit far for him. He does have a massive flat turf hoof, but he's very, very fit. And sometimes horses with those really, really flat hooves are able to get over a wet track as it can kind of mimic a turfy type of surface. More than anything, I like that he is one that looks strong. He's well muscled. They did saddle him outside the stall, and he's an energetic type. And I think that this is more along the right spot and distance for him. The surface is definitely a bit of a question for me, but he certainly looks the part and looks like he's ready coming in here. The number 3, Auburn Hills. Of the 2, I agree with the public. I think that this is the one that I would prefer in this spot. He hasn't run well in the past on the Tapeta up at Woodbine. Now, it's certainly not the same surface. He's never run on the dirt before, but he has trained very well on the dirt, particularly particularly that work on the Belmont training track 2 starts back. And he doesn't have that kind of proverbial flatter turf hoof. He looks to me like he could go either way. He's dappled out. His coat is great. He's well muscled. It actually strikes me as a horse that should handle the conditions today quite well. And I think the public's got it right as far as Auburn Hills is concerned. The 9 Pier 40, as this race does go to a mile and an eighth, he is one that has run a variety of distances, different levels, but he's a tried and true dirt horse. He's got long legs, that scope that you look for a horse that's going a distance of ground. He's very switched off and laid back here in the paddock too. And when you do have a horse that's going to go a longer distance, his physical is very long, mentally and energy-wise, you want them to conserve in the paddock to go longer. Sprinters, you want to see them sharper beforehand, going a mile and an eighth, going a further distance than the mile he tried last time out. I like to see that he is a little bit more of a switched-off type. I'd say just in the paddock, I prefer what I'm seeing from Auburn Hills, but no knocks on Pier 40, given his overall dirt form.
Keisha, thank you. Yeah, he's won a 1-turn mile and a 16th race. We should mention this coming off. It's now 2 turns, mile and an eighth. So big question, who lasts this 2 turns, mile and an eighth distance here?
Right, and the reality is that Pier 40 should be favored. Simply because you know that he's probably going to run a buyer figure somewhere in the 60s, he can handle the dirt. Now, he's a horse that spent a lot of his career in races where he looked like he couldn't lose on paper, and he's lost. And I'm not saying, nor is Greg, that he can't lose on paper, but at least he has dirt form. And these other horses are real question marks. Now, I'd rather guess with Auburn Hill. He's got enough pedigree to handle it and hope it works out for him. But, Greg, it's a crapshoot. I mean, who's the speed?
And there's first the horse, and now he becomes the favorite. He is, for what it's worth. Look, he's won at a 1-turn mile and a 16th. He's by a sprinter, City Zip, for whatever that's worth. But he's proven he can win going longer.
He can win going longer. I mean, who is the speed in this race? I'll tell you what. You know, it could be the speed is probably No Salt, the 11, right? No Salt's got to be the speed. Got to go from the outside. Lee Rodriguez Castro, an aggressive rider. I assume he's still riding, and he has the fastest speed. Even a horse like Kid Chocolate. I think Kid Chocolate is all the other horse in this race that's won in the dirt. Now, he hasn't run particularly quickly in winning on the dirt, but at least he has a win on the dirt. Of course.
I don't know who's going to be in front.
Kid Chocolate's owned by Steve Bick's DT Stables. Steve Bick, of course, is at the Races radio show. Very popular.
Who's going to take command early of this race?
You know, and once again,
question.
Remind people, if you bet the pick 5 and you're alive, you have all. So you're getting through this leg. But if you bet the pick 4, it's not an all race.
Okay. And you know a rider who we see being aggressive a lot, and he's fantastic at it, Luis Saez. He's on the 3. Horse who does have a bullet 4-furlong dirt drill on July the 13th.
And there are times when he's had real speed. Now, he hasn't shown speed in his last couple of starts, but he hasn't been that far off it, and I agree with you. I can't imagine that Mike Maker and Luis Saez are going to look to try to at least be forward in here, so they should be sitting close, and that should help. And one thing about Pier 40, he doesn't have a lot of speed. Doesn't mean he won't win, but he doesn't have a lot of speed.
So there's the one we were talking about, Auburn Hills. He's back to 9-5 favoritism here. Going to have an abbreviated post parade here coming up.
I'm a little hurt. The horses aren't walking around and by us.
I missed that.
I'm taking it personally.
I finally get to work on this set.
I know.
That's one of the real treats of doing
it. Is. I love the paddock area. Sorry for the fans that came out today that you're obviously not watching the show, but they had to take cover. But you know what? We have great fans. We have the best fans.
Any day here, even if there's rain, it is a great day at this racetrack.
It really is. It's magical to walk into Saratoga. Every day I feel special and fortunate, to walk in here, working here. I mean, the idea that we're working here, getting paid to be here.
6 minutes away from this third here coming up.
Sammy, loving that wet weather. You can just see it. You can feel it.
All right, we're going to kick things off in our post parade here in just a moment with Dante's Fire. So Jose Ortiz and one of the Mike Maker runners. We'll kick things off.
On paper, he it's Temple City. He's such an effective turf sire, but not so much on the dirt. Mike's just taking a shot. Listen, Mike's leading trainer now, 8 wins.
Incredible the start he's had, especially and in a race yesterday on the turf that Tamahir was in. That was a tough one to try and come up with.
That blew up a lot of pick 5s.
Stretch that horse back out. Nice move for Maker. Here's Dante's Fire, so 3-1.
Yeah, I would never bet this horse in a million years. I don't think he has the pedigree to handle it unless you just think he'll love a wet track.
Here's the other maker with Luis Saez, Auburn Hills.
I think there's more pedigree for this one to handle the dirt, but he has tried the other two surfaces. Look for him to be forward with Luis riding.
Kid Chocolate, by the way, listed as muddy and sealed right now. We saw him on a sloppy track at Aqueduct. He did not fare that well.
Yeah, he's just too slow, even though he's won on dirt. But you know what? You could do worse than take 11-1, considering a lot of horses here may not handle the surface, and he can't handle it.
Courageous Contender, Dylan Davis. He's having a nice start to the meet.
I just don't see him likely to be a dirt horse. His couple of dirt races are atrocious.
The proven dirt horse, Pier 40, he's hit the board 5 times in 8 starts on off tracks. He's never won.
But you hit the nail on the head. He is the proven dirt horse. He's been a money burner at times, and he's had a lot of chances and just 2 for 26. But you know he's going to handle it at some level.
Next door, the 11, no salt. Big price, Keith O'Brien. Well, 8-1, excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be aggressive early. We'll see. He's handled the dirt well enough. He ran a 60 buyer, which puts him in the hunt, frankly, from what we've seen. Scared by that horse?
No, I wanted to hear who it was behind us.
He didn't stick around long enough to find out.
You could get free Equibase Pass performances for all the races on our show. Follow along with the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys by going to NYRA.com/TV schedule. Play along, make your wagers, and hopefully have a winning afternoon. Let's take a look at our WinStar jockey standings. As you see, that rain still coming down. Luis Saez already on the board with a win today. He's a meet leading 19 wins already. Jose Ortiz, Irad, both right there. Tyler Gaffleone having a great meet, too.
I mean, to have 9 wins, winning half a race a day, basically.
Being based
actually
outside
almost
of
a race day, excuse me. Right, coming in from Kentucky, and Ricardo Santana has not 6, but he and Matt Music are his agent. They do a fabulous job. I mean, Tyler's really a rider. Now that we watch all these Churchill races, I mean, and obviously Ricardo Santana as well, but Tyler's an exceptional rider, day in and day out.
No question. But right now it's those 3, Luis Saez and the Ortiz brothers, battling it out early on. We still got a long way to go. We'll see if someone else can jump up. 3 minutes to post here in this third coming up on this muddy, sealed racetrack. Let's go back to Acacia.
And we'll check in with the number 5, Kid Chocolate, owned by Steve Bick, as Andy mentioned. Nice to see Steve here in the paddock and looking well dressed. So hopefully was able to keep some cover in this rainstorm. But this is a horse that has run well on the dirt before. And from just looking at him at the paddock and when he got out on track, he seemed to move well over the surface once he got out there. Staying with the pony, he does wear a breastplate in the front. Typically, you'll see that kind of strap in front of them with horses that do have a more narrow type of withers to keep the saddle in place. And he is a little bit more of a narrow type, a type that you'd look at and say, would, you'd think, get over a track with some moisture in it without any problem. But he was pretty sharp out there on track. Again, stayed with the pony under Benji Hernandez, and his better race was when he was a little bit more forwardly placed. I think it's when he completely takes himself out of the race that maybe he has some trouble coming off of it. But he seemed, again, to warm up well today. I was chalky, though. I landed on the 3, Auburn Hills, the favorite. I know he's trying the dirt for the first time, but just certainly checked all the boxes for me as far as what I saw from him back in the paddock and out on track, Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Andy, Acacia, both going with the 3. The public is right now as well, but could this be too good to be true with Pier 40? Racing's never easy, is it?
No, it's never easy. But, you know, sometimes in off-the-turf races there are, you know. And, I mean, sometimes it is. Now, I don't trust Pier 40. Because he's an unreliable horse. And this is under the notice. So, horse, when George Weaver had him, was unreliable. He's originally a West Point horse. He would be in races where you looked at it and said, well, Pure 40 is going to win today, and then he'd go out and run 3rd. And so he's a frustrating horse. And you do feel as though someone probably steps up and beats him. But honestly, who are those someones if the someone isn't Auburn Hills? Here's my idea. Get the 5 in the try with primarily the 3 and the 9. Try to get the 5 in the try with a 3 and 9, and maybe a little 11. But I think 3 the 5. I'm going to bet a couple hours win the 5. I'm going to bet 3-5 and a little 9-5 in the exacta, and 3-9 with 3-9 with 5 in the try. How's that? I believe they call that trying to make lemons out of lemonade. or lemonade out of lemons, or I mean making lemons out of lemonade.
Good luck to you.
Thank you for that, Greg. Means a lot.
I'm going to take my chances with Pier 40 here. We'll see. But it looks like, again, Saez very likely going to be out in front in this race. And kick and slop back on everybody. Getting dirty behind him. Auburn Hills a 7-5 favorite. Now 2-turn mile and an eighth on this muddy sealed racetrack, taken off the turf here on this Thursday in Saratoga. As we take a look at the dirt horse there, with that dirt form and both wins coming on this surface, Pier 40, who is, yes, not won on an off track, but he's run well on off tracks in the past. And it's all about finding the right field to do it against, and he may have found that field here. Joel Rosario on board. We're set. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting for Pier 40 and No Salt. In the gate. And they're off. Auburn Hills breaks on top from the extreme outside. No Salt moves up. Pier 40 is right there. Then Courageous Contender. At the back of the pack are Dante's Fire. And then Kid Chocolate. The leader is the favorite, Auburn Hills, in front here by 3/4 of a length, with Pier 40 on the outside, racing in second. It's Auburn Hills in front, Pier 40 in second, length and a half to Courageous Contender, who is on the inside of No Salt. And at the back are Dante's Fire and Kid Chocolate. The quarter in the mud in 24 1/5 seconds. Auburn Hills setting the pace here, leading by almost a length. And Pier 40 is next in second as they race midway up the backstretch. It's a length and a half to Courageous Contender, who's right alongside of Dante's Fire, who has made up some ground. Then on the outside it is No Salt, and Kid Chocolate continues to trail. Opening half mile in 48 4/5 seconds. Auburn Hills in front right from the start. Will now take the field into the far turn. And then it is Pier 40 who is racing in second. A little more than 2 lengths now to No Salt, who ranges up on the outside. Dante's Fire is down at the rail. And then comes Courageous Contender, and farther back Kid Chocolate. 3/4, 1:13 1. Auburn Hills, Pier 40. They remain 1-2 as they come for the quarter pole. Dante's Fire is down at the rail. Then Courageous Contender and No Salt. 3/16 to the finish now. It is still Auburn Hills with the lead, and now Auburn Hills gets away. Auburn Hills has built a 3.5 length lead. Dante's Fire has moved into second, and Pier 40 is next in third. Auburn Hills and red hot jockey Louis Saez. Auburn Hills the winner. Dante's Fire was second, and Pier 40 finished third.
And red hot barn Mike Maker, 9th win of the meet. He gets the exacta in here. Auburn Hills, Louis Saez, they got to the front and too good here.
Yep, that's Louis Saez, right? He's not fooling around. Go to the front, put them all away. Pier 40, no match whatsoever. Dante's Fire sucks up inside to get second in here, but Auburn Hills, he liked to slop today, as they say.
Indeed. Son of Palace Malice picks up the 3rd win of his career. Meet leading 19th winner of the meet for Louis Saez, and just no one able to get to him.
No, he ran, and most of them didn't. My idea to get the 5 into the number did not work at all. As Kid Chocolate had absolutely nothing in here, and I believe finished last. But no doubt about the winner, Auburn Hills, 6-5. Jordan Wyckoff getting the win for Mike Mayer. Of course, Jordan's father, Kirk Wyckoff, owns Three Diamonds Farm, and is my benefactor in the charity mini golf match coming up on Monday.
I didn't know about this.
Oh, yeah. Anthony Stabile and I, a mini golf match on Monday. Kirk is my teammate. Louis Lazzanero of Nove is Anthony's teammate. And the losing team, they'll donate, not me, but Kirk, $5,000 or Louis to the Thoroughbred Retirement Foundation. but also I believe they've pledged if they win, also $5,000. I think that Louis said to the Belmont Child Care Association, and Kirk, I think, is working on who he's giving it to, but very
great.
generous by those gentlemen,
So
and looking forward to that.
Tremendous cause. We
Got
love
it.
the TRF.
Yep.
Auburn Hills, Louis Saez, Mike Maker, and as mentioned, Jordan Wyckoff winning connections here. So a horse that we know can handle the slop, at least against this group. Gate to wire win. Louis Saez, he's aggressive, and again here it pays off for him. He's leading the way at the meet. 20 winners for Saez. Atop this jockey leaderboard. Well, the prices from this one when we come back, we're going to look back to yesterday. What a performance from Bell's the One in the Honorable Miss. Stay with us.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you by champion sprinter Run Happy, who raced medication-free and now stands in legendary stall 1 at Claiborne Farm as Auburn Hills took them every step of the way. And I'm pleased to be joined by his trainer, Mike Maker, who has the umbrella now, but momentarily before that was held by our new production assistant, Kirk Wyckoff. But Mike, Auburn Hills, he had run well on synthetic. Did that kind of give you confidence that he would handle the conditions today?
Yeah, the horse was doing well, and, you know, had to take a chance. We were doing well, so we figured we would ride the hot hand.
How about that, as the barn has been really going so well? This is already the second win today. What is that kind of mindset when you're here in a place like Saratoga, where it is so tough to win?
It is, but, you know, we had a lot of horses that fit, and, you know, a lot of our horses we didn't get in, but ones that did have performed.
Auburn Hills had been entered for the turf. When it came off last minute, were you really disappointed? Do you think he's more of a turf horse, or think he can do anything?
Well, I was happy to see the other speed scratch, and looked like turf or dirt we'd be loose on the lead.
And I wanted to ask you, too, coming back on Saturday, the New York bred cross-border coming back in the Bowling Green. How's he doing for his return to Saratoga, where he seems to love it up here?
Yep, horse for course, and couldn't be happier with him, and looking forward to it.
Best of luck this weekend. Congrats here.
Thank you.
Trainer Mike Maker. Greg, the barn has certainly been going well right now, and as he said, they're riding that hot hand.
No question. 9 wins leading the way. Mike Maker, and he gets the exacta here.
What I love about trainers are, no matter how well it's going, they still complain, right? Mike said, yeah, it's gone well, but he mentioned that there's some good horses that haven't gotten in. So 9 wins to meet. It's the 11th day of racing. And Mike's ruining. He just got a gift race off the turf on a horse that probably wasn't winning on the dirt. And he immediately said, well, you know, I'm kind of upset about those horses that didn't get in. I love Mike. He's the man.
Always want more.
Yep.
Auburn Hills at 6-5. We're going to take a look back to yesterday in the honorable miss, and one of the really, really good fillies and mares in the sprint division lining up in this race yesterday. What a moment in the honorable miss for trainer Neil Pessin, and Bell's the one who came from very far back. Neil Pessin had said he wanted her to be a little closer to contact with the leaders in here. That was not the case.
I love when you have races like this where you got 6 horses lining up at the 8th pole, right, across the track. And I should watch this one outside in the box area. It was really thrilling. And it's very appropriate that the winner of the honorable miss should come from dead last, because honorable miss herself was a filly and mare that used to rally from dead last in some very big races and beat the boys a couple of times in the fall highway. Great to see Neil Pessin get the win and get this mare to get the win. Just thought it was a good moment, and you know, it didn't come up a super fast race. Thought Lake Avenue ran well. She broke a step slow, which obviously hurt her in a close finish, but a nice matchup and a horse that has to be considered a major player heading forward to the Breeders' Cup. 3rd in last year's Breeders' Cup filly and mare sprint, no question, and that's the goal, to get back there. Neil Pessin's been doing this for almost 40 years, and he says, without question, this is the best one he has ever had. It's just really exciting for him. And she's the only horse he had started here in the last 5 years. For all you know, he started very, very few horses in New York. She ran the Acorn against Guarana on Belmont Stakes Day a couple of years ago, but she's really blossomed, and it's important to see these horses bring their races to other racetracks and come to New York and do it. She can travel, she can run. Stepped up her game, undefeated, 5 for 5 at 6 furlongs for Bell's the One. What a performance. Meanwhile, earlier on in the card, Barkley Tag and Step Dancer with Dylan Davis aboard, somehow running down Dreamer's Disease, who looked like he was home free. I needed Dreamer's Disease for a nice score, and I was singing Heidi, 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 Ho when they were coming down the stretch. Callaway. But well done. Wasn't meant to be. Thank you, Greg. Step Dancer came and ran him down. You know, I mean, it was a tough beat because Dreamer's Disease is a decent price. Step Dancer ran the better race. You can't cry when you get beaten by a horse that just runs a better race. Dreamer's Disease got the pace, and Step Dancer came and got him. Excellent racehorse, excellent race. What a performance there. Son of War Dancer, 3rd win for him on the lawn. He's now 3 for 7. And Barkley Tag with a nice one there, who's really in sharp form as we take a look at what's ahead on this week's skate schedule. Of course, our feature today, that John Morrissey Sprint. Tomorrow, it's the Curlin in a prep for the Travers with undefeated runner, first captain for Shug McGahee, and then the Jim Dandy with a 2-year-old champ and Belmont Stakes winner, Essential Quality. We're going to take a timeout. We'll talk a little first captain when we return. He is undefeated, and he'll be the one to beat in the Curlin Stakes on Friday as he gears up for his Travers Showdown.
This gleaming chestnut wins by 6 on debut, with the promise of bigger things to come. Justify, he's on a dizzying ascent to greatness.
What do you do when the experts compare you to legends?
Justify has won the Kentucky Derby. He's unstoppable. He won the Preakness. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
You justify it.
This summer, Fasig-Tipton celebrates the 100th renewal of the Saratoga Sale, the world's most prestigious auction of selected yearlings in a single catalog. A sale that has produced 100 years of breed shapers, eclipse champions, classic winners, and international stars. Join us for the sale of a century, the 100th Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Sale, August 9th and 10th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
Before a moment of victory, there are the hours before post time, months of training, and years of work. Before triumph, comes trust. Before success, belief. Before we became a world-class stallion farm, we had world-class shareholders who understand that it can take years to create a moment, but that some moments last forever.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
In the meantime, Curlin is uncoiling that powerful strut of his, and here he comes for the bid for the lead as the field turns for home here at Old Saratoga. Past the point to get. Curlin runs at him with a furlong to go. Curlin on the outside, past the point at the rail. Wandering Boy is third, and Curlin has taken the lead, and Curlin is pulling away, and Curlin here at Saratoga, the #1 horse in the world, remains that way today.
Sounded like he was in the boxing ring the way Tom Durkin announced that one, and he was the champ, no question. Two-time Horse of the Year, Curlin, 11 for 16, over $10.5 million in earnings.
Yeah, he had such a great career. His prior start to this, he tried the grass in the Man of War at Belmont Park. You know, Jess Jackson, his owner, had talked that he would be interested in taking him over to Longshop and trying the Arc. So they moved the Man of War that year in the summer. A lot of reason to accommodate him. He just wasn't good enough. He lost some very good horses. A Breeders' Cup previous Breeders' Cup winner, Red Rocks, won the race over Grand Couturier. He ran a decent third, but he went on, of course, to win this race as well as the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Unfortunately for him, I want to say, it was his last Breeders' Cup on the synthetic.
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, at Santa Anita. Look at that resume. Hall of Famer, two-time Horse of the Year, 7 Grade 1 wins, including a Dubai World Cup and a Breeders' Cup Classic. Sensational. We have a son of Curlin. We're going to see in the Curlin Stakes on Friday, undefeated for a Hall of Fame barn. Shug McGahee, and a lot of hype about this horse before he even started. So far, he's lived up to that hype.
No, we saw him sell at Saratoga a couple of years ago for $1.5 million, and he's lived up to that money and then some. Been sensational his 3 starts. Figure a little bit lower last time. Perhaps the way the race played into that. I think he ran very, very well in there. But I'll tell you something. I know the Jim Dandy's the big one, and obviously Essential Quality's in there, but this Curlin is deep and competitive.
It is, but having said that, he's going to be a heavy favorite. This is a look at his performance in the Dwyer, and despite having a graded stakes win, he's still able to get into this race.
Right. The conditions of this race are for non-winners of a sweepstake at over 1 mile. The Dwyer was a mile. So risk-taking, for instance, who's entering the Jim Dandy, he doesn't qualify here because he won the Withers at 1 1/8. But First Captain won the Dwyer at 1 mile, so he'll stretch out here. It'll take a very good performance for him to step forward to the Travers. I'm sure Shug would like to go there, but, you know, if Essential Quality runs a big race, I don't know how much they'll want to go, but West Point probably wants to be in the Travers, and if he beats this field and he beats them soundly, that's a very good sign because there are some good horses in there.
If you win this race and you're impressive, why not take a shot against a horse who had to go through the rigors of the Triple Crown?
Sure. No, I don't.
There's no telling.
Well, you also, you know, with Hot Rod Charlie not coming, it's also different. Probably, are we going to see Mandaloon? Does Judd Mott want to go there? Brad Cox want to have the 2 horses run against each other? We'll see how that plays out. And, you know, listen, a big race in here, and he could be the second choice in the Travers.
Meanwhile, Dynamic One. Can he bounce back for Todd Pletcher? He looked like he was going to win that Wood Memorial. And then, here comes his stablemate at 72-1 to nail him. Brabonic. Derby didn't go well for him. He was ranked early in that race. Now it'll be the first start back since then.
I thought he ran very, very well in here. It was a huge step up for him. He had never run a race like this. I believe he ran the best race in here. He made that early move. He sustained the move. He put away Wayburn, who's obviously very good. He held off Crowded Trade, who made that run, and he kind of flattened out towards the end. Yeah, Brabonic came and get him, and I understand that the Wood Memorial isn't one of the greatest preps we've ever seen in a Triple Crown race this year, but it did get an 89 buyer. I mean, those are figs close to what First Captain is running, and he did that 4 months ago. So there's every reason to believe he's improved since then, and he can run a figure in the mid-90s, and if he does that, he can beat First Captain, and that's why he's my top choice, Greg.
Would you say, and feel free to disagree, is the X Factor horse in here Collaborate?
That's fair. There's a couple X factors, but yeah, I mean, Collaborate is a horse that got an enormous amount of hype when he won his maiden race in Florida, and the connection decided to try the Florida Derby with him. Those kind of moves pretty much never work out unless they're exceptional horses. We'll see. His allowance win at Gulfstream is pretty good. I think it's fair to label him as that because he's a horse that's kind of known. There's been some hype. Is he good enough?
We'll see. Definitely going to have to move forward.
Yeah, he really is.
Group. But good comeback race in that Gulfstream effort. And his maiden win, yeah, he's turned a lot of heads.
What about the maiden breaker, Miles D?
He's intriguing, too, for Chad Brown, Peter Brandt.
Yeah, he's interesting.
Another Curlin. Fourth race coming up, 6.5 furlongs, $12,000 claiming race. Few scratches in here, and even without the scratches, the Queen's Jewels look like with the class drop was going to be very tough in here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like taking these horses on these kind of class drops because he's been in such good form in general in his races. He was only claimed for 20, so even though he ran him for 32,000 last time out. Class drops are always dicey at big prices, but ultimately, especially with the scratches, he should be forwardly placed, and I'm not going to try to beat him. I just didn't have any confidence in anybody else.
Even money on this 6-year-old. Let's go to Acacia for more.
We'll talk about him momentarily, but starting with the number 2, Mr. Short and Simple, who does turn back in distance for trainer Rudy Rodriguez. I like the turn back for him. He's also super fit after trying a mile and a 16th last time out. As far as his wet track races do go, he did have a win on the wet track, and I know that his race on a sloppy track at Saratoga last summer was a pretty poor effort, but it was against tougher. I just think that he's well placed here. He's of a lighter frame, and again, those types of horses that you hope will skip over the surface a little bit more. While he does have good leg to him and some good scope, I think that this 6.5 actually should suit him well. Wears those shortcut blinkers. He's been pretty alert but well contained too. I think this could be an interesting spot for him as he does have the ability to be forwardly placed as well. A little bit more towards the outside, the 7 Cowboy Karma comes in from Lone Star, and you see that the second place finisher was DQ'd. It was nothing that happened in the stretch. It was at the start. That second place finisher who tried to wire the field that day veered at the break and bumped the inside horse, causing that other foe to lose its rider. Cowboy Karma kind of, I thought, sucked up for third in that race. He just kind of ran in place, but he did run a solid third for 25. It was listed in the mud that time. He's been very sharp throughout since he came in here, really on his toes, really forward, coming in second time for Robertino Diodoro. The 8, the Queen's Jewels, takes that drop in class, and he's one that I've always felt shorter is better for him. 6.5 should suit, and again, just seems to be the right spot. He was claimed to back for 20, whereas he wears a shadow roll, which is the type of equipment, in addition to those blinkers, to have a horse keep their head out and down in thinking that they would try to look over it. So he's got quite a bit of equipment on his face. He's more of that real compact sprinter type, really well muscled, very healthy looking, as is the case with all of the horses from the Cantermazzi barn. I think that this drop in class should be the biggest key for him as he faces some horses who have already been exposed at this level, as he's handled everything in stride as they keep the horses inside the saddling area with the rain continuing to fall. Greg?
All right, Acacia, thank you. 6-5 favorite. The Queen's Jewels, 6-year-old son of Scat Daddy, looking for the 9th win of his career. We'll have the post parade for you when we return. Approaching the 9-minute mark to post here from this 4th from Saratoga. We'll be back.
Come and get Army Mule, who's pulling away by 5 and finishing fast. Army Mule, ultra impressive in the Cartery flew home. Won it by 6.
A 10 now 20 here. We could hold on the done. 221, 210,000.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal. Make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead.
A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam Dunk Racing. Come win with us.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2. Good to have you with us here on this Thursday card. John Morris here, featured later this afternoon. Right now we're coming up to the fourth here. 6.5 furlong sprint, 12,000 claiming group, and that remains the favorite. That's the 8. 6-5 on the Queen's Jewels. Dropping in class, second off the claim for Mertcan Cantermasi. Claimed this 6-year-old, moved the horse up from 20 to 32, and it's still a credible performance to hit the board against that group.
I agree. I mean, Coppertown was a heavy favorite, I think, for Wesley Ward. And Fox Red, we saw him come back with a very credible third in a tougher spot here yesterday. The concern is he runs so well for 32,000, and they dropped the 12.5. Now, they're probably trying to win this race at Saratoga, but they're already lining up, even in the rain, in the racing office, to claim this horse. Do the math. He gets just under 20,000 for winning it. Last time out, he got what, about, about 2,000 or 3,000. So all said and done, you claim him for 20. They'll make some money on the deal, but they'll lose a horse that's been in raging form. These drops are, even if you do the math works out to make money, they're never a good sign.
But they've been productive for this barn. 50% drop in claiming price in dirt sprints the last 5 years for this barn. Nearly 30% win rate.
No, those numbers are very good, and they suggest when they drop, they often seem to get the job done. Now, on the other hand, that's, what did we get, 28%? This horse is going to be 6-5 or even money. You're not paying the bills if you're winning at 28% at even money. On the other hand, probably a lot of those races were a little more competitive than this one. With the scratches in here, this race is not super competitive. And his two major competitors, the 7 Cowboy Karma and High Heater, are both horses coming from out of town. Cowboy Karma won for 10,000 two back, and High Heater's been running for 12.5. So it's not like these are horses been running in particularly high company races, high class races.
What do you make of the off track for the Queen's Jewels?
I think it's a wild card. You know, the horse ran well enough, I guess, a ways back. But since he's really stepped his game up, since he was claimed back in January, he hasn't been in a wet track. And it's a monkey wrench. Now, the good news for him is he's a horse that's supposed to be forward. With the scratches of both the 5 and 6, the speeds are gone. So the 2, the 3, and he are horses that should be forward. And a lot of times, if you don't like a wet track, maybe he's getting mud kicked in your face, he should be outside in the clear, so he shouldn't be deterred at all by mud getting kicked in his face for what it's worth.
7-5 on the board. Our post parade coming up. There's High Heater. He's a player, certainly. His only try on an off surface. It was a win at Gulfstream on a track labeled good for this same level in South Florida.
Yeah, I mean, that's such a different track. I mean, a good track at Harold is like much closer to a fast track than a track like this. Peter Walder has not shipped a ton of horses up to New York in the last few years. It is a race where he was involved in the pace and collapse, but other speeds actually ran okay. So I'm not sure what to make of it. I don't think it was badly hampered, but obviously he's run reasonably well in most of his recent races from a speed vigor standpoint, that he's a contender.
And he's got Pace, and he's got Luis Saez in the irons.
Yeah, yeah, and Luis is not gonna let the others get away from him. He can definitely win.
Call to post. We can hear it. Not sure if you can at home, but that means our post parade here is coming up. Can see it at least. We're going to start with Mr. Short and Simple at 8-1. Rudy Rodriguez will send out the 2 with Manny Franco.
It's concerning that he hasn't run a good race in almost 6 months with just the one start and a terrible one in his last race. But he did chase a fast pace that collapsed, and his races 2 and 3 back give him a chance. And Manny Franco has to look to send this guy out of the gate.
He owns a victory. We're going to get to him here in a second, on and off track. He's been off since the beginning of May. But with the exception of the last start when they tried him a mile and a 16th, that did obviously not go well. Those 2 good runs at a mile.
He's not impossible here.
Not at all.
Rudy Rodriguez has sort of just okay numbers cutting back in distance for what it's worth.
So here he is, owns and trains this 4-year-old, Manny Franco.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's an interesting, if you're looking for a price, he's the one I'd take.
Next door, the 3, the great Dansky Eric Kinsell.
I can't take him off his recent efforts. They're just not fast enough to compete, and 2 of them are in sloppy tracks.
Cheek pieces on again with Skylar Scramjet.
Has a win here last year, or maybe last year or 2 years ago at a very nice price. His recent form, though, has been atrocious. When he's good, he has speed.
We saw the 7 very quickly, though. That was Cowboy Karma, and here's the Queen's Jewels, the favorite.
Looked to be a stalking speed on the outside and just the worst to beat.
And high heater, Luis Saez should be forwardly placed for Peter Walter.
I agree. Another stalking type, and it's certainly an upgrade to Luis Saez. It worries me a little with Cowboy Karma that there isn't a ton of pace on paper, and that horse comes from way back. But maybe more people are aggressive here, and the pace gets contentious.
So you don't think the 9's going to be the one out in front?
Well, he's not necessarily as fast as some other horses near the 2, the 3, the 8, but rider intention plays such a big role, and you know that Luis Saez, he's not grabbing him, that's for sure. He may get outrun, but he's not grabbing him.
There he is with those white blinkers on. 4-year-old by Creative Cause. He's a 5-time winner. His only try on a very different, as you mentioned, wet track in Florida. He won on. Let's go back to Acacia.
Look at High Heater as his 2 wins after Peter claimed him and made the very smart decision to take him from the turf to the main track. Those came at a time when the barn was at a very high percentage. It seemed absolutely everything was winning. And while it is a barn that typically does hit at a high percentage anyway throughout the year, or at least at a strong level, it was around that time in Florida that it was noticeable that the barn was in a really good groove. So I do think that that is noteworthy sometimes when a horse does rack up back-to-back victories during a period when the barn is going super well. This one was pretty sharp heading out too, as he is a horse coming up from Florida, and to be fair, was beaten by Pudding, who came to win, back to win again last time out. But the last 2 efforts were disappointing. The Doc Amster race 2 starts back was a field of fine horses. Seemed to warm up well out there, and I did like how sharp he was back in the paddock. We'll see how he transfers to this field. And to also note that Peter Walter is a guy who does favor horses to be forward and have early speed. So maybe that'll be a good thing for Luis Saez to be aggressive with him from the outside, Greg.
Acacia, thanks. I love the way he's warming up. I think he's going to be real tough in here. He's 5-2. He's a second choice. Obviously, the Queen's Jewels deserving 7-5 favorite.
Yeah, I prefer the Queen's Jewels. I'm not trying to beat this horse in this race. I just think he's better, and I'm hoping they're playing the claiming game. I get the reservations. I would not knock anybody that said I don't want to take a short price. This horse has been in raging form. 2 back, last race was good. The race he was claimed out of 2 back, that's probably the worst ride Jose Ortiz has given since he became a journeyman rider. And even I think he knew it after that race. He really actually ran probably a winning race in there, just got a terrible trip. Everything Jose did just went wrong. It just happens sometimes. He got a good trip to win, but you look at those races, 4 and 5 back. Okay, he didn't run well at a mile. I don't trust him. I looked and looked for somebody else. I can't find one in this field. I don't want to take the shippers. The 2 is the long shot of price. I would say the long shot pricier horse I'd use if I was looking for somebody else. But at the end of the day, I like the Queen's Jewels.
Little rain can't dampen anyone's day here, and good to see that a lot of people read the weather report.
Originally, it was not listed to rain until a little bit later today, but it came, and so be it.
I've learned my lesson here, and this is my 6th year here. I finally am packing the umbrella every day, just in case.
You just never know. You never know. I agree. I always bring about 4 umbrellas up to Saratoga. And they get used. So we haven't had that much. We've had more this year than previous years.
Oh, we've been incredibly lucky, yeah.
Yeah, we're due to have a good run, and supposedly after this, the long-term forecast looks good through the Whitney at least. We'll hope that remains the case.
7-5 on the Queen's Jewels. Jose Lezcano, high heater, meets leading rider, looking for number already 3 today, Luis Saez. And we'll see if he can get it done on a horse who should be forward. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
They're all in line. And they're off. And the Queen's Jewels goes right out for the lead. High Heater is on the outside and racing in second with the Great Dansky down at the rail in third. Skylar's Scramjet is next in fourth, followed by Mr. Short and Simple, and Cowboy Karma trails the field in sixth as they head up the backstretch. The Queen's Jewels challenged now on the inside by the Great Dansky. The Great Dansky pokes ahead in front. The Queen's Jewels runs in second, and just in behind, High Heater and Skylar's Scramjet. The opening quarter went in 22 and 3/5 seconds. Then it's a break of almost 4 lengths back to Mr. Short and Simple, along with Cowboy Karma. As they race around the far turn, the Queen's Jewels has once again taken over the lead. High Heater now moves up on the outside to challenge. The Great Dansky is back running in third. Then Skylar's Scramjet in fourth. Half mile 45 and 3. And they are in the stretch. The Queen's Jewels holding on to the lead here. High Heater on the outside as they pass the 8th pole. Down at the rail is the Great Dansky. The Queen's Jewels drawing away here in the stretch. The Queen's Jewels enjoyed that sloppy going today. Won by 4.5 lengths. Then it was High Heater, the Great Dansky, and a big break back to Cowboy Karma in fourth.
Interesting race here. The Queen's Jewels too good for this group, but Jose Lezcano, he was aggressive early, but then he sort of let the field come back to him.
Yeah, he kind of let the 3 come inside. I think he was ultra confident, and you could see that the number 9 really looked like a threat. High Heater around the turn, but as you and I were talking watching, Jose was just sitting chilly on the winner, and Luis Saez had already gone to sort of getting into riding his horse prior to the quarter pole. And usually, not always, that's a sign that the horse that the rider's sitting chilly on has more horse, and that was the case. An easy winner, and likely, I'm sure, there are a number of people waiting to see if they've got the Queen's Jewels.
Yep, should be a busy claim box. We'll see what happens. Queen's Jewels, Acacia, 9th win of his career.
He's a very cool horse, and I liked the more aggressive ride by Jose Lezcano. He broke sharply and just put him into the race, and when you saw the field coming back to him, he was giving him a breather throughout the middle of the race, and that's certainly what you want to do to save enough for the end of the race. And as High Heater was trying to come by him to the outside, he just was able to dig in and keep going. He really seemed to relish the slop, and you could see, as I had kind of mentioned with that shadow roll in that piece of equipment, the fluffy piece basically across the noseband for him to get him to look out and down, as he does tend to carry his head a little bit higher, but Jose Lezcano handling him beautifully. And good to see the Cantor-Massey barn, who did have a tough Belmont meet, getting a nice victory here at the Spa.
Keisha, thank you. 6-5 on the Queen's Jewels. So 9th win of his career. He was dominant in this one. Easy time of things against this group. All about finding the right field. And he did here.
Yeah, that's the case. I mean, that's the drop down. And the drop down, if they run, they're probably going to win in these situations. But there is always that, you know, you have to be wary. And sometimes these horses are really dropping for a reason, and that reason rears its ugly head.
Jose Lezcano smiling. About to get his picture taken here with a win. We'll take a look ahead at what's still to come later. Our feature be at the same distance we just ran here, 6.5 furlongs in the John Morrissey, and Michelle Nevin with a pair of runners that are going to line up. Stay with us. We'll be back.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than 1 Matolis a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey. McKinsey Preservationist Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front.
McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2. It's McKinsey in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live as we just had race number 4 on the wet track, and it went pretty easily to the Queen's Jewels as I'm standing by with his trainer, Murtken Kentramati. And Murtken, you were saying to me, nice to have an easy win like that. This horse really seemed to be enjoying himself out there today.
Yeah, today he found really easy spot and good distance, 6.5. He needed that, but nothing much to do. Today was very easy for him, and we are very happy to get it done easily.
He was claimed away today, and you said you've had a lot of people claiming your horses and the claiming game something that you play. How challenging is that to restock your stable when you're claiming horses or having them claim from you?
Right now, restocking is very difficult in Saratoga. So far, I was able to get only 2. One was 2-way shake, one was no shake. So it's like huge here to get. You need a lot of chance to get it, a lot of luck to get it done. So we are gonna try. We are losing, but we are winning.
Winning is always good. And when you do claim horses, what are some of the things that you look for with a horse that you want to add to your barn?
You know, first we are looking the past performances and trying to watch the replays as much as I can, how they win, how they lost, and if I like the horse last minute here, I go for them.
Well, wishing you the best, but congratulations on the win here.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Murtken Kentramati, I see him out on his pony every morning, and him and his brother, just a great team and good people. And it is a challenge because the horses in this race, 7, 8, and 9, all claimed, Greg, going to new barns, and that's what we often see with horses that maybe have some back class that people think that they can improve on or add to their barns and maybe get some wins of their own.
Double-edged sword there. You get the win, you lose the horse. But Murtken Kentramati, he started with 1 horse back in 2016 at Parks. He's become a name we talk about a lot now on this New York circuit.
No question. They've won a lot of races here, and he comes across as a terrific guy. I don't know him at all, but he had that really rough Belmont meeting. And I remember I was on vacation that week, as you were in late June, and you were on the beach like a normal person enjoying their vacation. Of course, I was in my apartment on the Sunday watching the races, watching the show, and he won finally. And I hadn't bet the race, and I was watching his turf, and I was literally yelling for the horse in my apartment because I just felt so bad. They were taking so many tough beats, and to see him finally win that race, it was actually pretty cool.
Second winner here at Saratoga, and for an owner who is one of the owners that gave this barn a shot. Murtken, he works with his father and his brother. It's all in the family and a team. And Robert Amendola is one of the owners who said, I want to work with this barn. And they do a great job in claiming races especially. Get the win there with the Queen's Jewels. We move on to the 5th. 6 nat furlongs as well in the 5th here for New York Bred's 25 maiden claiming race. So everyone looking for the first win on the resume here. You and I were talking about this off air, and it just looks like Shinjuku is going to be way too good in here. Stay that way with the off track?
No, I mean, the wet track is the monkey wrench in here, right? In a fast track, you're obviously more confident. Wet tracks play no favorites, and horses' favorites and long prices, they may dislike it equally. Shinjuku is a horse that the connections wisely realized they're never winning a maiden special weight with this horse, and they're dropping him down. Is the drop a bit significant? Yes. But Barry Schwartz, who's having a very good meeting as an owner, he's trying to win races up here.
Hunch play. Been to Shinjuku a couple of times. I recommend it highly for you.
What is Shinjuku?
In Japan.
Oh, okay.
You need to go. You need to go to see a Japan Cup one day.
That would be great. You've done that?
Oh, incredible. A couple of times.
Awesome. Huge crowd, like 100 something.
And everyone rolling up the programs, banging them against their hands. It's quite a sight. We have a couple of new audiences joining us here in just a moment. We're going to take a slight pause. Welcome to those just joining us on Valley Sports, Southern California and San Diego. Good to have you with us, and those already with us on Fox Sports 2. You're joining us for this Thursday card here at the premier meet in the country, where everybody wants to win at Saratoga. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling with you. Our feature later today. Very competitive sprint at 6.5 furlongs in that John Morrissey.
Yeah, that's a great race. I know the weather hasn't been spectacular off the turf, but there's some really good races going. A very good allowance race in race number 8, but that John Morrissey, I don't really think there's a weak link in that race.
Not at all. It's going to be a good one. That'll be coming up, race 9 on today's card. Let's take a look back at what's happened already, and it's been a productive day for the meets. Coming into the day, co-leading rider, he started to pull away again, Luis Saez, in the opener. Got right to work. Johnny Pump gets the win, but in defeat, Mo Heat ran a huge race.
Right. Mo Heat ran the best race of anybody, and I bet Johnny Pump, so it's not sour grapes. I'm amazed Luis Saez was able to win another race after this because he literally rode this horse for the entire 9 furlongs of the race. I mean, he had to be absolutely exhausted. You can see the track was dry then, but that was the last time you're going to see a dry aero track today.
Race 2 was the only race that will be contested over the turf today. The rain started to come down, and before this even ran, they took the rest of the races off. Cold Hard Cash, who's recently switched to the turf, it's been a good move.
Yeah, no, a horse that they had tried to run in turf early in the career, but he run well enough in the dirt. They didn't try it again until sort of the middle of his 4-year-old year, and he's really blossomed on the turf. He's good on both surfaces. Great ride by John Velasquez. Got position, held his position, had to search for a seam, tried to go outside. They drifted. He went back inside and got the money.
Look at today's winners, 2 already for Saez, so he has a meet leading 20 at this point. And Mike Maker with a couple as well. He's leading the way among the trainers. He's got 9 at the meet. So that's through the first 4. Of course, got a lot more coming up. I want to hear all the trivia we can get on the bare knuckle boxer, though, John Morrissey. Lafitte, what do you got for us?
It's such a great story, Greg. And the professor, Richie Migliore, is going to have the background on John Morrissey, the history there, and the race that lives in his honor, the 17th running this afternoon. Again, it was scheduled for the main track, so no huge changes, just one defection in the John Morrissey. And trainer Michelle Nevin is going to be well represented. Terrific trainer, grade 1 winner here at Saratoga. You'll learn a lot more about Nevin today. And the 2 7-year-old geldings Nevin is running in the Morrissey. My boy Tate, the weather is just right for him. 5 for 7 lifetime on wet racetracks. Stablemate Our Last Buck, perhaps not as prolific in the slop, unraced since January, but he was sharp then, having won 2 straight. And the 3rd installment of Gainesway's Cart Talk. JK doing his thing on the backstretch, rolling with A-listers. And this week's guest, Hall of Famer on the brink of history, trainer Steve Asmussen, about to become North America's all-time leading trainer. That or appearing on Cart Talk? Which one means more? And the reigning 2-year-old champ, Essential Quality, ready for his Saratoga debut, headliner in the Jim Dandy. Keep prep for the Run Happy Travers. Greg, those stories and much more coming up next as Saratoga Live continues.
Lafitte, thanks. I had plans this afternoon. I want to watch the rest of the show today. It's going to be good.
No, I'm staying around, certainly for the Morrissey. That's going to be a great race.
This is what's next. This 25 maiden claiming group. Look at the current odds. It's Shinjuku, who is the 5-2 choice in this spot. And there's a look at David Donk.
David Donk, of course, big 3-1 day.
As Verrazano.
First-time starter. Actually, the Dam didn't do much running, but she has some foals to run a little bit. Is that her taking any money? 11-1, little money.
Talk more about this field when we come back. Have a post parade for you as well. We're 17 minutes to post.
Following Sea and Happy Soul faced winners for the first time to kick off Belmont Stakes Week. Following Sea was in cruise control throughout and galloped home 6.5 lengths in front, scoring an amazing 100 Beyer speed figure. Happy Soul, who recorded the highest Beyer speed figure for a 2-year-old filly when breaking her maiden in May, came back and strolled by 11.5 lengths in the Astoria. Seeing is believing. 2 Run Happies, 2 freakish romps at Belmont Park by a combined 18 lengths. Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
My favorite race is the Pilgrim of 1992. I'm going to run Dr. Elfus. It's with Eddie Mabel. Jim Ryan calls me up the morning of entries and said, listen, I wouldn't mind running a wad in that race. And I'm like, really? And I said, well, let me see what I can do. You know, I remember having lunch with Mr. Drago. He said to me, I'd rather not be in an entry with another horse in a race. And I said, well, Alan, listen, he's still a maiden, you know, trying to get a check, just trying to get a piece of it. I don't think he beats your horse.
And they're off. Dr. Alfuz comes out running and gets directly to the lead.
Dr. Elfus is just cruising on the lead here with Eddie. At this point, you know, I think I've got a great shot to win it with Dr. Elfus, but at the same time, Awad's running a big race.
Moving toward the top of the stretch, it's still Dr. Alfuz who turns for home. And his mate Awad is right there. They're 1-2 now as the field turns for home.
I'm thinking, oh crap, if this horse beats this other horse, I might be in trouble. They're dueling with each other. You know, which one's going to win it? I mean, I'm thinking this time, like, holy mackerel, I'm going to be 1-2.
Dr. Alfuz determined at the rail. Awad resolute on the outside, and Awad prevails by a determined head.
Now, I'm supposed to be elated. I'm walking downstairs thinking, I can't believe I just ran 1-2 in a stake, and I might have blown an owner over this. Because Awad was a maiden, nobody came for the race. Jim didn't show up or anyone. That was a turning point in Awad's career, and it went on to be bigger and better things. It was a defining moment in my career, winning the Pilgrim. I think a defining moment for Faye and I, that we could have a stable that could be successful in New York.
Hello, you have reached the house that Awad bought. We're not here right now, so if you leave your name and a number and a brief message, we'll get back to you as soon as possible.
He did so much for us. He did so much for my career. those horses don't come around very often.
There is David Dunk. I love hearing that answering machine. He would go on, of course, Awad, to win the Manhattan, the Arlington Million, and the Sword Dancer here at Saratoga in 1997.
Yeah, he was a very, very exciting horse and a really good horse. And Dave Dunk's an excellent trainer and a better person. It's great to have him around.
As good as a person in this game that you will meet. He's going to send out that first-time starter, the 5. There he is, 3-year-old son of Verrazano, making his debut.
Of course, Dave Donk worked for the legendary Woody Stevens. We have that Grade 1 race name for Woody, and Woody won the 5 straight Belmonts, and Dave worked with Woody Stevens, one of the true legends of this game. Some money for crossing Verrazano. The dam herself didn't do much running, but she actually had some okay foals, so we'll see. I think they may have wanted to go a little bit farther. I'm not trying to beat the 7. I know, we're falling on favorites in here, but you want to try to beat favorites, obviously, because if you can beat a favorite, you're going to get paid. But I don't think it's a bad mentality to say, I'm going to bet against the favorite. And I know that you and I agree on this. You want to find vulnerable favorites, and those are the races where you can maybe find yourself the elusive value. But you can't just force it. A horse like this just looks too tough on paper.
With more on this Donk firster and the rest of the field, let's go to Acacia.
Grecian Juku looks like the logical one, but a couple of the lightly raced or unraced foes in here includes that first-time starter for Dave Donk, and that is the number 5, Crossing Verrazano. Did come into the paddock, and I'd say pretty much all of Dave Donk's horses do come in wearing a full hood, and that's a piece of equipment that covers their ears, muffles out the sound, and it was a hood with short cut blinkers attached. They've swapped that out, just the blinkers, so he won't race with the hood on, but he will race first time out with short cut blinkers. While he is a little bit on the slighter side by Verrazano, out of a mare who was 0 for 5, but 10 out of her 12 foals have been winners. Most of them proficient going long on the dirt in another great example of the Generazio breeding program. One thing about this horse, though, in debuting here, I would like to see him just strengthen up a little bit after a start. So I'm going to watch one with him. The 6, Ravazol, has only raced once, and it was on the turf. He'll try the dirt for the first time, and while but Jim Bond has found that these Tisways have been really good on the grass. On the bottom side, the dam was a very good dirt sprinter. She was one who won twice on the dirt. She also produced another foal who was a 4-time dirt sprint winner. He looks like a sprinter through and through, and honestly looks like he could handle the main track just fine. He's that stockier kind of sprinter build and really well muscled behind the saddle. The number 7, Shinjuku, of course, he is the Half to Voodoo song. But again, on the bottom side, the dam was more proficient sprinting on the dirt. I can certainly see a turf look to him in that he does have a little bit of a flatter hoof of those slacker pasterns, but he looks like he could go either way. The biggest thing with him is the drop in class and the fact that he is super, super fit in here today. Luxurious, rich coat to him. He looks terrific here in the paddock, and while he's a standout on paper, he's a standout here in the flesh as well, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. And, back to your conversation about trying to beat favorites, there's nothing wrong with taking a 2-to-1 favorite that looks like a massive standout.
I don't disagree, and I think that the wet track makes you a little bit leery.
I agree.
The horse never been in a wet track, and you have to worry about it. And I think many players are multi-race players. A heavy favorite can be your friend if you really feel strongly about that horse. Obviously, if you want to play against it, that's also something you may do. But they can be your friends to lean on. I am not somebody who believes that you want to, depending on your bankroll, always demand singles. Maybe you have a backup, but I would lean very, very heavily on this race, on this horse, though only if you're starting the pick 6, because the pick 5 ends here in the early pick 4. By the way, there was a 21-way shake for the Queen's Jewels.
That is amazing.
Yeah, Steve Caceres got it done. There was a 5-way shake for the runner-up and a 3-way shake for the horse who ran 4th. I had gone in the office on looking for a man about a dog, and it was a mob scene in there for the shake. Incredible.
And it's, for those who don't know, what exactly does that mean?
A shake is they put they put all the names in the hat. I've never done it. They shake and they pick one out, and that's it. You can hear them.
Winner gets the noise, that horse, who's in for the claiming tag.
Yep.
And Queen's Jewel's a popular one.
Yeah.
21 barns trying to get that horse.
Feels worth 12,500 the way he ran today. Oh, look, the jockeys are back. They're coming around near us.
Can't sneak one by anybody here at Saratoga, can you?
No, there's a claiming frenzy here. And, you know, with a lot of people shipping in, I always sort of feel I'd like to think that we claim more horses that stay in New York than we lose that go to out-of-town trainers. It's always an issue. And sometimes, you know, you wonder where horses you liked go. And then we cover Churchill Downs, we cover Oaklawn, we say, oh, there he is, or she is.
Making their way onto the track here for our post-parade coming up. And 2-1 favoritism on Shinjuku. 4-year-old by Japan, Horatio de Paz, Manny Franco. First time this horse has dropped in for a tag, and it is a big drop. And with that, I was surprised we were seeing 2-1. Now starting to come down even more.
Yeah, and I wonder if the horse might be lower if it was a fast track, because it is an extra variable. And when you have favorites, you don't want more variables. When you have long shots, you like variables.
6 minutes away. And this, by the way, starts the pick 6 as well. Tough to find singles on this card, especially now with the surface switch. But it looks like Shinjuku for many might be one of them to start off the sequence here to kick off the pick 6 on this Thursday card. We're going to start things off with a horse who is a player in this spot, and Rob Atras having that tremendous moment, first grade 1 of his career, coming with Maracuja in that coaching Club American Oaks, the beat of Malathot, and he's going to send out Triple Americano.
Yeah, his first race was very good against the bias. The second time he ran against a killer field in open. Maybe he'd want to go a mile the next time, then he tried turf. His last race worried me a little bit. That was his worst race yet, but he has races that can win.
Croc of Gold has tried this level the last 2 starts.
Well, his name may be Croc of Gold, but it has not played out that way.
Prince of Joy facing, well,
back
easier from his dirt start.
Yeah, getting right. I agree. But that was a killer field, but he also lost by 30-plus lengths.
River Dog, Big Bobby, those are serious runners.
River Dog, Amsterdam, I believe, Sunday.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay. For Jeremiah Englehart?
Yeah, the undefeated River Dog. I believe he's supposed to run there.
Mark's Humor went by. Here's the 5 Crossing Verrazano.
Mark's Humor is my long shot use, by the way, the 4. And we've talked about Crossing Verrazano. The Dave Donk factor, but is drifting up.
Ravizol, Luis Saez gets on dirt for the first time.
Little money for this one, huh? Little Luis Saez money, the bonds, but this second-time starter, the first was in the turf, and the pedigree says more dirt.
Horse to beat, Shinjuku, Horatio de Paz.
If this horse runs back to his dirt races, and he's been in the turf 2 straight races, the last 2 dirt races, he feels like a gigantic favorite to win.
Yeah.
Yep.
37-1 on Sugar Plum King.
Yeah, it looks like an underlay based on his first race, but it wasn't the turf.
Blinkers on for Robbie Davis's brother, Jeremiah.
He does drop down precipitously. He was in a very tough maiden field last time. Maybe he's a wake-up long shot to throw in. Big rider change, too.
And 13-1 Second Fortune went by. Here is Dutchman Forever at 10-1 on the outside.
Both Second Fortune and Dutchman Forever have had a lot of chances, but they have races that give them a chance to at least get a piece. Is brother Jeremiah the 10 a goofy long shot worth looking at?
That was a really difficult race against Better. Yeah, interesting.
Killer
His
field,
only dirt
right?
start.
Killer field. You get a big rider upgrade to junior. I think brother Jeremiah could be a long shot to throw in somewhere the more I look.
Let's go to Acacia standing by with a grade 1 winning trainer.
That's right. And has to get through Triple Americano here. And Rob, we'll start with just one question about Triple Americano, as this horse did draw the rail, has had a little bit trouble with the gate in his last couple. Any concerns as far as that, or things that you focused on coming into this race?
A little bit, yeah. And when I drew the rail, I was a little bit concerned because he's not really sharp out of the gate, but that's one thing I did tell Ricardo to try and see if we can get out of the gate. You know, we really don't want to get buried back in this field, so we're hoping for a sharp break today.
And obviously you and Ricardo with a big weekend with Maracuja and the Coaching Club American Oaks. How did she come out of the race?
She actually came out of the race really well. I watched her train this morning, and you know, her energy level was great. She's been eating up, and you know, we're just really happy with how she came out of it.
Talk me through that performance once again, if you can remember how you felt during the race.
You know, I was really excited with the way she broke. You know, she broke sharp and she was in the race, and then quickly, you know, I was a little bit concerned. They were going a little bit quick, and then it seemed like they were kind of rushing up a little bit in the middle of the race, like an early type move, and Ricardo dropped back, which, you know, anytime in a race when a horse drops back a few lengths, you get a little bit of concern, but you know, at the end of the day, I think that was probably the winning move, you know, giving her a little breather, coming back around the outside, and just, you know, both of them just really finishing strong together and getting up in the last strides.
Great performance. Where do you think we'll see her next?
Right now we're pointing towards the Alabama, So, you know, if everything goes well, next couple of weeks, that's the spot where we're hoping to go to.
Rob, thanks a lot. Best of luck with her leading up, and good luck here.
Thank you.
Rob Atras, he and his wife, Brittany. The barn has been going really well, and looking forward to seeing what else Maracuja will have in store for us, Greg.
Keisha, thanks. Going to be fun to see that rematch. Malathot, Maracuja going head-to-head once again in the 1.25 mile, Alabama.
And Mike Maker with Army Wife, who won the Black-Eyed Susan and the Iowa Oaks, lurking in the wings. She's a nice filly and improving. She have to step forward to beat those horses. Malathot, to me, I think she gained the defeat. And I think Maracuja did as well. And she showed that she can be competitive with them. But I don't believe because she lost that race that she's less likely to win the Alabama. I thought we found out so much more about her in defeat, Greg.
Ran huge, took pressure throughout, drawn on the inside, probably didn't want to be forward, had to.
Not that patient. If you want to be forward, if they went 24 and change, 49 and change, not 23 and change and 47. It's not that it was a blistering pace, but it was a strong pace, and that's not the kind of way she runs. Not John Velasquez's fault, though. There's nothing you can do from the rail. She was the speed because there wasn't any. When Irad Ortiz decided to heat the pace up and take his best shot to win with Clairiere, and I don't blame him, it changed the complexion of the race, and there was really nothing. What's Johnny supposed to do? Duck out of there?
But a great job by this man right here. Masterful ride by Ricardo Santana Jr., who's on the one here, to sort of force the issue with Malathot and then drop back as he saw Irad was coming up with Clairiere, let them battle it out, and then he had plenty of run in the stretch.
Right. Easier for him to duck out of the middle of the horse like he did. But I agree, Greg. It was an absolute masterful ride. Exactly. And it made all the difference. So that was just, I'm excited just talking about the race again.
It was fun.
It was great. It was the race that looked on paper like it was going to be, oh, well, Malathot's going to win and stay undefeated, and it's kind of boring, and we're going to have to talk about this boring four-horse field.
A boring
turned into
like. You could say boring.
No, but it just
with the resume she has.
No, not her.
Yeah.
She's good, but just not a compelling race, particularly on paper. And it turned into just a thrilling race. I mean, really thrilling, and you could feel the place was electric. You know, you could feel that people really appreciate it. And I ran into people. I ran into Dale Romans the way out, and I said, what a great race. And Dale said, God, it was an amazing race. You know, it was really exciting.
And so what we expect from this meet, and that race delivered as we get set for this fifth coming up. This starts our Thursday pick 6. Public not scared away by the off track. Shinjuku still 8-5, the 7 horse.
But the way they're betting Triple Americano, I think he's going to run well today. He's sticking with him at 3-1, and here he was in his last start, picking up third. Joey Loose Lips, who won this race, he stalked a fast pace and took over. I don't know. Triple Americano, I thought, was kind of picking up pieces, and I didn't think this race was nearly as good as his first 2 starts. His first start, he was heavily bet in his debut. He was 4 wide on one of the strongest inside biases we had at Aqueduct this winter. Then he came back in a killer maiden special field. Now, he has had off 2+ months since his last race. Perhaps he's training well coming into this race, and he's dangerous if the 7 Shinjuku doesn't run his race.
And yeah, as you mentioned, though, yeah, he did. It was a hot pace he got to run into. Who's going to provide the pace in this race?
That's always a good question. Let's take a look. I think Prince of Joy potentially has speed with Benji Hernandez. What about the 6 with Luis Saez? Couldn't he come out winging a little bit near? And isn't Shinjuku supposed to be forward? I mean, honestly, if you're Manny Franco, you're supposed to go.
You're on the best horse.
Go.
Yeah.
And Manny's been riding very well and been aggressive. It's tough to get the winning mounts up here, but he's shown a lot of aggression. He comes off a terrific third-place finish at Belmont Park.
About to load up on this sloppy sealed racetrack. Pick 6 begins here. Shinjuku an 8-5 favorite. And next race, that was one that was scheduled for the turf, taken off. Bunch of first-time starters in there. 2-year-old fillies. It's going to make it a difficult sequence.
Yeah, that's a very tricky race because there's only one horse that was entered as an MTO. The rest entered for turf, and they really have turf pedigree. The 1A, the only one, I guess, with the 8, Mischievous Kiss. But we'll be gone, Greg.
Good race to get some coverage in.
Yeah, I agree.
If you're playing multi-race wagers.
Tough race.
As Mark's humor steps in, Jose Lizcano. But it's 3-2 favoritism. Shinjuku, the 7, pick 6 starts here. Good luck. Let's go upstairs to John and Brielle.
Waiting now for Second Fortune and Dutchman Forever. They're in the gate. And they're off. Second Fortune away well. Ravizol is there along with Prince of Joy as they move up the backstretch. Ravizol, Second Fortune, Prince of Joy joins them on the inside, so it's three of them across with Mark Schumer next in fourth and Shinjuku is fifth. Triple Americano runs in sixth. Dutchman Forever's on the outside in seventh, followed by Crack of Gold in eighth. And then comes Brother Jeremiah, who is running in ninth. It's a half dozen lengths back to the two trailers, Sugar Plum King and Crossing Verrazano. The opening quarter mile in the slop in 22 1/5 seconds. And up front, it is Second Fortune. Second Fortune on the lead here. Down on the inside is Prince of Joy. Second Fortune and Prince of Joy. And they are about to be joined by Triple Americano. Farther back is Shinjuku, and then Crack of Gold. The field is in the stretch. It is Second Fortune in those gray blinkers, challenged now by Triple Americano. And on the outside, in those white blinkers, it's Mark Schumer. So three of them across with Prince of Joy down on the inside, next in fourth. They are at the 16th pole. And the leader here is Triple Americano with Mark Schumer in second. Triple Americano breaks his maiden. Mark Schumer was second, and a photo for third.
Rob Atras, Ricardo Santana Jr., Triple Americano getting it done here in the slop.
And you could see him picking it up around the turn. It was a pretty fast pace, and Ricardo Santana and Rob scored together again. And he was ready off the layoff, a horse who's run well fresh to get it done. I mentioned Mark Schumer, a horse that had run okay against Tougher in the slop. Last time out ran second, and you could see right away that Shinjuku was not handling the track. Manny Franco was aggressive from the gate. He was not getting all over the track, and you could really tell he was just spinning his wheels. It may not have only been the wet track, but it feels like the wet track had to play the role, Greg.
Favorite not getting it done here. Triple Americano Acacia with the win.
Absolutely, and hearing from what Rob Atras had to say beforehand, and that the fact that he had drawn from the inside, keeping him clear, not getting buried down on the inside for a horse that typically doesn't break that sharply. Ricardo Santana put him in a great spot where he was able to pounce right when called upon. And he had plenty left to run down there in the stretch as far as Shinjuku does go. Right out of the gate, Manny Franco was near sitting in the saddle, pumping on him, hustling him, trying to get him further up in the race, and he was just not responding. Even on the outside when they tried closing, he never really seemed to put his head down and get into the bridle. The exact opposite, however, for Triple Americano, who really finished up nicely today, Greg.
A lot of mud on Triple Americano. Ricardo Santana Jr. It's that kind of day here at Saratoga. 1-4-2, a 12-1 shot in second, a 38-1 shot in third. I'll take that trifecta, please.
He created a large crock of gold if you had him third or fourth in your tries or supers.
1-4-2-11. Andy, enjoyed it. You and I.
It's great.
We're done for the afternoon. We're going to send it over to the trackside set. Lafitte Pinkai and Company going to take it from here with the rest of this card, including today's feature, that John Morrissey. Who did you like in there?
I like the 8 gemography.
Okay. Going to be a good one. Michelle Nevin, she's going to have a couple she'll send out. My boy Tate, Our Last Buck, both coming off layoffs. They had sharp form in the winter. Can they get back to it in our feature today? It's coming up.
It's total domination for Tom's Data.
He showed everything in that race. He showed tactical speed. He showed closing speed.
You've got the Giants Causeway element. You've got the Candy Ride right there. And you've got Smart Strike.
Tom's Data has conquered the Clark.
I'm very bullish on him.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
There's nothing more you could ask of a horse. To me, he looks like the whole package.
My dad loves the lottery. Growing up, he was always playing. So I had the idea to create an app that lets you play the lottery on your phone.
I think that was my idea.
It's called Jack Pocket. It's like having a jackpot in your pocket.
I came up with that too.
Jack Pocket allows you to play official lottery games on your phone. Just choose your game and pick your numbers.
I wasn't sold until I saw the actual ticket on my phone.
Was that your idea too, Dad?
Don't be a wise guy.
Go to jackpocket.com to get your first ticket free.
Ironicus. This graded stakes winning millionaire defeated over 20 Grade 1 winners.
a Grade 2 winner and course record setter at Saratoga. He won 3 graded stakes and was runner-up in multiple Grade 1 events. Top runners include graded stakes winner Helium.
Repels the challenge. It's Helium in a huge effort.
The leading money earner at stud for emerging Sire of Sires Distorted Humor, Ironicus, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York Reds start with an advantage. New York Reds run for serious green at Belmont and Saratoga. New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York, a very wet day 11 of the 153rd season of racing, but the show continues. Featured event still ahead, 17th running of the John Morrissey. Just wait till you hear the story. Just wait till you try and handicap this thing. Wide open. What do you think now? Tepid 3-1 morning line favorite. Can he end a 3-race losing streak in a stakes race at Saratoga? Not easily done, but he does have a new pilot today. Star jockey Irad Ortiz takes over this afternoon. Thanks for spending part of your Thursday with us. What else are you going to do? It's pouring here at Saratoga. Rain falling all afternoon. This is Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Outdoor sport. Play the hand you're dealt. And still an energetic crowd here on a Thursday afternoon. Front side, welcome everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. Hard to believe we are a quarter way in of the 2021 meet. And kids don't want to hear this, but this kind of feels like a school day, like a very wet school day. And we are going to have progress reports. Most impressive 2-year-old thus far. Which jockey is riding best, that sort of thing. And also a history lesson with John Morrissey. Professor Migliore will weigh in. That's all coming up next on Saratoga Live. As for the race itself, the John Morrissey, take a look at the field. Race number 9, New York bred sprinting 6.5 furlongs. Sloppy track, 3-year-olds and older, super competitive. Number 5. What do you think now? Lukewarm morning line favorite at 3-1 as I am joined by my co-host, champion jockey Richie Migliore, 2015 National Handicapping Championship Tour winner, Jonathan Kinchin. That's a mouthful. Richie, how much do you miss riding on days like this?
Well, I miss riding every day under any conditions, but I really enjoyed riding on days like this when I had horses that really got over the ground well and had speed, because I like to put horses on the lead and meander. Make sure everybody caught a little dirt in their face and try to discourage them as you go.
I was being sarcastic. You miss days like this.
I miss it. Believe me, any moment. I get on a horse now and then, walk around the farm, but I'm like Ricky Bobby. I want to go fast.
Anytime, anywhere, Richie Migliore. This story of John Morrissey, the influence of the stakes race here at Saratoga this afternoon. We'll get into this much deeper a little bit later on this afternoon, but for newer fans to the sport, who was John Morrissey?
John Morrissey was one of the most colorful characters of all time. Bare-knuckle boxer, a politician, a founder of Saratoga Racecourse. Just absolutely an incredible story. And, you know, we have a race named the Travers Stakes for one of the founders of Saratoga. Well, Barry Schwartz, who was chairman of the New York Racing Association, remedied the fact that John Morrissey, another founder of Saratoga Racecourse, didn't have a race name for him. Hence, we have the John Morrissey Stakes, and we will dig in a little deeper to a very colorful character.
That's the Cliff Notes version. He was like the most interesting man in the world before the most interesting man in the world was the most interesting man in the world, Jonathan. As for the race, the John Morrissey, how much different do you feel about it right now, like on that track, than you did this morning?
Yeah, to be fair, it didn't change much for me. I'm the type of horse player that I want horses that are going to be forward, and I want horses that are going to use their speed. And the horses that I liked in this race were all horses that should take advantage of this surface. Now, you always want to double check to make sure that there's no horses that have terrible performances on sloppy racetracks. No one I was interested in had any of those performances.
Michelle Nevin has a couple of quality 7-year-old geldings. In our last buck, My Boy Tate, what are you expecting from My Boy Tate in the Morrissey.
Yeah, look, I think my boy Tate's going to run well. He's got 3 wins on an off track. That's always nice to see. He runs well, fresh. I think that he's got, he kind of tailed off a little bit, but he got a little bit of a break. He's been training well. Saw his workout report came up good. You see him here on a sloppy racetrack, different surfaces, but the same idea. But when you're dealing with these older type horses, these 7-year-olds, there's not a whole lot of questions. If it's a young horse, you wonder, are they going to like it? Are they going to handle it? I know my boy Tate will handle it. He's just got to work out a good trip.
Didn't run well in his last race on a wet track. Michelle Nevin told Dave Grenning of the Daily Racing Form that she knew he wasn't handling it at all. And I guess how disconcerting is that when you have a racehorse who's always done something very well and in his most recent start nearly 3 months ago didn't handle that particular
Well,
wet
Richie
track.
knows it better than I do, that not every sloppy racetrack is the same. Maybe he didn't like it down at Parks. The other thing that was comforting to me is that he got a break after that. So it felt like maybe it was more than just the racetrack that led to why he ran so poorly.
Yeah. My boy Tate, one of several key contenders, wide open. John Morrissey, race number 9 here at Saratoga. Remainder of today's schedule, we have a lot of changes, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Late pick 5 about to get underway. John Morrissey, race 9 post time, 5:40 Eastern. Sloppy track, no turf racing. Race 7, 7/8 of a mile. Race 10, mile and an eighth. Handicappers pivoting on a fly here on a Thursday at Saratoga. And reminder, if you haven't signed up, offer still stands. Join NYRA Bets today and play all the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code SPA200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after the first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NYRABets.com to earn that deposit match. Moments ago, gentlemen, Triple Americano and Ricardo Santana taking down this 5th race at Saratoga for Grade 1 winning trainer Rob Atras.
Yeah, Grade 1 winning trainer. You can say that as of Saturday with the coaching club. Triple Americano.
I can't stop saying it.
It worked out a good trip. Didn't break very sharply from the rail. Was able to extricate herself from a little bit of a tricky spot leaving the chute. And Ricardo Santana continues to show what a welcome addition he is to the New York jockey colony.
Yeah, Triple Americano was kind of hard to find. Not completely hard to find. Had some races you didn't necessarily trust. Tried this level a few times. It didn't go well. It's always tricky when they try the level for the first time and they don't win and they come back in it again. You just don't quite trust them to get there. But Triple Americano did get the job done here.
Be discussing Ricardo Santana at length a little bit later on in the show. Winner indeed. And this team who took down that Grade 1 coaching club, American Oak, Santana, Atras, Maracuja on Saturday. Results in Triple Americano 1-4-2. Race number 5 in the books. Late pick 5 coming up, and up next, 2-year-old race of the day brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of 2-time reigning champion sire Into Mischief. Field looks like this. Maiden special weight, off the turf on the main track. For that reason, the defections, $100,000 purse. And the favorite entry, 2 for 1. You're getting 4 to 5. The Club and Blessed of Life. That's next Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. And when we return, already a champion, highly decorated Belmont winner is ready for his Saratoga debut. Essential quality. Odds on Jim Dandy favorite, a race over the track before the Run Happy Travers. Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit NYRABets.com.
They're off in the Met Mile. A 45 and 1/2 mile around the far turn. And Frosted is right in behind. Frosted has gone on by and he has exploded. He is absolutely blowing his competition away. Oh my goodness, look at Frosted today. Frosted's 10 in front. Frosted is absolutely robbed in the Met Mile.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. Gorgeous July afternoon. As always, our coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. You know it's serious, the racing, when you see that animation. America's Best Racing's Race of the Week, 58th running of the Grade 2 Jim Dandy. Field drawn yesterday, field of 6, 3-year-olds running a mile and an eighth, post position number 5 for Essential Quality, just like the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Let's go ahead and meet the field, guys. Number 1, Dr. Jack, trained by Todd Pletcher. Third behind Mandaloun and Weyburn in the Pegasus at Monmouth.
Yeah, well beaten that day at Monmouth. He's going to have to find more in the tank to handle the likes of Essential Quality.
In case you were wondering, Todd Pletcher, 6-time Jim Dandy winning trainer. Number 2, Mask Parade. Very sharp, JK. Ohio Derby winner, has rattled off 3 straight, and there he is.
Look, Richie's going to tell you about how the 3 horse is improving. I'm going to tell you how this horse is improving, trending in the right direction. That's what's so great about these late summer 3-year-old races. They can progress on.
Trainer Al Stahl says he's on the upswing and deserves a shot. Number 3, Weyburn, defeated a neck by Mandaloun in the Pegasus at Monmouth.
And was actually coming back again on Mandaloun, like he re-engaged. I watched this horse train over the main track here at Saratoga, and he gets over this racetrack so well, and I'm seeing a horse that's really developing and coming on at the right time.
Almost defeated one big Brad Cox trained 3-year-old. Why not try for another? Weyburn, number 4. Keep me in mind, just 1 for 9 lifetime, but he's danced with the best at the highest level. You have to respect that.
You're checking my email, Lafitte. I was going to say he danced all the 3-year-old dances, the Red Bull, the Bluegrass, the Kentucky Derby, the Preakness, Ohio Derby. No wins.
Tough business, Joel Rosario replacing David Cohen on Keep Me in Mind. And number 5, there he is, the gray. Essential Quality, top-ranked 3-year-old in the country. He has accomplished so much in just 7 career starts.
First thing that comes to mind is the champ is here. Essential Quality 2-year-old champion is a length away from being undefeated and may have been best in the Kentucky Derby when he didn't break particularly well, was strung out wide throughout, has never done anything wrong, and is a horse that knows where the wire is. He just does enough to beat his competition.
Risk-taking, world-class connections, but the Wood Memorial, JK, and the Preakness, not kind to this colt.
Look, this horse has not run a race that's even close to what these other 5 horses have done. But, like I said earlier, these 3-year-old, late 3-year-old races at Saratoga, they can improve and jump up and be the horses they were always meant to be.
And as if the connections of the other horses, those horses didn't have enough to worry about with Essential Quality. Brad Cox's trainer has been raving about how well Essential Quality has been doing here at Saratoga. This was his most recent breeze. Last Saturday, 5/8 of a mile in a minute .9. Mig, what are you seeing here?
I'm seeing a typical Essential Quality work. He is the Allen Iverson of workouts, or practice, if you will.
Practice?
He's like, right, I'm the champ. We're talking about practice. He always does just enough to hang with his workmate. He's obviously capable of leaving him, but he doesn't see the point in overextending himself in the morning. He's a very smart horse, and those kind of horses usually keep themselves pretty sound because they're not going to go to the bottom of the well all the time. Did like his gallop out. You're going to see he's being asked for more after the wire to continue on out the work, keep his fitness level where it needs to be.
As always, thanks to our friends at XB TV. Great stuff capturing the works. That's Louis Size in the saddle. He's ridden Essential Quality in 6 straight races. Mick, why don't jockeys always breeze the horses they ride?
Well, some trainers feel that horses tend to go a little too fast with riders. They want to go a specific time, and frankly, some riders just are not that good as far as hitting times in the morning. So if you have an exercise rider that has a very good knowledge or good handle on a particular horse's stride, let the exercise rider do it. They have more familiarity. Don't want any mistakes. Although Louis has worked this horse at times.
Last 2 times, sure. Yeah. Jonathan, devil's advocate, we just watched Malathat get beat as an odds-on favorite in a 4-horse Coaching Club American Oaks. What is the biggest pitfall Essential Quality and Sayas have to avoid?
Yeah, well, I think the difference between what happened to Malathat and the Coaching Club American Oaks and what's going to happen to Jim Dandy is there was no real confirmed pace in the Coaching Club American Oaks. That's what sent Johnny to the lead. That's what made Irad move early on Clairiere, and that's what made Ricardo's ride so brilliant by taking back. This isn't going to happen on Saturday. There's real pace in the Jim Dandy. Someone will go, and Essential Quality will be able to run his race. If he gets beat, it's just because it's a mile and an eighth, and I would say that the bigger picture is the Run Happy Travers.
Who do you guys think has the most, if Essential Quality has an off day for whatever reasons, who do you think has the most upside to defeat the champ?
Well, I'm really high on Weyburn, and I'm not convinced I won't pick Weyburn over Essential Quality anyway. I like what I see from a development standpoint with Weyburn. I think he's like the kid that started high school as an average athlete, but he's finishing high school, and he's really ready to step up to the plate and be a college athlete.
Same question.
Yeah, Mask Parade for me. I think this horse is really trending in the right direction, and if he continues to improve his speed figures like he has been doing, he could absolutely be dangerous. He's more tactical than Essential Quality as well.
Andy Sterling, plug your ears. Graveyard of Champions, the stigma of Saratoga. Will it claim another on Saturday in the Jim Dandy? All eyes on Essential Quality, the reigning 2-year-old champ, prepping for the Run Happy Travers. Back to the live racing. Race 6, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day off the turf on the main track. You see the field and updated odds as we say hello to Maggie Wolfendale, standing by with this Race 6 paddock report. Maggie, what are these 2-year-olds showing you?
That they're a fairly small and petite group of 2-year-old fillies that we have assembled here in the paddock, Lafitte. But your favored entry here includes the MTO for trainer Brad Cox on the outside. And while I'm definitely not going to try to talk anybody off of the 1A Best Life in here, let's look at some of the first-time starters. You know, it's always a little bit more intriguing on my end to look at the debuters. So beginning with number 8, Mischievous Kiss for trainer Bill Mott. It is his birthday, by the way, but he does have this Daughter of Into Mischief in here. Oh no, wait, it's tomorrow his birthday. No, today's his birthday. Yeah, so this Daughter of Into Mischief, yes, he can throw any type of runner, his sire. But on the bottom side, the dam was a grade 3 turf winner, and the whole family has been better on turf. And you can watch her work 2 back on XBTV, where she worked out of the gate with a horse who debuted here last week, opened the gate, and she, Mischievous Kiss, blew the break by 5, 6, 7, 8 lengths. She rushed up on the inside, sat with Open the Gate, who, by the way, did not run very well on debut. And then once they hit the turn towards the end of that half-mile breeze, kind of just fell to pieces. And for me, when horses come off the bridle while working on the dirt and they don't accelerate, that is a true telltale sign of a turf horse. Now, looking at her, I'll give her credit. She doesn't look totally turf, and she's a decent-looking filly in here. There's a bit of substance to her, which some of the other horses that she faces may lack. But I'm going to take the wait-and-see approach, though she is taking money. As we'll take a look at number 6, Solid Tune. I joked with trainer Norm Cassie, is this just really clever placement by you and being a good weatherman, because this filly does not have very much turf pedigree whatsoever. Daughter Jimmy Creed, who actually is best when sprinting on the dirt over wet tracks. The dam was a 5-time turf winner. There has not been much production, but she looks like an off-track horse. Boy, she is tiny. She's barely 15 hands. I mean, she looks as though if this doesn't work out, she could do the pony racing circuit. But she looks fit heading in here, and I think the track helps her chances. Then number 7, Ben Bang, who I was hoping would take a bit more money than what she is on the board, because I like her. I like her breeze, where she only sold for $65,000. I get it, but she worked 10 flat. She really extended herself well. She did move slightly more like a turf horse, to be fair, but she's a bigger type. She's getting a little fired up here now that she's been saddled and those blinkers are on. Not to say that's out of a character for the progeny of Shanghai Bobby. Hopefully she behaves when she gets back out on track. But I'm very intrigued by this runner on the dirt. The fact that Jonathan Thomas scratched his other horse, which looked more turf, keeps her in. I think she's intriguing in here, Lafitte.
At a price, Maggie. Ben Bang for Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, acting up a little bit. Well, we'll see that. These are 2-year-olds and many first-time starters who haven't experienced any of this. A nice just fired there. So that's what's cool about Whitmore. Whitmore's 8 years old. He still does that stuff.
Letting everybody
still
know
does it. Yeah.
that stay in line.
Who's in charge?
I'm the boss. So getting kicked by a thoroughbred racehorse, Jonathan's like combining the punch of the 4 best heavyweight fighters of all time.
I'll pass.
He's just itching to talk John Morrissey, barrel knuckle boxer. About that time, JK, late pick 5. Let's see the ticket.
Yeah, I'm gonna spread a little bit. I'm gonna single right there in the middle. I'm gonna go 1-6-8 to get started. I think this entry is extremely vulnerable in here, but I don't want to get snapped out of this first leg. It is a all button, but it's only 4 horses. Next race in the off the turf, 6, 7, 10, 11. I thought Create Again, the 6 was the most likely winner in there. I'm gonna single the entry for Chad Brown. I thought both of those horses could stand alone on their own and be extremely live in here. Now you get both of them. The 1 secondary market, the 1A Motivated Seller. On to the John Morrissey. I'm going to use the 2 runners for Michelle Nevin, the 3 My Boy Tate, the 4 Our Last Buck, and then I'll also use the 5 What Do You Think Now, and then to wrap it up, I'm going to go 4 deep, 1, 4, 10, 11. If the $72 budget's a little bit too much for you, then I would single the 1, Some Kind of Pretty in the last. I thought that horse was
That's
extremely
where you
lucky.
trim. Could be the best $72 you spend this summer. Best of luck, JK, and everyone playing this late pick 5 at Saratoga. Handicappers adjusting to all the changes. This race scheduled for the grass on the main track, 5.5 furlong sprint, 2-year-old fillies. Powerful entry here. The club pictured 2 for 1. You're getting 1 to 2 on the entry.
Ran really well on turf, first time out. The dam did break her maiden on the dirt and did produce 1 winner on dirt.
Less life, main track only. Brad Cox hasn't run a lot of horses, but they are running, man.
Yeah, and this horse broke a little slow, ran okay on debut. The mare has thrown several proficient dirt runners, including stakes winner My Savannah Belle.
Daisy B, you saw throwing a fit out there, first time starter, and then Solid Tune pictured here at 6 to 1.
Yeah, this is a horse. He gets Luis Saez, an aggressive rider on a sloppy racetrack, and has been working on the dirt. Might be a little ability here.
See how Ben Bang is acting. She was acting up in the paddock moments ago.
Yeah, a bit high-strung. Shanghai Bobby, the sire, was that way, kind of passes that along to his offspring. The mare did win on the dirt and produced a 5-time winner on dirt.
Mischievous Kiss, Carl Pollard, homebred first-time starter.
Another one who's been working on the dirt. The workout report suggested that those works were good enough, and taking some money here for Bill Mott and Junior Alvarado.
That is the field. 2-year-olds in the 6 at Saratoga, well-bred. First-time starters, high-profile connections, the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. And while you're looking at Mischievous Kiss for the Hall of Famer Bill Mott on his birthday, JK, I'm not quite sure if you actually like the filly on paper or because it's Bill Mott's birthday and the damage that he has done on his birthday here at Saratoga for years. If it sounds like I'm stretching, it's because I am. I'm trying to find those stats. I can tell you they're impressive.
Well, here's what I can tell you. I just want to know if on entry day, Bill says, "Okay, we're drawn for Thursday. It's my birthday. I got to try to win one."
I think it's just that he's got live horses to run here in Saratoga, and it just happens to coincide with his birthday.
Since 1993, thanks for stretching, guys, 79 starters on Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott's birthday. 79 starters. He's won with 28 of them.
It's pretty impressive.
28 of them.
It's pretty impressive. I can tell you on my birthday, I typically don't gamble very well, but it's typically because I'm doing other things that are distracting or keeping me from
Judgment's a little not quite as zeroed in as you normally would be. Bill Mott with Mischievous Kiss. Numbers are incredible. So, yeah, we should not be surprised. Mischievous Kiss picture there with Junior Alvarado. And then another look at Solid Tune here, the first-time starter, Jimmy Creed. And as Maggie mentioned, yeah, tiny. She said 15 hands is what Maggie said in the paddock. Richie, can you lend perspective to how small that really is for a thoroughbred?
Well, hand is the way of measuring a thoroughbred. A hand is 4 inches. So 15 hands to the point of the withers is small. Average thoroughbred that's racing is usually about 16 hands or even more. So 15 hands on the small side. A horse to be denoted as a pony, let's say for show purposes in the show ring, is 14 and a half hands or smaller is considered a pony. She's 2 inches, roughly 2 inches over pony size. Now, that doesn't mean she can't be fast, especially on wet going, kind of like a deer flitting over the ground, if you will.
And her owner, Deuce Greathouse, an owner, bloodstock agent, he's the one who picked out Tepin. Champion mare, was unbelievable on the grass, won over at Royal Ascot. He also has had a pretty good year this year. He bought a horse by the name of On the Ones and Twos, who you've seen on America's Day at the Races, running out at Churchill and stakes races.
Right.
So Deuce on a roll this year, and he can obviously pick out a good horse.
Maggie, this race was scheduled for grass. I don't know that we have any future Tepins in here. These 2-year-old fillies, what are you seeing in the preliminaries?
Yeah, I don't know about that, Lafitte, but taking a look at the filly who debuted on grass, but we'll try her hand or hoof on the main track here for Christophe Clement. And he's a trainer I always pay attention to when he keeps his horses in, or, you know, they feel as though they're more suited to a surface, but he opts to run them on the opposite. And I think she can handle it looking at her. I mean, she is by Union Rags, who's actually much more proficient on the main track with his progeny. And the dam broke her maiden on the dirt with an 86 buyer. Now, granted, she went on to be a better turf horse, but she showed proficiency over this surface. And first time out, she kind of got steadied at the start. Now, she is going to have to be on the inside today, so we'll see how she handles that. But I feel as though she should be quicker from the blocks than that first race would suggest. Now, moving on to number 8, I found it interesting that JK said that the workout report suggests that they like this horse. I only watched her one breeze, which was 2 back out of the gate. Whoa, okay. Wow. Okay, we're going to have a late scratch here of number 8, Mischievous Kiss, as she just went up and flipped over with Junior Alvarado aboard. She is currently loose on the track. Hopefully the outriders can apprehend her. Okay, so she's loose. We do see Junior making his way to the outside rail. Hopefully everybody is okay. I will try to get a better report on this once I'm updated and have official word here, guys. But I want to get back to my horse that I'm going to pick in here. That is number 7, Ben Bang. Caught up with her trainer, Jonathan Thomas. And Jonathan is one of those guys that I wholeheartedly trust his opinion. And I feel like I'm getting a good opinion and solid information when I talk to him. I said, do you like her? And he said, yeah, I really do. You know, she's pretty quick. I like her more that this race has come off. And yes, horses always humble you and make fools out of you in your opinions, as I well know during the show every single day. But I trust Jonathan, and I'm going to go with Ben Bang. She's been the one that has impressed me the most, guys.
At a price, Maggie going with Ben Bang. These 2-year-olds, we touched on the behavior, the unpredictability, still trying to corral Mischievous Kiss. Meg, did you happen to notice what triggered her behavior and spooking in the fashion that she did?
I didn't really. She was being a little fussy about her head, and then it looked like she might have spotted something, and she turned over about as fast as the horse can. Hopefully, it didn't appear like she fully landed on Junior Alvarado. Hopefully, she missed him. He did limp off to the side. But it's a scary moment when you get a young filly like that. They're so quick, it's hard to get away from them.
We're watching on a screen. We see when it actually happens. As a rider, like, how much do you get an indication if a 2-year-old, any racehorse is about to do something like that?
Honestly, normally you'll get some sort of warning. Their head will cock, their ears will come up. But she did this so quickly and so dramatically, I don't think he had any forewarning about this.
Maggie, what else do we know about Mischievous Kiss now?
The outriders have their work cut out for her here, guys, with her. When she went over, you saw the reins flip up, and I saw her, she put her leg through the reins that were over her head. So therefore, I think in that moment, pulled the entire head stall over her head. So from what I'm understanding here, trackside, is that she has no bridle on. So that's going to make it very difficult for these outriders to catch her. What they will often do, if they can get their hands on her, they will take their hand, put it over her nose, which apply that pressure, make it a little difficult, uncomfortable for her to proceed, galloping around, and hopefully she'll slow down. I've seen them do it before, but like I said, this is not going to be easy to apprehend Mischievous Kiss here today, guys.
You can see her, is that her back there?
Yeah, trotting along the outside fence.
So, and based on what Maggie just told us, yeah, why so difficult now to?
Well, there's really nothing to latch onto. You know, the bridle is not only your brakes and steering as a rider, it's a way for the handlers on the ground or the outriders to get a hold of a horse. So now they're going to have to try to get a hold of her and, like Maggie said, almost cradle her head and use their hand over her nose to kind of apprehend her, and then hopefully get at least a neck strap on her or a halter. I'm sure there's a halter at the starting gate, and they'll get it to the outriders. It's just such, right now she's in panic mode too. She lost the rider. She's basically, when you see her going on the outside fence, she wants to go home. Horses almost have a homing instinct. They want to get back to the barn. So she's looking for an escape path to go home, but you can't let her just run freely through the barn area because she can really injure herself then. So it's just a dicey situation when you don't have the ability to control them with at least a bridle or a halter on.
And she's headed back to the stable area. And again, this is all brand new for this horse. A young developing thoroughbred, Mischievous Kiss, in her career debut. And what wound up happening with the equipment, like, how rare is that?
Well, it's fairly rare. And again, the way she went over so quickly and so dramatically, Junior at that moment is in self-preservation mode. You don't want a 1,000-pound horse landing on you, obviously. So when he kind of pushed away from her, the reins flopped over her head. Now she stands up and puts her hoof through where the reins are. When she jerked away, it's just going to take the bridle off. Just a real kind of freak situation. Thankfully, it doesn't happen too often, but hopefully this filly finds her way home okay, because she is stable to cross the street on the Oklahoma side.
We're just discussing all the success Hall of Famer Bill Mott has had on his birthday. It is his birthday. This filly, Mischievous Kiss, trained by Bill Mott, getting loose moments ago here just before post time for the 6th race at Saratoga, and for the outriders themselves, and it'll come up from time to time when we see something like this, a racehorse getting loose out on the track. Can you describe how challenging their job is and how talented that team is?
They're incredible. I mean, they're the unsung heroes, honestly. You know, when things are going well, they kind of blend into the background. Then you see their heroics on a daily basis, and not just catching loose horses. Sometimes a rider has equipment break, and a horse is running away with them, or a horse too strong for them. They are there and put themselves in a position to save horses, save riders, and put themselves at risk, just like the gate crew does. You know, I've had horses turn over in the starting gate when we get caught up underneath them, and the gate crew's in there pulling you out, risking themselves.
Scary stuff. And also, we'll, as soon as we have an update on jockey Junior Alvarado, we will pass that along. And any update on Mischievous Kiss, who was, again, loose there on the backstretch here at Saratoga. And now, as you see, the horse is starting to file back into the starting gate for the start of this late pick 5. Final thoughts, Jonathan, on the race itself, theatrics that we just witnessed aside.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think this entry should be that short. The club ran on turf. This is not on turf, obviously. It's on a sloppy racetrack. And then Blessed Life, the 1A, didn't run particularly well after taking a lot of money. This is just evidence that people like a sale. 2 for 1. They're going to take the entry.
You have 168 on your pick 5 ticket. Best of luck on your pick 5 ticket at home. It is post time for the 6th from Saratoga. Here's John Embrial.
And they're off. And they all came away to a good beginning. And there is Ben Bang, who is going out for the early lead. Blessed Life now moves up on the outside to grab second, with entry mate the club next in third. And then it's almost 5 lengths back to the 2 trailers, Daisy B and Solid Tune. They go around the far turn. And up front it is Ben Bang with the lead. Ran the opening quarter mile in the slop in 22 1/5 seconds. It's Ben Bang in front by a length and a half, with the club racing in second. And then it is Blessed Life, who has dropped more than 4 lengths from the front. Ben Bang takes the field into the stretch. It's Ben Bang in front with the club on the outside. Ben Bang down at the rail. The club is on the outside in second. Big break back to the rest of the field. They're inside the 8th pole, and it is Ben Bang who has a 3-length lead. The club runs in second. Ben Bang. Bang wins first time out by a little more than 3, and the club completes the exacta.
The precocity, this 2-year-old filly by a 2-year-old champion, Shanghai Bobby, Ben Bang, in the 6th at Saratoga.
Like, she broke from the gate running. She knew what she was there for. She didn't need to figure it out. She had it figured out. And once she established the lead, Jonathan, it was basically over. She loved the going, ran over the top of the ground, and just kept finding. Very precocious. Jonathan Thomas, always good with firsters.
Yeah, it's so important to get out, in my opinion, with these young horses to the front end, especially on a sloppy racetrack. It's just a lot less for them to have to deal with. The kick back, if you're on the front end, you're not getting it as much. And I think that Ben Bang obviously appreciated that. And I'm glad that Maggie trusted Jonathan Thomas, because I had dinner with him the other night. He didn't tell me about this horse.
You get to play the late pick 4. That's the good news for you. As for Jonathan Thomas, Maggie, told you he liked Ben Bang. You liked Her Breeze coming in, and it all adds up to a 9-2 winner in a 4-horse field, essentially.
Yeah, other than my husband, Jonathan Thomas might be my favorite trainer, because he heard me say that too. But like I said, his opinion I value greatly. He has never steered me wrong on many of occasions. And she was ready, and she was fast, and she's one who appreciated the slot, whereas others didn't. I thought a decent effort by the club, who did break more alertly, obviously in a shorter field, just chased the winner around there. And sometimes it's tough. When they're young, you don't really teach them as much to pass horses. It's something that they learn a bit more with racing. So that's often why we see these young horses win gate to wire, and two, not having the mud kicked in your face often helps, guys.
Helpful, Maggie. She runs to her breeze, her trainer's confidence, Ben Bang, gauging that performance. We just watched it. I'll ask you that question when we come back, Mig. 7-1-3 in the 6th race at Saratoga. We'll have those results. Aaron Wellman and partners of Eclipse Thoroughbreds with a nice 2-year-old filly here. Ben Bang splashing her way to victory at the Spa.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of emerging sire of sires, Dubois, standing in Kentucky. His picture-perfect pedigree includes 9 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. Dubois and his sons and grandsons at stud have established stars on both turf and dirt. Now his first foals have arrived. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app, Mig. My question for you, overall, to put this performance into context, how impressed were you?
I'm very impressed. I love how professional she was, the way she broke from the gate, and the way she finished. Sometimes horses win by open lengths. Look at her stride. Her stride really isn't deteriorating. She's still reaching out. She has a look of a horse that may go a bit further as well. And, you know, the precocity sometimes when they break so from the gate, it goes back to their early lessons. This one was broken by Carl Keegan. Gunther used to work in the jockey's room, and that's 2 days now in a row that he had horses come that he broke and trained early that broke from the gate like this and won. Noble Motion yesterday.
Ben Bang, Eclipse Thoroughbred partners. Man, they've had some good fillies over the years as we check in with Maggie in the winner's circle with her second favorite trainer.
And the other Jonathan on the show, which our Jonathan Thomas, wants to know why you didn't tell him.
I mean, I can't give him all my inside information. He sold out his shirts. He wouldn't give me one. So, you know, give me a shirt and I'll give you info.
Little does he know you like me better, right?
Well, that's easy. I mean, who doesn't?
Well, thanks. But Ben Bang, Jonathan, she was ready. You told me she was quick. You felt pretty confident about her chances.
Yeah, she's just been so professional, and she's done everything right, like a 2-year-old. We actually broke Shanghai Bobby, and she reminded me a lot of him, just really straightforward. I was a little nervous when she got on her toes in the paddock because she's never done that before, but she went out and warmed up awesome.
She did. Yeah. It was like she knew what she was out here for.
Once I saw that, then I thought we were, it was kind of game on.
And Jonathan, maybe for people who don't know, your history in this game is long. You were a jump jockey. You've worked for some of the greatest in the game, Todd Pletcher. So you've worked with a lot of these horses, mothers and fathers. How much does that lend a hand in your training?
I think it helps by association a little bit. You can forgive horses for stuff. You might not like a horse for stuff. So it's definitely a help. It's definitely a help. And we loved her at the sale. She was a neat little filly. So
she worked really nice. Well, Jonathan, congratulations, Ben Bang. Big performance first time out.
yeah, awesome. Thank you so much.
All right, Jonathan Thomas, it's okay, JK. You just got to get him a shirt, and then he'll disclose the information to you, too.
Dude, you do these things to yourself. That one's on you.
Yeah, I'll take responsibility.
Give him a shirt. He would have given you the tout. 11.20 with 4 betting interests.
He does have a great name, though.
Spendthrift, 2-year-old race of the day. Ben Bang in race number 6, and the pick 5 follow along. Jonathan, only like 9-2, but how big is that going to play considering the small field and the odds-on defeated entry?
Pays huge. It pays huge because you beat the entry that was odds on, and it's a lot of times the win pool might just say 9-2, but I would say this horse is probably closer to 10-1, if not a little bit higher in the multi-race special.
7-1 before the scratch of the Belmont train filly who defected just prior to the race. Okay, so we march forward. Race number 7, surface switch. All those defections, distance change is 7/8 of a mile. 3-year-olds and older. Mogacha, the 9-5 favorite with 18 minutes to post. And when we come back, first quarter report cards, moments, performances of the meet, who's riding best, best performance by a 2-year-old. So much has happened in just 10+ days of racing at Saratoga. It's time to reflect. Next on Saratoga Live.
The opportunity is here to get a part of this wonderful sport, authentic in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
But Street Band is beginning to move away, and this will be a signature moment for Street Band.
Tis a magician owned by my racehorse.
Moonlight Doros, she'll win the Las Virgenes Vertical Strat in this Fuel Valley Sprint. Got Stormy surging to the lead.
One of racing's all-time greats, Monomoy Girl wins the Bayakoa.
This is Saratoga Live, as always brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Top of the show said we felt like a school day, rainy school day. Time for progress reports. Believe it or not, a quarter of the way into the brand new, still feels brand new, Saratoga meet. Report cards here, and we're going to start with you, Mig. This one can't be easy. Best individual ride you've seen in the first quarter of the Saratoga season?
Well, it's not easy because there's such an array of races you can choose from, but one just stood out a little bit more to me, and that was Ricardo Santana Jr.'s ride in the Coaching Club American Oaks on Maracuja. Breaks out of the gate, puts some pressure on the favorite, Malathot. When Irad Ortiz decides to take up the running on the Cavalier, am I saying that properly? The Steve
Clarier on the outside of the yellow.
I'm sorry.
Malathot in front, Maracuja in second.
He backs off. You see, he was the one applying the pressure. When he sees someone else take up the running, he sat chilly. Okay, you go on and keep up the pressure on him. I'll give my filly a breather here. He went from second to last, and he's still kind of sitting, giving his filly a chance. 1 1/8 miles, long way to go still. And then the one thing that was fully on display, I believe, was Ricardo Santana's strength in the stretch. He implored this filly, willed this filly by Malathot. He spread away from the turn. That's a smart move because you want to get away from your competition. You don't want to lean on him. Think of Boxer in the last round. Got the fight won. Don't give the guy a chance to re-rally, catch you with a hook. Gets away from him. Now watch when he goes back from left-handed crop to right-handed crop. This is Houdini. Watch how quickly he does this here. It's like, look, I got 2 sticks. There, it's in the other hand. I mean, to me, he won by a head, and he made 4 or 5 different moves within the race that made the difference.
The move on the backstretch when he felt Clarier coming up, sucking back, like how hard is that? How tricky is that for a rider?
Well, your natural inclination is to hold your position. Somebody comes on your outside, I'm going to keep going forward with them. He said, no, you know what? I'm going to give my filly a chance to let them go on and basically do the dirty work, and I'll pick up the pieces later. Very hard to fight that instinct off in the midst of a race.
And, Meg, I think a lot of that has to come from the fact that he's got Steve Asmussen in his corner, so he can make those mistakes and know he's not going to get taken off of good horses, so he can take those chances where other guys might be scared to do something like that.
Well, it's the truth. When a trainer has confidence in you, now this was for Rob Atras, but when you have confidence that you're not going to lose your job if something doesn't work out, you're allowed to rely on your instincts. A rider's job is so difficult. It's instinctual. It's intuition. When you bring thought into it, it kind of mutes that instinct. And the fact that he has that kind of confidence, he can rely on his instincts.
Pretty flattering, Ricardo Santana. The MIG says that was the ride of the first quarter of the 2021 meet at Saratoga, JK. Best individual performance you've seen in the first 10-plus days?
Yeah, look, I really love dirt racing, but this Golden Pal just really grabs me by the neck. I loved what he did here last year as a 2-year-old. He was sensational in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf Sprint. And not always, no offense to Wesley Ward, he has these horses that are brilliant when they're 2, and then sometimes they don't do it when they're 3. This horse is doing it when he's 3. He was absolutely sensational. If you watch the hands of Irad Ortiz, just light encouragement. Barely asking this horse, and he kicks away. This is not a 2-turn turf race. This is a turf sprint. Horses don't win by open lengths in turf sprints. It's just too short of a race for a horse to open up. He could have won by twice as many lengths in this spot. Fortunate we probably won't see him here again at Saratoga, but I can't wait to see wherever he shows up.
The crowd was already fired up opening day. Golden Pal took it to another level. Just blinding speed among the most exciting thoroughbreds in training anywhere.
But what gets me is he's going fast the first part. Doesn't look like he's doing anything. It's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. And then when he's asked for more, there's more there. He has multiple gears.
He is so exciting. Golden Pal. In the quick call, thumbs up by Irad Ortiz, thumbs up from JK. Jonathan Kinchin's performance of the first quarter of the meet here at Saratoga. Ricardo Santana, you said that was your best ride that we've seen thus far, but who's actually riding best?
This was even harder than coming up with the best ride because I think there are several riders that could be thrown in this mix. And honestly, it came down to me between Luis Saez and Irad Ortiz Jr. Well, I landed on Irad because of the intensity, the ferocity he brings to every ride, every day. He doesn't take a race off. He wants to ride the entire card, and it doesn't matter if it's a claiming horse like we're watching here, Free Enterprise, or a Grade 1. He is the $2 bettor's best friend because he is on his belly riding. Now you can see he hits the front. He's surrounded by challenges. Any one of these horses could win at this point. He goes at him left-handed crop. He goes back at him right-handed crop. He keeps imploring this horse to find more. And it's that intensity, that desire to win, that hunger that is so evident that he wears on his sleeve that made me pick him as the one guy that I think stands out. Reminds me a great deal of a fellow named Lafitte Pink Eye Jr. riding in California.
Make me blush.
Never took a race off and rode a 10-claimer as hard as he did a grade 1.
Can't think of that awful spill a couple of days before the Belmont Stakes. Irad Ortiz kicked in the head, miraculously escaped injury. He was back in a couple of weeks. You interviewed him in the paddock before his first day back riding, and what I took from that was, of course, the appreciation for his health and well-being, and in that 2 weeks, like how much he missed it and how glad he was back to be doing what he was put on this planet to do and does just about as well as anybody else.
That's what great riders do. When you're on the sidelines, you just want to get back out there. Put me back in, coach. I'm okay. I can play. I'll play hurt. You don't care about any of that. And sometimes when a rider has that kind of a fall, it takes them a little while to get back to where they were. There's just a little bit of apprehension. We've seen it. Riders work through it. There was zero apprehension from day one, his first mount back, and that talks about a strength of character, strength of mind, that you have a will that you're not going to allow these things to get in your head.
A+ in the first quarter. Irad Ortiz riding best at Saratoga, according to Mig. You don't want to mess this up, JK. This is what Saratoga is all about, 2-year-olds. What 2-year-old has impressed you most in the first quarter?
Well, you know, typically it's about that excitement of who's going to be the next great horse, who's going to be the next Golden Pal, the next Rachel Alexandra, the next Curlin, whatever it might be. And you usually see it in the maiden races. You know, there's that one special one that grabs you, but it just so happens that it was at a stake, and it's the one horse in the Sanford Wit. Broke a little bit slow here, and that was okay. I thought he was in trouble in this situation. I thought he could maybe work something out. There goes that man again, Irad Ortiz, kind of works him into the race here. This move right here,
look at that,
from this plain view, is sensational. Horses don't do that all the time. Good ones do. And he did it by himself. And at this point, you knew the race was over. The way he was traveling so efficiently, and he just kind of took, he kind of took Irad there. And this is the type of horse that can get you excited about the races here to come. I'm not here to make any derby lists. That's always backfired on me. But this is a horse that I definitely am interested and will be excited to watch run as he goes on.
Well, what's impressive, just what you're saying, pick up horses that easily. And after the stutter step start, which was a little better than first time, but still not good, he continually moved forward. He essentially made a 5-furlong run. That speaks about a horse that will get further distances.
I'm more impressed by 2-year-olds that make mistakes and still win. Yeah. Tom Amos's microbiome. Opening day, wrong lead, blew away the field. Wit still learning how to break and still able to go out and do that, undefeated. And perhaps Wit, his final exam, we would think in the Grade 1 hopeful, the most prestigious race for 2-year-olds here at Saratoga closing weekend. All right, Mig, best moment of the meet thus far.
Well, it came on opening day to me. You think about Mary Lou Whitney and what she is meant to the Saratoga, is meant to racing. Well, we lost Mary Lou. She passed away. But John Hendrickson, her husband, keeping her legacy alive at the Mary Lou Whitney stable. Those iconic colors, the blue, the brown cap, brown. For her to win, the Mary Lou Whitney stable to win the Schuylerville, the stake on opening day. And again, the history of her with racing, with Saratoga, what she's meant to this town. This seemed like such a fitting tribute to her. And if you don't believe that there are racing gods, I think that this is living proof that there are racing gods.
I know that people at home are making faces, but no, that was perfect. Those colors, that winner's circle on that day with the fans back. Obviously, not everything is right in the racing world ever, but for that moment, everything felt right in the racing world here at Saratoga.
Yeah, Mary Lou Whitney stable winning the stake on opening day and just what it meant. And to me, I really felt the meaning of it. And I've been coming to Saratoga since the late 70s. There was a time when Union Avenue, there were boarded up homes in Saratoga. There was talk about not running the meet here, staying downstate. It wasn't what Saratoga has become. One of the reasons it's become as popular as it is because of Mary Lou Whitney.
Best moment thus far, Jonathan?
Yeah, look, for me, there's going to be some other good racing moments, but for me, it was just being back here with the fans. This place is special. There's a lot of special racetracks in this world. Keeneland, Del Mar, Santa Anita. But what makes Saratoga so special? When you're getting coffee in the morning, someone's asking you who you like. and it's all because of this. The excitement, these people love it here. I love walking through this place, talking to people, seeing, you know, their bad beach stories, and it's the best. And last year, we were very happy to be here. We were very fortunate that we were able to run, but it just wasn't the same without having the fans here.
So it's alive again.
Absolutely.
You know, what else can you say? I've never been so happy to fight traffic pulling into work. This place is humming, and it's been awesome.
It really has, and just getting stopped by people, even in town, every restaurant, the conversation is about what happened at the races today and what's going to happen tomorrow.
That's today at 1863, rain, sleet, or snow. That's right now. It's actually a good crowd on hand, despite the rain that has arrived right around the first race. So those are the first quarter progress reports, report cards. Stay tuned. We'll have midterms in a couple of weeks and those standout performances as we march our way through this stellar 153rd season of racing at Saratoga. We still have live racing coming up on this Thursday card. John Morrissey, race number 9, the 7th race. $40,000 claiming event off the turf on the main track, run at 7/8 of a mile, and Create again, the current favorite at 9-5. When we come back, so Richie just told you who is riding best. Standings might suggest otherwise. Jose Ortiz has more wins than his brother. For now, an update on the rider standings at Saratoga when we come back.
Tapit. His dominant reign as America's top stallion will leave an indelible mark on the breed, forging a legacy that will last forever. His impeccable resume includes a veritable roll call of champions. The only top 5 sire 10 of the past 11 years. Tapit, standing strong at Gainesway.
Resorts World Catskills, your closest casino resort experience, is so close. Stay the night and get your game on. Play live table games or thousands of slots. Resorts World Catskills.
Eclipse champion Blaine. Among sires with less than 10 crops, he has more Grade 1 winners than any stallion standing under $100,000, including Grade 1 winners Nadal, Marley's Freedom, Fault, Abscond, and French Classic winner Singa, plus these recent standout performers. With success on the track and with yearlings bringing up to $400,000, this proven son of Arch is truly a gold value stallion. Blaine, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Red. Ready to go for a ride, buddy? I'm gonna miss you, Red.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation provides the best equine research to treat the horses we love.
I missed you, old boy.
This is Saratoga Live. It's always brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We have a tape-delayed post-parade. For the 7th race, horses 1 through 5 scratched. There's Create again, currently 6-5 with Luis Saez.
Yeah, this is a horse that's making his first start for Peter Walder. Peter Walder in his career, 25% when a horse switches to his barn.
Nick Papa Giorgio, Vegas Vacation Hunch Play.
Yeah, horse has one good race in the wet. Facing tougher than he's been running against, though.
From Yuma in software, number 10, Mo Gotcha, 5-2. Richie's looking at me like I'm nuts.
This is a horse that has a dirt race where he was tactically involved in that race early, wire to wire. If ridden that way, I think this horse has a chance.
Zealous, make the rider Tyler Gaffley on.
You got to like this horse's record at Saratoga, 2 wins from 3 starts. Jimmy Bond already having a good meet like he did last year, following up on last year's success in Saratoga. But he is 0 for 4 on wet tracks, but 2 seconds, so he did handle it.
Zealous, go ahead.
My bad, Lafitte. This is one of those races that kind of reminds me of what we saw the other day in the Coaching Club American Oaks. When there's only 4 horses out there, it really becomes a rider's race. Your decisions are magnified. You got to make good ones. If you make a bad one, you're probably not going to win. It's tough, I would imagine.
And Create again out from behind the tree, Maggie. You found a 9-2 shot in the last 4-horse field we had about half an hour ago. What do you have for us here?
Not a 9-2 shot. As we first, though, I want to quickly touch on the fact, guys, that we will see Junior Alvarado off the rest of his mounts for the remainder of today. He only had 2 more, so the rider on the 3-horse in the next race, Amelia's Moon, will be Jose Lescano. We will get an update on the horse in the last race that he was meant to ride for Mercan Cantermasi. But taking a look at number 6, Create Again, he looks great shipping up here for trainer Peter Walder, but he was disappointing in his last race when he dropped in for the 25. But I suppose you could view it as a positive that Peter offers him up and basically almost doubles his claiming price up for the 40 and brings him up to Saratoga. He looks great. Great coat on him. Just really healthy, focused, everything you want to see in a horse. And I actually don't mind the turn back to the 7 furlongs for him. And he does have a win at the distance, and he has been effective. So don't forget that turf races at a mile, they go to 7/8 here. All 2-year-old races on the turf taken off, they go to 7/8. Anything above a mile, for older horses, they go to 1 mile and 1/8. But I'm going to take Zealous in here, the other MTO, as Lafitte, you said, ridden by Tyler Gaffalione here. I like the outside post. I like the fact that, yes, clean faces win races on days like this, and he doesn't have that much speed, but it feels like the other horses are going to go in here. They all have a bit of speed, and especially the horses that are a little bit more turf meant. So I'm hoping that Zealous gets that nice stalking trip behind, and yes, he's had a lot of stops and starts in his recent form, but today he's looked so much more fit than he has in those past efforts. So I think the Bond Barn, they're bringing their horses over here at Saratoga ready to run. Guys?
As they typically do, Maggie. And you saw our handicappers going in 3 separate directions. Is that where you would want to be in this race, where Tyler Gaffalione is? Zealous to the outside? Clean faces, win races?
Well, you know,
Day
yeah,
like this?
I do think, especially opportunity to see what's going on inside. I do think he can win it if Manny Franco puts him up on the pace.
Franco trying to win a second this afternoon. Zealous and Tyler Gaffalione. Start of the late pick 4. John Embrial standing by with the call.
And they're off. Mogacha is out for the early lead. Zealous on the outside, and Create Again now moves up down at the rail. Nick Papagiorgio is the early trailer in 4th as they move up the sloppy backstretch. And it is Mogacha with the lead here by a little more than a length. Create Again and Zealous, they're right together 2nd and 3rd, and then a break. Create Again and Zealous, they're right together 2nd and 3rd, and then a break of almost 4 lengths to Nick Papagiorgio, who is the trailer. The quarter went in 23 and 2. Mogacha by 1.5 lengths. Create Again down at the rail, and on the outside is Zealous. They remain together, chasing Mogacha into the far turn. Big break back to Nick Papagiorgio in 4th. Mogacha holding on to the lead here with Zealous on the outside, and in behind is the even money favorite, Create Again. It's Mogacha still there. Mogacha in front. Zealous is being asked for more. Create Again down at the rail. And Nick Papagiorgio. The field is in the stretch. It is Mogacha being urged on here, but here is Create Again drawing right alongside with a furlong to the finish. It is Mogacha who's holding on to the lead here over Create Again. Mogacha still in front. Create Again on the outside. They're coming down for the finish. And Mogacha won it by a length. Create Again was second. Big break back to Nick Papagiorgio and Zealous.
Second win on the afternoon, Manny Franco. He goes back-to-back. Second win for Grade 1 winning trainer Rob Atris. Mogacha, Richie. That the ride you wanted to see?
Yeah, aggressive handling. Put this horse on the lead. You said it. Clean faces, win races. A little bit of race riding going on. Turning for home. Create Again was in behind him. Looked like Luis Saez had a handful of horse. You're going to see Manny Franco kind of almost baiting him inside of him, leaving just enough room, but not quite enough. So making another rider, Luis Saez in this case, having to make a decision. See right there, kind of closed the gate a little bit on him. Luis Saez gets out here. He's got dead aim, Jonathan. just not good enough to get by.
The evidence of the kind of finisher that Manny Franco is, but Luis Saez is that type of finisher as well. So what gives in this unbelievably tough colony, but he looked loaded. The 6 for Peter Walder, great again, looked loaded on that turn. I thought he was going to run by him pretty easily, and he absolutely didn't.
And Maggie, Create Again ran at Mo Gotcha, and Mo Gotcha ran away from Create Again.
Well, some race riding, too, by Tyler Gaffleone aboard Zealous, who unfortunately didn't have any horse when it came to lane, but he did hold Create Again in there for a long time. And a great job by Manny Franco, because we saw Mo Gotcha when he turned for home, those big old ears of the Uncle Mo sire line were flipping back and forth. He was losing interest again. So when Create Again was able to switch out, it totally re-engaged this horse. And 2, I don't think you want to be trying to close on this track today. I think speed is where it's at. We did see Create Again swap back to his inside lead, indicating a bit of fatigue there. Mo Gotcha had so much left in the tank for Rob Actress to get another win on this card today, guys.
Barn going very, very well. Maggie, how much can the track on a day like this, fast early, the rain arrived, off and on throughout, now it's steady rain, how much can it change from hour to hour, race to race?
Oh, it could change quite a bit, especially when you're getting like a steady rain that we're kind of getting now. Water's going to seep in. Sometimes you get that hard rain, it kind of rolls off. This steady kind of, not very hard, but steady rain will really get a track saturated, and it can change. Different paths will be better than others.
Good news, it wasn't raining the other morning when Jonathan Kinchin made his way to the back stretch. Loose on the Saratoga backstretch once again. Jonathan Kinchin in his moving production studio. Brian Lynch, the Candle Kid, raised the bar last week. This week, no big deal. Just a man on the brink of history. Gainesway's Kart Talk is next.
Well done. Audible let loose on the outside to take the lead. Audible by 3. Hoffberg can't get him. Audible, no doubt about it. Audible on the inside turns away the challenge of Free Drop Belly. No confrontation at all. It's Audible to win the Holy Bull with style.
Audible on the outside races to the lead. Audible wins by 2.5.
Live money Saratoga contests are available online through Naira Bets every Saturday during the Saratoga meet. A $300 buy-in adds $200 to your contest account, while the $100 goes to the prize pool. Follow along with the races on Saratoga Live while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabet.com/contests.
Thanks for joining us here. No sloppy track blues for us in the winner's circle in Saratoga Live, as we are brought to you in part by Naira Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Well, completing his own rolling double, the guy to my left, Manny Franco. And Manny, we've seen you in back-to-back races, be very aggressive with both of your horses. And Mo Gotcha, he had the speed. He looked idle a little bit, like he got a little lost at the quarter pole.
Yeah, Maggie, he was a little bit lost, looking around everything. But at the same time, I was happy and confident because when the horse coming, I know I'm gonna get a horse to fight to the wire, and that's what he did.
Now, Manny, we saw you win the first grade 1 of the meet, the Diana Ward Altica, and I could not help but love your daughter in the winner's circle. Valentina, she was so cute. Does she love horses as much as you?
Man, she loves horses. Believe me, in Belmont, when the ponies are in the tuna, man, she like to pet them, and she wanna get on horses. I know that, but I don't know if I would let her, like.
She can go for trail rides.
Maybe.
Well, too, we'll see you in the future, the John Morrissey, and you'll be aboard My Boy Tate, who you've been on in the past for Michelle Nevin. What's the game plan? It does feel as though speed's awfully good on this wet track.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what Michelle told me, but I don't think we can be too far off the pace because the track is playing fast. So let's see how we race from there and take it from the break.
All right, I hope you have good luck, is completing a good day already. Congrats, though, with your first 2 winners.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Manny Franco, he's having a great meet so far, really picking things up. And as I said, Lafitte winning that first grade 1 of this Saratoga 2021 in the Diana aboard Altica, and some nice rides here in the last 2.
And what his daughter needs to do is guard Daddy's sunglasses that you've been eyeing for a while.
I saw Manny at the lake the other day. He had these sunglasses on. I'm going to see if I'm going to tell him if he wins a couple more grade 1s, maybe he'll let me have them. But in all seriousness, I root for Manny like crazy. Him and his agent, Angel Cordero, an absolute legend. I'd love to see those guys win together.
Well, having Angel Cordero as your agent, he's not just your agent, he's also your coach. Be kind of like Tom Brady coaching the next up-and-coming quarterback.
Not an exaggeration. All the success with John Velasquez all those years, Manny Franco riding well here at Saratoga, that team with Cordero, Franco, Mo Gotcha, 670 over Create Again, Nick Papagiorgio in race number 7 on a very wet Thursday at the Spa. What we've seen thus far, considering the small fields, Jonathan, that's pretty good.
Oh, absolutely. When you're beating the favorites in small fields, it's coming back better than you think it is. So if you're alive right now, you got a chance.
Feel good about it.
Yeah.
Turn the page, race 8, $80,000 allowance, optional claimer, 6.5 furlong sprint. No defections, nice big field there. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older. The entry is favored. Secondary market, motivated seller, 2 for 1. You're getting 7 to 5. Well, it's that time of week again. JK rolling the backstretch at Saratoga, hanging out with A-listers. This time with a man on the brink of history, the man who's about to become the leading trainer all time in North America. So naturally, what's the first question about? Dude's hair.
Steve, I get a lot of attention around the racetrack for my hair, but to be fair, you definitely have the most famous hair in racing.
I met you and I had to give up and cut mine off. I was so intimidated, but most of the time I keep my hair. It's out of superstitions. Things are going so well. I don't want to change anything, so.
Whenever I'm having a bad day, I go to YouTube and I watch Rachel's Woodward. Just one of the most phenomenal races I've ever seen.
She was a Pegasus. She just, I can remember watching her work here on the Oklahoma training track, and it almost looked like she'd levitate. It almost looked like she'd come off the ground. She was such a smooth mover. Going into the Woodward with her here, 3-year-old filly, coming off the Haskell win, taking on older males as a 3-year-old filly, and she was tackled early, and Durkin's just, what an amazing race call by an amazing track announcer.
Rachel Alexandra, Macho again. They're counting down to the finish. It's going to be desperately close. Here's the wire. Rachel won. She is indeed Rachel Alexandra the Great.
I remember trying to do the interview in the winner's circle after the race, and Rachel herself, she's walking down the racetrack on her way to the test barn, and it's the people as they just crowded the rail as she went down. It was what a beautiful memory that is.
I think maybe some newer fans to the game would be a little bit shocked at the fact that you haven't ever won the Kentucky Derby. It's shocking to me as well.
I'm into records, right? So 0 for 23 being the record, not, not the one that you want, but the one that you have. With the opportunities that we're given, we should win it. To think that I've had Curlin and Gunrunner beaten in the race is surprising to say the least. But we'll get it figured out, and there's one in our future, and it'll just be all that much more special when we get it done.
Steve, you mentioned your family and how important your family is, and being in a racing family. And what was it like with Superstock this year and winning that Arkansas Derby for your family?
It was extremely emotional and an unbelievable blessing. During the pandemic, Keith, my oldest son, able to gallop for us at the barn, and if not for him galloping, at the time, Superstock most likely would have been sold in an in-training sale as a 2-year-old. He had breezed him one morning and asked his grandfather if he could ride him in the afternoon, and then he won a stake with Keith, my son, for my father, Keith. How does it get any better than that? And then, as you mentioned, the Arkansas Derby this year, my parents being part owners, with Irv Woolsey and horse winning a Grade 1, the whole family there, having that moment to share, what a great feeling it was.
It feels like it's a foregone conclusion. I don't want to mush you here, but it seems like you're going to eventually become the winningest trainer in the history of North American racing. At what point of your career did you say, this is actually a possibility?
It's been a target of ours for a long time, and I just very much want to be the all-time leading trainer. You grow up in a racing family, and you take out your trainer's license. It's to compete, and we expect to get it and then to add to it soon after that.
I got to tell you selfishly, I'm hoping that it happens here.
At this point, I'm wanting it to happen. I'm not going to get too choosy about the win and the wear. Just get to winning, we got to get to winning.
Owners out there, let Steve drop a horse here so he can break the record here at Saratoga.
Well, I don't have any up here that I'm wanting to move along, so I think they're going to have to win in the spots they belong in, and that's what we plan on doing.
Well, good luck. We're rooting for you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Great stuff. JK, Steve Asmussen. Card Talk brought to you by Gainesway Farm, home of Tappet, sire of 4 Belmont Stakes winners. JK, what was your biggest takeaway from the time you spent with Steve Asmussen?
Just how thoughtful he is. It kind of makes sense that he's about to be the most successful trainer in North America. Just paying attention to detail. Obviously, that's an important part with Bill Belichick. It's all those details. And when he started talking through some of the horses, we talked a little bit about Matoli off air, Curlin off air, Gunrunner. It's just the details that he remembered. It was an indication of why he's had the success he has.
I was impressed. You went with the Derby stat there. You're like 0 for 23. When's it going to happen? The question about this record, when that's going to happen, Steve Asmussen about to become North America's all-time leading trainer. These are the numbers up to date. Steve Asmussen, the countdown here, the march towards that number, 9,445. Richie's been saying since last winter he'd probably get there around Saratoga, and here we are. Asmussen just 9 wins shy of becoming North America's all-time leading trainer. Richie, could you lend perspective to what this record, what this will mean?
No, it's just incredible. I mean, to get to that lofty a number, but not just with cheaper horses, lower level horses, from $5,000 claimers to champions, Grade 1 winners, Rachel Alexandra's, Curlin's. It's phenomenal, most well-rounded stable. Now, doing the math starting last winter, he's been averaging 51 winners a month consistently. That's phenomenal. It's an incredible number.
Astronomical.
No, it's something special, and we talked about it before. I was watching TV in a restaurant. I saw Steve Asmussen on the end of his shank, in shorts, at Lone Star Park on a Wednesday. He's about to be the winningest trainer of all time, and he's on the end of a shank, a job that is reserved for the grooms. It's unbelievable.
Well, but that's how he started, too. His family, incredible horse people. His mom, his dad, his brother, Cash. if you didn't notice, he's missing a thumb because when he was a little kid, he was hot walking a horse and he had a whole horse. He wasn't allowed in the receiving barn or the test barn, and he had the shank and it wrapped around his finger and the horse pulled back and took his thumb with it.
His start is today. I did think JK could have twisted his arm a little bit farther for our good employers here at the New York Racing Association, wanting to see Steve Asmussen pictured reach that mark, break that mark, about to become North America's all-time leading trainer. And yeah, maybe he can do so with that guy. Regal Retort, major player in the upcoming 8th race. Much more coming up on Saratoga Live.
The Run Happies keep winning. What a day at Belmont Park when a pair of Run Happies crushed the competition. TDN Rising Star Following Sea delivered yet another emphatic performance, sailing down the stretch to win by 6.5 lengths. Then 2-year-old filly Happy Soul soared to victory, winning the Astoria Stakes by a whopping 11.5 lengths. Price for success of just $10,000, called Bernie Sams, and book your mare to Run Happy, standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program because New York breds start with an advantage. New York breds run for serious green. At Belmont and Saratoga, New York bred maidens run for up to $75,000 and allowance horses for up to $85,000. And serious New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race in open company. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Come and get Army Mule, who's pulling away by 5 and finishing fast. Army Mule, ultra impressive in the Cartery flew home. Won it by 6.
A 10 down 20 here. We can hold on the done to 21, 210,000.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Great to have you with us on Saratoga Live. As always, coverage brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. Horses in the paddock for the 8th. Field updated odds, $80,000 allowance, optional claimer, 6.5 furlongs on a sloppy track. 6-5 the entry, secondary market, motivated seller. Let's go ahead and start with secondary market. Pictured. Other half of the dangerous Seth Klarman, Chad Brown entry, like motivated seller, buy into mischief. This is her last win right here last summer, day after the Travers. Secondary market, operating in very tight quarters at the top of the stretch.
Yeah, she was really good as a 2-year-old. Had that big performance and then had to take some time off, and then this was her comeback from some time off. Horses don't typically run this good coming in off of layoffs, unless, of course, they're trained by Chad Brown.
Yeah, and I like the courage she showed. Like you said, Lippy, coming through fairly tight quarters when she started there, no hesitation in her, like a horse that has that kind of courage.
Secondary market would follow up that win with a 4th place finish in the Grade 2 prior is closing weekend. Over to Maggie for this Race 8 Paddock Report, brought to you by My Racehorse. Maggie.
And Lafitte, both of these Chad Brown horses look very similar on paper. I mean, they're coupled in the entries, to say the least, and they're both by Into Mischief. They're both making their 4-year-old bows, and really, you know, they've run in graded stakes, and they have run similar numbers. But for me, I much prefer the looks of secondary market in here. And watching her work, which was actually 3 back on July 11th on XBTV, she was working on the inside of Royal Flag, who won the Choux Vee here last Sunday. And for me, secondary market, which albeit is a little bit more typical of sprinters versus routers, was very hard on the bridle. Down on the inside, she galloped out better than Royal Flag. She was moving like a cat, just so effortless, skipping over the surface, and she comes in here incredibly well muscled. I mean, her hind end just looks like it's made of cinder blocks. she is sharp, and I hope she doesn't do a little too much prior to the race, and she's not as of yet, but she looks ready for a tussle out on the racetrack, and I like the fact that hopefully with that sharpness, we could see her be forwardly placed here in this field. Now her coupled stablemate, the 1A Motivated Seller, she's fine. She doesn't look quite as fit and fine-tuned as her stablemate, and watching her work 3 back on July 10th, she was by herself and she kind of had her ears pricked the whole time, kind of wondering, where's my competition? Going fine enough, but not as well, I think, at least in those 2 morning workouts when you compare the two, then secondary market. So for me, it's about the plain one in this field. But number 6 is Regal Retort. I don't know how she deals with the going today because, like we said earlier, I think you do want to be forwardly placed in here. She did get a good trip last time out, stalking behind the early leader. She did have to wait for room at the 3/16 pole, and when she switched out, she ran on, but she can never reel in Jungle Juice. She looks great, though, in the paddock, really carrying great flesh to her. She's a very laid-back sort, which, you know, I kind of wish she wasn't today. I wish she was a little bit more engaged here, just because I think the lack of her early pace does hurt her here for Steve Asmussen. And then there's number 9, Anna's Fast, and she is, being a daughter of Fast Anna. And if anything, when I saw her 2 back and she won that day, as she's rattled off 2 consecutive victories, I didn't think she looked quite as fit as what she does today, as now Rob Atras, who's seeking his 3rd win on this card, takes over training. She looks great. She's improved. And it might be just because she's been able to pair up races back to back to back, but she looks like, at least from my vantage point, the main threat to your favored entry here, Lafitte.
Rob Atras, Barn, Maggie, going like it's his birthday this afternoon. Couple of wins thus far. Had that big coaching Club American Oaks win last Saturday. Maracuja, Anna's Fast. Let's get back to Motivated Seller, part of the Seth Klarman-owned, Chad Brown-trained entry. 4-year-old debut today. That's her race prior to the La Brea guys. Fort Springs on the undercard of the Breeders' Cup at Keeneland. Motivated Seller mixing it up there with Marini. Very good filly.
Yeah, she ran extremely well this day, and like you mentioned, the La Brea, the Grade 1 race on the day after Christmas out in Santa Anita, a big race for 3-year-olds going 7/8. The fact that Chad put her on a plane to take her out there, and then looking at this speed figure that she got as well, she was obviously a quality animal, and that's why this race is so tricky to me, because secondary market and Motivated Seller, they would both be the favorite if they were in here by themselves, and now you're getting both of them. And all signs point to both of them are going to run well. They actually worked together last time in the workout report, and just to make it a little bit easier, they didn't separate them in the workout. It was just basically they were right there, heads up with each other. So I think the winner is going to come from this entry, and I think that this 3 to 5 makes a lot more sense than the 2 to 5 we saw in the entry the race prior.
Powerful entry, 2 for 1, getting 3 to 5. The legendary late great Harvey Pack, however, would always point out one of his rules, his 10 commandments of handicapping: you don't ever bet a favorite trying something for the first time, something they have never done. Secondary market has never raced on a wet track. Motivated Seller never raced on a wet track.
Of course, it's a moment to question, but they are by into mischief. They got a trainer.
Oh yeah,
that you know, he has a pretty good handle on what his horses are capable of. And just getting back quickly to what Jonathan said about they train together. They're not trying to beat each other in the morning. They're working together, trying to, you know, achieve their optimum fitness. It would be like me and you going for a run in the morning. We're not trying to beat each other. We're trying to kind of elevate each other, keep each other going, keep each other motivated.
I would try to beat you, Richie, if we ran. I probably wouldn't go well, but I would at least try to see if I get that competitive thing going out of you.
You'd have me right now. I get this boot on. I can't. Yes.
You're a little banged up right now.
Yeah,
if you were ever going to beat him, it would be now.
I stay up late, so it's basically a wash.
Okay.
8th race horses in the paddock. Riders up in the post parade shortly. Still have the feature, John Morrissey. And if you haven't signed up just yet, what are you waiting for? Join Naira Bets today and play all the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code SPA200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match. After the first deposit, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Maggie was mentioning that, and you had mentioned earlier, on this particular track, the wet race track, you know, it is dirt racing. Typically, the spoils go to the quickest, the swiftest. Have you noticed a one way or the other, any track trends as the afternoon has continued in the main track races that we've watched?
Well, I think we could say with certainty, Jonathan, that being forwardly placed, being up either on the lead or close to the lead is an advantage. You're not having to deal with kickback. I think it also signifies that a horse is handling the track immediately, where maybe a horse isn't showing as much speed because they're just not handling the going as well.
No, I think that's absolutely true. I always look out there to see if I can find the tractor marks. I know, Richie, you probably hopped on a few of those in your day.
Yeah, you always want to get where the track's a little bit more compressed, and I learned that trick from the great George Velasquez early on. I'd watch him. Why's he heading there? Oh, he's on the tire track.
The difference between, again, going back to that race with your buddy, where you're on the water right by the shore, nice and firm, as opposed to your buddy running where it's a little bit deeper, more difficult to get your traction.
That's how Jonathan can beat me.
The combination of that and the boot, you might have a shot. Post parade for the 8th race here, $80,000 allowance optional claimer, fillies and mares. Sprinting 6.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and older, that entry, 3 to 5. We start with secondary market. Javier Castellano in the Klarovich red and white for Chad Brown.
Very good filly coming off a layoff for a trainer that does not seem to be encumbered by layoffs. Gets his horses very fit.
They do look imposing. Motivated Seller.
Another one, just nice form last year. Comes back as a 4-year-old. Nice impression on the racetrack.
Royal Megan, Saddle Towel 2 will break from the rail.
Yeah, the speed figures are a little bit light, and I worry this one won't clear from the inside.
Number 3, Amelia's Moon, exclusively raced in Peru, lightly raced 5-year-old Kentucky-bred mare.
Yeah, really kind of find this one interesting. Half to Helium, who was on the Derby trail, actually ran in the Derby. This horse's dam started a career in Peru, was grade 1 placed, and came here to be a stake winner. This one's a grade 1 winner, 2-year layoff, though.
Mott looking for that first win on his birthday. There's Finding Fame, an outsider.
Another one with some nice pedigree, and I think we'll probably appreciate the off-going.
Stand for the flag. Atris seeking a third.
Yeah, turn back in distance and probably going to get outfooted here. Not the way the track's playing.
Regal Retort primed to move. Steve Asmussen, 1 win closer.
I'm hoping Regal Retort can make Cart Talk like a good luck thing where people are asking to do it. We don't have to ask anymore.
Malibu
Mischief, like you have to twist arms. A quick mare, owned and trained by Rudy Rodriguez.
I love her record at Saratoga. 4 wins, 2 seconds. 2 wins, a second and a third, and win at 3 wins on a wet track. Excuse me. I think she's interesting, maybe not good enough.
Kansas Kiss on her toes.
Yeah, the 8 horses have been acting a little naughty today, haven't they? This is a horse that feels like a turf horse, but they say sometimes that turf horses can handle the sloppy racetrack, that in and out motion with their action.
The explanation on the mechanics. That was impressive.
I've been hanging out with Richie Migliori a little bit.
Richie passing notes. Anna's fast on the outside. Quick, and his Maggie referee, sharp. She's rattled off 2 straight.
Yeah, in sharp form, goes from one good trainer to another good trainer who's having a terrific meet, gets Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez, who got off to a slow start here, but you watch his turf ride earlier in the day.
Sensational.
As good as it gets. That shows you a guy is still riding with confidence.
Velasquez seeking a second. Atris 2 in here, seeking a third on the afternoon. The field for the 8th of 10 at Saratoga. Post time in 3 minutes. Updated standings as you look at the Chad Brown trained fillies. Secondary market. Motivated Seller. Mike Maker the last couple of days in the meet he's having. 3 clear of Chad Brown, Brad Cox, Todd Fletcher.
A little bit surprising. Not that Mike Maker isn't a terrific horse trainer.
One of the best.
Know that, but we've gotten so used to seeing Chad Brown and/or Todd Fletcher on top of it. But Saratoga's 40 days now. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
If I'm not mistaken, I feel like Maker jumped out early last year too. And then obviously Chad and Todd are going to get him by numbers. But I think it says a lot about Mike Maker, who is very heavily involved in the claiming game, where he picks up horses and he brings them here and he wins with them here. And I think Michael Maker does a phenomenal job, and we'll see. Obviously, I think the numbers will probably get him in the long run with Chad and Todd.
Just volume.
Just volume. They just have a lot of really good horses that fit a lot of different conditions. And the other thing is that Maker's 9 wins now. Those horses have lost those conditions.
Sure.
So they're not going to be able to find softer spots. They're going to have to find tougher spots.
Mike Maker would get an A+ in the first quarter progress report, Maggie. So many world-class trainers. Hall of Famer Shug McGahee, represented by Finding Fame at a price.
Yeah, JK said it. She's going to be effective on this wet track. You look at her physically, she represents everything that I look for in wet track horses. You know, she's a little bit lighter framed. She has that small hoof, and the way she kind of strides out, she's very light on her feet. And this track has gotten a lot of water in it, and it's a little bit tackier than a track that, you know, they've had a hard sealing all night, and maybe you get that rain early and it's on the drying out scale. You know, that's a really tight, kind of bouncy type of wet track. This is a tacky wet track. This is tiring. That's why we're seeing horses having trouble close. Now, she isn't one that has that much early speed, so that might hurt her, but I do think she's one that's going to at least handle the going. One that does have early speed is number 7, Malibu Mischief, and it'll be interesting to see who finds the lead first. I do believe it's between the 7 and 9, but Malibu Mischief, she's on the inside. She does have Louis Saez aboard, who took her immediately away from the pony and gave her a great warm-up. And Rudy Rodriguez has done a great job with her. I mean, too, she's a mare who's won 11 of 28 starts. She's winning more than a third of her career lifetime starts. She knows how to win races. And those horses, I don't care what level they're running at, they're often dangerous, Lafitte.
What a career, Maggie. Malibu Mischief, the 5-year-old mare by 2-time Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner. Golden Sense, the number she pointed out, 11-time winner. And Louis Saez in the saddle, 9-1 currently. Aside from warming the horses up, Maggie referenced the track a little bit more tiring. You mentioned the tire tracks, trying to find the firm footing in that warm-up. Is there some navigation out there trying to find that better footing?
I think you're always paying attention to that. At least if you're on your game, you're always looking for some little edge. You want to find the best part of the track. Like you said, the part of the beach where you're going to run over the top of the ground a bit more.
Richie, how quickly when you're out there can you tell I'm going to win or I'm in trouble on a sloppy racetrack?
You usually know pretty early. You know, horses that handle it, they kind of run over the top of the ground. You don't feel them kind of bogging down in it. They kind of skip over it.
What does it feel like when they're not handling?
It feels sloppy, and the horses themselves feel heavier. You're feeling like you have to keep the bit in their mouth and constantly helping them kind of keep their balance. You get much more tired riding horses that don't handle the ground than you do riding horses that are handling it.
That's the question for the favorite entry. Secondary market, Motivated Seller. Neither have raced on a wet track. They're about to. It's post time for the 8th race on a Thursday. From Saratoga, here's John Embrial.
They're all in. And they're off. Hesitant start for number 4, Finding Fame, and she trails the field. Out first is Motivated Seller. In between horses is Malibu Mischief, and on the outside, Anna's Fast. So 3 of them heads apart for the lead. They've got 2.5 lengths on Secondary Market, who runs in 4th. Then it is Amelia's Moon in 5th. On the inside is Royal Megan, next in 6th. And then comes Regal Retort, who's running in 7th. Stand for the Flag is 8th. At the back are Kansas Kiss and Finding Fame. And the quarter, 21 3/5 seconds over this off track. Motivated Seller has the lead here, and Motivated Seller is now in front by 2 lengths. Anna's Fast on the outside. Malibu Mischief down towards the rail. Secondary Market begins to pick it up now on the outside. And then comes Regal Retort, followed by Amelia's Moon down towards the rail. The half in 44 3/5 seconds. And it is Motivated Seller in front. Regal Retort continues to gain on the outside. And then comes a Secondary Market. On the far outside is Finding Fame, who had that problem at the start. Here is Regal Retort now to take the lead. Finding Fame driving on the outside. They come for the finish. Regal Retort is the winner. Finding Fame was second. Motivated Seller faded to third. The final time was 1 minute, 17 seconds.
Regal Retort driving finish in this 8th race at Saratoga. Ricardo Santana winning pilot. Trainer Steve Asmussen 1 win closer to becoming North America's all-time leading conditioner.
This is the first time I've ever have used this route. There's a lot of different routes when you're betting on horses when they're coming down the stretch. That one was do it for cart talk. Do it for cart talk, Ricardo.
At 8-1.
There we go.
Fast, torrid. Early fractions here, Richie. 6-4-1. Top of the stretch here. secondary market. Motivated Seller. She'd carved out those early fractions, broke sharp, but that pace is going to catch up to her right about here.
Yeah, and we talked so much about speed being good. I still think speed is good, but they just went a bit too fast, not enough left to hold off this daughter of Jimmy Creed, who gets 17% winners in off racetracks.
It feels like this happens late in days when there's a bias or you want to be forward. Everyone in the room starts trying to get to the front because they think they can't go too fast, and then this happens because the 6A and the 4 both came from out of it. The race completely fell apart. Motivated Seller ran absolutely huge in this race to stick around. She'll win big races moving forward, but obviously when the pace falls apart, the 6 Regal Retort picked them up from Ricardo Santana and Steve Asmussen.
Big smile, Steve Asmussen. Regal Retort, a little brush when she went by. Motivated Seller, Regal Retort, Maggie, that wicked late kick and beautifully timed ride from Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, Ricardo's just really riding lights out here, and we'll see these two fillies come together just a bit here, and we'll see Regal Retort switch back to her inside lead just there. I think it was kind of evens, you know, one drifting out slightly, one drifting in slightly, so I don't think we'll see any sort of inquiry or objection here, but the pace just really taking a toll. But I mean, how about it? We are on the cusp of history here with Steve Asmussen closing in on breaking Dale Bear's all-time leading training record here in North America. And I think too, you know, what JK said was so right about Steve, that he is so thoughtful, but also the team behind him that's led him to these victories. You see longtime assistant Scott Blasi standing right in front of him. Also his New York-based assistant Toby Sheets, his Midwest-based assistant Darren Fleming. They have been with him for so long, and it's such a kind of family experience. We see his wife Julie there too. So it takes an empire to win that many races, guys.
I'm really glad you brought that up, Maggie. Not about one man. The team, the operation, the assistants, so much talent. And I hope, Richie, this story garners the attention it deserves. Outside the industry, truly an astonishing achievement, Steve Asmussen in his march towards history.
It is. It's incredible. And the fact that he can average 51 winners a month and win from Saratoga to Lone Star in Texas or wherever it may be, you know, it does speak volumes to the team. And you're watching that head on, you could see that it actually was the 1A Motivated Seller coming out into the winner Regal Retort. And I misspoke a moment ago. Jimmy Creed, 21% winners on off-race tracks.
Oh, now you tell us. Thanks for that. 8-1, the Card Talk Karma.
Just saying, my phone's blowing up.
Steve Asmussen, victory here, one step closer towards becoming North America's all-time leading trainer. We still have the feature coming up. Horses on the way over for the John Morrissey. What do you think now? Very tepid, 3-1 morning line favorite. Wide open edition of the John Morrissey. Much more on the man, John Morrissey, and the race. Next.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 6 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include graded stakes winner Plum
But
Ali,
it's going to be Plum Ali, and she's now 3 for 3.
Sharp Samurai, international stars Shivaji and Birdie Queen, plus these standout performers. In the ring, his yearlings sold up to $260,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This season, make Friday nights Monmouth Park nights. Live racing starts at 5 p.m. every Friday, featuring big fields and six-figure pools. Unwind from a long week and kick your weekend off early. Take advantage of ample opportunities to pad your weekend bankroll. Fridays start at 5 at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, check out americasbestracing.net today. Please be joined here in the winner's circle with the man about to make history in the world of horse racing here in North America, Steve Asmussen, Hall of Famer, bringing Regal Retort to the winner's circle. And first, let's talk about her, Steve. You know, the track, I'm sure, had you a little bit concerned, given the fact it seemed as though speed was holding throughout the day. But she had some torrid fractions to close into. It seems as though she's in very good form right now, though.
Philly's doing better than she ever has. The racetrack, she's handled off tracks before. She's very blue collar. She won't make any excuses. I think that the early fractions, 21 and change, they're going plenty fast enough for her to set up. Ricky knows her real well, gave her a very good timed ride, and obviously very fortunate for her to win a good race.
And we'll see you geared up this weekend for stakes action with Jackie's Warrior, a horse that unfortunately had a bit of a trouble beginning last time out in the Woody, Steve, and you'll bring him this Sunday to the Amsterdam. What can we expect? I mean, is that something that you have to revisit as far as getting out of the gate?
Well, it's obviously a little bit of a concern and stuff, but Jackie's Warriors 2 races last year in the Saratoga Special and the Hopeful. We've just always been very excited to bring him back here.
We'll also see Silver State, the Met Mile winner, coming up in the Whitney next weekend. 1 1/8 back out to 2 turns. He seems as though he's a horse who can handle anything you throw at him.
Very confident horse. Really, watching his races, he knows where the wire is and plans on getting up. Love how he looks in preparation going into it. Nothing but respect for a field that obviously has the best older horses in the country in it, but we're very lucky to have Silver State to run in it.
I can't wait to see him. Steve, 8 away. Do you have like a tally and you're hanging up in your office?
Well, it doesn't need to be hanging up anywhere. We're well aware. We're well aware of how many are to go. Right now, I think we're just taking our time with it so we can savor it. We're just obviously very proud of it, and want to have off to a good start here at Saratoga and stuff. It'd be great to have it done here with the whole family.
Oh, that it would, Steve. We are watching very closely, wishing you the best of luck, but congrats here with Regal Retort.
Thank you very much.
All right, Steve Asmussen, Hall of Famer, and just you can tell that he's beaming with joy that his stable has gotten to this point. And I remember starting the year, guys, and thinking, is he going to be able to get there? He was 100 or a couple hundred away, and boy, he's gotten there so quick that he's about to do it here at Saratoga in the next few weeks.
Hope we get a chance to see it here, Maggie. Regal Retort and that victory, 8 shy now of Dale Baird's all-time record. Can you explain how these countdown situations aren't always fun and games for horsemen?
Well, I think the anticipation of a milestone, any milestone, whether it's a 1,000th win, 5,000th win, or all-time leader, the anticipation is going to be in your head, and you're going to have some, tension about it. With trainers, it's a little different than jockeys. I think sometimes jockeys maybe get to pressing coming to that and almost slow the process down a little. Trainer, he basically gets the horse ready, and he's got to turn the keys of the car over to the jockey. So it's not going to play as much of a factor. This is inevitable. Guy wins too many races. It's going to happen. We hope for us in the storyline that it happens right here. And it would be, to me, the right thing to happen in Saratoga. This is where the Racing Museum is. This is the mecca for thoroughbred racing. There's so much history that we'd like to see this chapter written here.
8 shy of that all-time mark. North American trainer Steve Asmussen. That pick 5, the follow along. And by the way, JK, you're getting text messages and requests now for Cart Talk. Trainers realize we only do it once a week, right?
Yeah, I got a message. Any shot I can get on Cart Talk before tomorrow's first race.
You don't want to give up the trainer's identity?
No, because I'm not gonna make the same mistake I made with Jonathan Thomas. I'm gonna find out if I need to bet this horse. So I'll let you know.
Get something in return. It drives a hard bargain.
Lafitte, we would be remiss not to talk about the 4 finding fame in the last race after that terrible beginning. She kind of popped up at the break. That she may have been best the way things played out.
8 down, 2 left. We have the John Morrissey coming up next, and a story time with Uncle Mig. Touched on John Morrissey at the top of the show. One of the co-founders of Saratoga, etc. What about some of his other hobbies, what he would do in his downtime?
Well, originally he was a bare-knuckle boxer, ultimately becoming the champion of the world, defeating Yankee Sullivan in the 37th round at a place called Boston Corners, only about a half hour from where I live now. and at the time was part of Massachusetts. Now it's part of New York. Became a politician, was a congressman, was one of the founders, owned casinos. Really an incredibly colorful character. His the character in Gangs of New York, was actually, I can't remember the name of the character in the movie, but he was a politician who Bill the Butcher actually wound up slaying in the movie. In reality, it was the other way around in real life, but he was never convicted of that crime. And I think it's absolutely fitting that this race is named for him. Saratoga Racecourse, in part because of him, and Barry Schwartz, who was chairman of New York Racing at the time, said, you know what, I read the history of this guy. He was an important and colorful character in New York history and racing. We have to have a race named for him, so.
How many rounds?
37 rounds.
Like at what point do you stop the fight?
It actually would go until somebody was done, and they had to be down for 20 to 30 seconds before being counted out. So they gave guys a little bit of time. Now, the way the story goes is Yankee Sullivan actually thought he had won the fight and left the ring and didn't get back before the 30 count, and that's how Morrissey won the fight. But regardless, he won. So
37 rounds.
Yeah.
Incredible. And for that reason, we honor his legacy today at Saratoga, John Morrissey, for so many reasons. And this race, only one defection, running with scissors, 3-year-olds and older, 6.5 furlongs, New York breds, wide open, post time in 18 minutes. And by the way, this is just the second of 8 stakes races this week at Saratoga. Tomorrow, the Curlin, Travers Prep, 3 graded stakes races on Saturday, Jim Dandy, Essential Quality, much more on the Vanderbilt. In a moment, Grade 2 Bowling Green, and on Sunday, Grade 2 Amsterdam for 3-year-old sprinters, Jackie's Warrior, Steve Asmussen, drain the clock to lock horns. But the Vanderbilt is this weekend's lone Grade 1 event as we take you inside the numbers of this historic Grade 1 Alfred G. Vanderbilt, one of the most prestigious sprint races in the country, 36 years of history. So who was the quickest of the quick? The little rocket ship 2 years ago, Imperial Hint, whistling 6 furlongs in 107.92. All kinds of love for Imperial Hint, and rightfully so. One of only 2 horses who've won multiple editions of the Vanderbilt, Cognizant the other in the mid-80s. Most wins by an owner, 3. Shadwell Farm, the most recent, Intadab in 1999, and Abraj in 2008. Most wins by a trainer, the record is 3, by 3 of the very best. The coach, the chief / giant killer / horse whisperer, and the trainer on the brink of history. Most wins by a jockey, 4 wins by a pair of Hall of Famers, Pat Day, and the rider who had the pleasure of guiding Imperial Hint, Javier Castellano. The Vanderbilt Breeders' Cup Sprint Parlay, not easily done. Only 2 have done it. Orientate 2002, Speightstown 2004. Jerry Bailey checking the rearview mirror. Orientate, nobody coming. And Vanderbilt Winners Crown Champion, the same pair. Only those 2, Orientate and Speightstown. Vanderbilt winning Eclipse Award champion sprinters, the Alfred G. Vanderbilt. By the numbers, Richie, you know exactly what it feels like to win this particular race. What comes to mind?
Well, just named for a great man that meant so much to racing, Alfred Vanderbilt. I won it on Royal Haven. Terrific horse, hard-knocking claimer that became a stake horse over time for trainer Gaspar Moschera. But he ran pretty fast this day, too. Came from just off the pace. I was lurking in behind horses there. J.K. tipped out and kind of knew right here I was going to get there, riding fairly confident. He was a horse that when he would hit the front, he'd get to pulling up, so you didn't want to get the lead before the 8th pole. He would definitely wait on competition, set him down. He was all there for me, but I was happy about it because Mr. Vanderbilt meant so much to me and so much to racing. President and owner of Pimlico when he was 20 years old.
20.
Yeah, he was, chairman of the president of Belmont Park. He owned, 4 champions, including Native Dancer. His mother was heir to the Bromo-Seltzer fortune. Her father invented Bromo-Seltzer. His father, obviously, with the railroads. But on a personal note, I used to ride first call for Alfred Vanderbilt when Rick Violet was his trainer. And I got hurt very badly. It was the first time I had a bad injury. He was so worried about my mental well-being that he would send a car to my house 2 or 3 days a week and bring me to his estate in Mill Neck to have lunch with him and keep my spirits up. And taught me how to play chess, and we'd watch the old 8mm reel-to-reel of Native Dancer and horses. So an incredible human being, and also he was a war hero. People might not know that. He served in the Navy. He won the Silver Star. An incredible human being.
For everything we thought we knew about Alfred G. Vanderbilt and the Vanderbilt name, the history, the influence on the sport, for me anyhow, after hearing that story, that's the first thing. That's the first thing that'll come to mind. moving forward. And this Grade 1 event on Saturday, the Vanderbilt terrific field with Whitmore and some of the top sprinters in North America in Saturday's Grade 1 Vanderbilt. When we return, much more on this John Morrissey, trainer Michelle Nevin, represented by a pair of contenders, My Boy Tate, Our Last Buck. Michelle Nevin, if you ask, she'll tell you only one way to prove yourself in this sport, winning. Stay tuned.
This gleaming chestnut wins by 6 on debut, with the promise of bigger things to come. Justify, he's on a dizzying ascent to greatness.
What do you do when the experts compare you to legends?
Justify has won the Kentucky Derby. He's unstoppable. He won the Preakness. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
You justify it.
Considering horse ownership? Get off the bench and get in the game. We have one goal. Make racehorse ownership a slam dunk.
It's Maxim Rate close to home. Maxim Rate has won the game lead.
A terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to drain the clock by a head.
Slam Dunk Racing. Come win with us.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster. Matoli wins the sprint. Oh, what a horse he is. Matoli, he did it again. Wins the mid-mile.
The only thing to be better than one Matoli is a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Fargo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Nominate.
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 Nominate now.
Nominate now.
Don't miss out. Nominate today.
Nomina hoy para los premios de la industria.
Nominate now.
To nominate your employees today.
Who are your unsung heroes?
What are you waiting for? Why haven't you nominated yet?
Very wet Saratoga Racecourse. Welcome back, everyone. Gearing up for the featured event, post time 12 minutes for the John Morrissey. As mentioned, trainer Michelle Nevin is running two contenders here in My Boy Tate and Our Last Buck. Nevin, who is an accomplished, terrific trainer, a Grade 1 winning trainer here at Saratoga. Her roots in the sport are deep. She was born into the sport, as she explains in this installment of Longines, Women of Racing.
My whole family pretty much works in racing. My grandfather was a trainer, my dad was a jockey and a trainer, and his brother's the same. So yeah, I've been around horses since I was a little kid. That's really how you learn about racing, is being there and just experiencing it. Nobody can really tell you how to do it. It's just you seeing and feeling things, and that's how you try to figure it out. All that experience it's a little bit of everything that you're trying to put together and see what works for you and your horse. And that's the one thing I learned from the trainers that I work for is, you know, pay attention to your horse. I always want them to be content, to be confident in the people that are around them, not to be afraid. So they get a lot of attention, they get a lot of candies, they're very spoiled. But that's the one thing, is you want to see a nice, content, relaxed horse, not somebody who's hiding in his stall, worried about something. The only way you can prove yourself in racing is winning. And that's, you know, constantly trying to put your horses in the right races, in the right spots.
By the Moon, Highway Star down to the wire, together in the ballerina, By the Moon!
That was an amazing experience for me. It was just great that it worked out so well. And to win a stake is so difficult. And for her to win 2 Grade 1s was just huge, you know. It was special. We've had a good couple of years. Hopefully we can keep that going. That'd be nice.
Longines, Women of Racing trainer Michelle Nevin. Only way to prove yourself in racing is winning, and she has a chance to win a stakes race here at Saratoga. 2 of them. Number 3, My Boy Tate, And number 4, in Our Last Buck, with horses in the paddock circling about 9 minutes out to this John Morrissey $100,000 purse. We check in with Maggie, standing by with this paddock report.
Lafitte, thank you. And we'll take a look at both of Michelle's runners who are coming back off respective layoffs. We'll begin with number 3, My Boy Tate. And sometimes the toughest part of my job is when all the horses look good, and especially when I know them so well, because this is a group of veteran New York breds. You can't eliminate anybody, and a lot of these horses looking the best that I've seen them, including My Boy Tate. And I like the fact that he got a little break. I know he did not run well in that race at Parks, but as Michelle said, or has said, he just looked as though he was not handling the track. And to be fair, it's kind of a quote-unquote merry-go-round race where nobody really was able to make up any sort of ground with Wentz wiring the field that day. And My Boy Tate is one that sometimes he doesn't look great in his coat, sometimes he doesn't carry his weight well, but all those things are working fine today for me. And he looks so well conditioned, yet fit. He's sharp as he typically is. I like what I'm seeing from My Boy Tate, whereas we see number 4, Our Last Buck, coming in off a longer layoff of nearly 7 months. And while he looks fit, he looks ready to go, he does come back wearing front wraps, and also he's sharp, but he's almost teetering on doing a little bit too much. When I've seen this horse run his best races, it's when he's kind of quietly confident. He's nicely on the bit. He's not doing too much. And today he's getting a little revved up, more so than I'd like to see with a horse coming back off the bench. I'd love to see him reserve some of that energy. Number 5, talking about a juxtaposition of layoffs, we just saw What Do You Think Now 2 weeks ago running in a incredibly tough other than against Open Company, with Bo Liam and Witzel running 106 buyers for their showdown that day. And What Do You Think Now was attending the pace with Bo Liam, who looks to be a graded stakes winner. And he's back with his kind, with fellow New York breds. And he's a horse that, despite that short rest between races, carries his weight so well. He looks great. He's a horse that I've always had an affinity for. And 2, I like getting back to the 6.5 furlongs. And then there's number 8 in here, Gemography, who in his last, or not his last start, but the 2 before that, I didn't love the way he came back off that bit of a layoff for Mark Hennig. And today, he looks better than ever. And he is like a bull in a china shop. While he's not doing too much, he's just bulling his way around the paddock, kind of tugging at his groom. He's really filled out behind. He looks stronger across that top line. And now that we saw the last race, where we did see a fast pace and showed that horses can close on this track, I do like Gemography's chances, Lafitte.
At 5-1, Maggie. Andy Serling like Gemography for this John Morrissey. And then there's My Boy Tate picture. 7-year-old gelding, old guy, knows what he's doing, but hasn't raced since early May. This was his last win. Late March, the Haynesfield in the slop at Aqueduct. My Boy Tate swings out on a day jockey Eric Cancel could do absolutely no wrong.
And I think he might get a similar trip to this too. If we saw in the race prior, they were running a little bit out in front because of the way this racetrack is playing. I could see Manny sitting right in behind, just like Eric did on this day.
I hope Kendrick Carmouche hasn't been watching. First, he had to watch Ricardo Santana win the Coaching Club American Oaks with Maracuja, who he'd been riding, and now he has to relive that. Eric Cancel and his 6-win closing day at Aqueduct, ripping the jockey title from Carmouche.
You know, it's always great to be leading rider. You're always proud of it. It's a wonderful accomplishment. But to do it in that dramatic fashion, to have to win 6 and pull a rabbit out of the hat, pretty remarkable.
I was very happy for both of those guys. Eric, obviously, I was happy that he was able to get the win. But I was also happy for Kendrick, for him to be on the long journey that he's been in his career, to be at that moment where he's competing for titles, especially in New York.
Last fall, winning a first Grade 1 event in the Cigar Mile, Kendrick Carmouche. Get well, Kendrick. Look forward to seeing you before long, and look forward to having you at home if you haven't signed up yet. Doing so in a hurry. Join Now Bets today. Play all the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code SPA200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match after the first deposit, but any track, anywhere, anytime. Join now at NowRebets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Rain falling harder. It has been since about 1 o'clock Eastern. And this John Morrissey to be contested in the slot. Let's meet the field, starting with Wow Brown, drawn inside, currently 15-1.
Yeah, a horse that maybe needs to be a little bit faster to compete with some of these, but he likes to win.
Captain Bombastic, Ricardo Santana.
Yeah, it's such a cool horse. It was so good with Jeremiah, and then went to Chad Brown's barn and didn't really do any running. Will the change to Steve Asmussen wake this horse up?
My boy Tate, 5 for 7 on wet tracks.
Yeah, and tactical, very versatile kind of horse, has speed, puts himself in the right spot.
Our last buck, 2nd and 2 for Nevin.
This horse had back-to-back really impressive races. Should be forwardly placed in here with Luis Saez.
What do you think now? The favorite at 5 to 2.
Yeah, a horse that has been good in wet tracks and has run some fast figures.
Morning Breeze, outsider, 19 to 1.
It's a horse that's not impossible, but is 0 for 6 on an off-race track.
Jose Lascano rides, and a Foolish Ghost in Joel Rosario.
A horse that has speed, and if he could get loose, he gets brave when he shows good speed.
Maggie's top selection, Gemography to the outside. There he is.
Yeah, I know I'm not going to make Maggie mad, but I don't want to make Andy mad. I don't see this horse. I don't think he's fast enough. 0 for 4 off a layoff. There's other speed in here. I do like the draw, but I just think it's a tough situation.
You don't want to make the trainer mad. Mark Hennig standing by live with Maggie.
Don't worry, JK, I won't say what you just said about his horse, but here with Mark Hennig, JK a little concerned about the fact that he hasn't gotten the job done off the layup, but Mark, he's been in some pretty tough spots against Open Company.
Yeah, for sure. You know, he's coming out of some tough older Open Company races. You know, he strung together a bunch of nice races versus New York breds over the winter, and then stepped successfully into Open Company. So hopefully, you know, getting back with his own kind, he can show up and run, you know, get back in the win column.
And he's a horse that has gone 8 for 27 lifetime, 10 seconds with 2/3. He shows up every time, but he's also a horse that seems to make his own trips. Is that something that you feel confident about from that outside post today?
Well, I wish it wasn't under these conditions. I mean, it was, you know, I didn't expect it to be quite this sloppy. He's handled it well. He's handled the mud well. Hopefully it doesn't matter. I like the post, especially with running with scissors dropping out of there, although a little more speed might have helped things out on our end. But, you know, hopefully he can just drop in, save a little ground, and pick up some pieces.
He looks tremendous in the paddock. Mark, best of luck, and thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Mark Hennig sending out Gemography, dropping out of those 2X allowance races against Open Company to face New York breds, and it's kind of like an old friend gathering, old high school reunion when you get these New York breds together, Lafitte.
These New York breds in the John Morrissey, no old smoke shirt for Maggie. Sold you out there, JK. Gemography made contender here in the Morrissey at Saratoga.
Well, the one thing I do really find interesting is Dylan Davis has ridden this horse 3 times. All 3 times led to victories. He did run down a loose on a lead Foolish Ghost a few starts back. When a rider's never lost on a horse, there's a certain confidence level that I actually think elevates a horse's performance. Horses feed on energy. There's a positive energy.
Well, it makes a ton of sense. Like you mentioned earlier that we were talking about Ricardo and his relationship with Steve Asmussen. When you have to make those decisions quickly, it's better to be doing it from a place of confidence rather than a place of fear or concern.
Gemography, Dylan Davis, and then the favorite we haven't touched on much, that's Morning Breeze. Another look at Gemography, but what do you think now? What do you guys think now? 5 to 2 as we have reached 1 minute to post.
Look, this horse has wins on a sloppy racetrack. This horse has tactical speed. He's got Mig's progress report leader and Irad Ortiz. I mean, there's a lot of things to like here. I mean, I guess the only thing you don't like is that you got to think that Luis Saez will likely be aggressive with the 4R last buck. And what do you think now going to get hooked in a speed duel similar to what we saw in the race prior to this?
See our handicappers going in different directions.
See, I think Foolish Ghost is one way to go, so I don't see anybody outrunning him. They might be head and head with him, but Foolish Ghost is a horse that only way he runs is when he's on the lead.
The race shape early on for the 6.5 furlong sprint. Who's quickest, who makes the lead? Irad Ortiz there with what do you think now?
And it's funny, like in the Kentucky Derby, I've always done this thing where when the pace is fast in the Derby, the Preakness pace is slow. If the pace is slow in the Derby, then it's, you know, it's fast in the Preakness.
Sure.
And I think I'm wondering if, because we just saw a meltdown, now are they going to be a little bit more passive, and is someone going to get loose on the front end? It's because I think that it has to sit in your head. You don't want to be hooked in another speed duel if you're Irad and have to come hop off of 2 horses where they got beat because you went too fast.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good point, and I think guys do tend to overcompensate, over-adjust. But Foolish Ghost has one way to go, so maybe they allow Joel Rosario, who is always tough to get by in any circumstance, a bit of a free ride on the lead. If they do that, Foolish Ghost has a chance then.
Supersonic nuclear pace in the last race. How fast do you think the pace is? Who do you think is who's in front when this field reaches a far turn?
Foolish Ghost.
For sure.
I'm going to go with Irad. What do you think now on the 5? I think he'll be in front when they turn for home.
Irad Ortiz, A+ on the report card for the first quarter. Filing into the gate for the Thursday feature, these New York breds in this John Morrissey handicap with a $100,000 purse. Our last buck. One of 2 7-year-old geldings for Michelle Nevin. She also has My Boy Tate, 5-time winner on a wet track. And to the outside, Gemography steps forward. John Embrial with the call. Thursday feature, John Morrissey from the Spa.
There in the gate. Appears that What Do You Think Now was briefly backed out of the starting gate. That's the number 5 horse. What Do You Think Now? Moves back in, and we're set. And they're off. Gemography from the extreme outside, away well. There goes Foolish Ghost, and from the rail it is Wow Brown. Wow Brown's in front, Foolish Ghost in second. What Do You Think Now has taken third. Then in Gemography, and Our Last Buck, followed by My Boy Tate. Morning Breeze is at the back, along with Captain Bombastic. As the field moves up the backstretch, long shot, Wow Brown leads here by a half length through a quarter in 21 4. Foolish Ghost right there on the outside in second. And then it's 2.5 lengths to What Do You Think Now? And down at the rail, Our Last Buck has now moved up. Our Last Buck moves into third. What Do You Think Now drops back a couple of spots. Gemography is on the outside. Then comes a Morning Breeze. Down towards the rail is My Boy Tate, and Captain Bombastic is the trailer. The half mile in 45 seconds. It is Foolish Ghost who's on the outside of Wow Brown. My Boy Tate has now come on. Our Last Buck is there. Gemography on the far outside. And then it is Morning Breeze as they pass the 8th pole. And here is Foolish Ghost who has the lead. My Boy Tate runs in second. Foolish Ghost drawing away at the end to win the John Morrissey handicap. Foolish Ghost over My Boy Tate, then Our Last Buck, and Morning Breeze.
This one didn't have to go 37 rounds. Foolish Ghost with a knockout in the Morrissey. Impressive by former Horse of the Year Mine Shaft Joel Rosario, the winning ride.
First time Rosario climbing aboard Foolish Ghost, who's always done his best work when he's clear of horses, and he actually attended a very fast pace with Wow Brown, just sat off his flank. But he gets horses to run so kindly into his hands that even though they're going quickly, it seems like they're saving, reserving energy. He allowed him to drift out towards the outside, but he just kept going forward. This was a huge performance.
And Richie called it. Foolish Ghost was leading when they turned for home. When they first came off the turn, I said My Boy Tate, he looked like he was loaded. He went in between them almost, and he just kind of hit a wall. And Foolish Ghost just kind of kept running. This is what makes this game so difficult, is not only do you have to figure out which horses are good, you have to understand how the races are going to be run. We see the race previously where a really good horse gets in a speed duel and loses. We see this horse where they go fast and the horse wins. They're individuals, and you have to treat them that way.
Big smile there, Ray Handel. Foolish Ghost. And in the end, Maggie, making it look easy for a gelding who prior was 0 for 7, albeit with 3 seconds, but 0 for 7 on wet tracks before that.
Oh, he seemed to be very comfortable over this wet track today. And just Joel feeling very confident in this horse, because a lot of times when this guy doesn't completely make the lead, clear out, we see him give up, and he felt very confident today in this horse. I mean, he barely went to a stick, typical Joel Rosario, and a job well done by Ray Handel, who's gotten this horse in just tremendous form right now. I know he's not the easiest horse to train either. He's a bit of a runoff, like in his races, but he seems to be happy and relishing it. And what a way to win your first race of the 2021 season for Ray Handel in a stakes race in this John Morrissey.
That's the way to do it. First win for Handel in the John Morrissey, and Maggie referenced a difficult gelding to train. That's where the brute strength of a Joel Rosario comes into play.
It's just so beautiful to watch, and for someone that has ridden, to see a guy that has this knack of getting horses to almost melt into his hands. He's got the softest hands, and you watch him finish on a horse. Very rarely goes to the crop, only a last resort, hands and heels, keeps a horse balanced, keeps him going forward. This is a very, very pretty, finesseful ride.
In hand, late, easy win in the end here, JK.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is they went fast. And that's the horses were supposed to be coming to Foolish Ghost, and they just weren't. Outside of my boy Tate, who made that one little flashy move right about the 8th pole and then just kind of hit a wall, wasn't going to get there. It's one of my favorite parts of this game. Is it's a puzzle that's very hard to solve, but when you solve it, it's so gratifying. But, how could you predict this horse to go 45 to the half and then stay on and no one's going to run him down? It teaches you a lesson next time you're looking at a race.
That was one of my favorite parts of the game, is my favorite part of the game. Those smiling faces in the winner's circle, the hug there between winning trainer, winning jockey, Ray Handel, Joel Rosario. Who cares if the rain's falling? They have a stakes win to celebrate at the Spa. Foolish Ghost rolls in the John Morrissey.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. At 3, he sizzled in the San Felipe Stakes. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring.
$450,000.
Internet buys, $510,000, thank you.
An exciting young stallion Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
This summer, Fasig-Tipton celebrates the 100th renewal of the Saratoga Sale, the world's most prestigious auction of selected yearlings in a single catalog. A sale that has produced 100 years of breed shapers, eclipse champions, classic winners, and international stars. Join us for the sale of a century, the 100th Fasig-Tipton Saratoga Sale, August 9th and 10th in Saratoga Springs, New York. Where will you be?
You're watching Saratoga Live, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime with Naira Bets. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app. Where are they going? We have one race left. And a stakes race to celebrate. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the 100th Fasig-Tipton Saratoga sale for a century, offering the best of North American yearling crop. The sale of a century, where will you be August 9th and 10th? Foolish Ghost in the John Morrissey, the quickest of the quick, JK.
Yeah, it's a handicapping reminder, and it happens to you at least daily here at Saratoga. The speed of the speed always needs to be given a little bit more consideration, and sometimes I'm guilty of seeing a lot of speed in the race and thinking it's going to fall apart. But then horses like Foolish Ghost stick around.
Down to Maggie in the winner's circle.
And pleased to be here with winning trainer Ray Handel, as well as Richard Newman of Newman Racing. And Ray, Foolish Ghost, he's just been in career form for you. And I know he's not the easiest horse to train in the morning, but Joel just seems so confident because he's never a horse, too, that when he doesn't get a clear lead, he doesn't often win. Today he did.
Yeah, I mean, I would be lying to you if I wasn't concerned the first furlong when the one horse outbroke him in the early part of the race. So if there's anybody that can get him home, or get a horse to switch off like no other, it's Joel. He's so good at it.
And a horse that you were reluctant to run in here, but this man to my right convinced you to.
Yeah, all the credit goes to Rich Newman for the spot picking and Ken Russell, because I said I didn't want to run in the spot. He ran so big at Monmouth, and he ran a big number, and he came out of it, and, you know, he was pretty tired, but I said, you know what, we'll nominate, we'll enter, but like 90% we're not running. We'll see the new book when it comes out, and they're like, they had the book out before I even got to it. They're like, there's no races for him. We have to run on the stake. So I was like, all right, fine. We'll run to the stake and see what happens.
Sure, he did say to me a few days ago, he said, I think I might scratch anyway.
Yeah, no, it's true. You know, we dragged him into the winner's circle kicking and screaming today. But Ray has done a fantastic job with this horse and turned him into a horse that, you know, wildest dreams when we picked him up here last year. You know, we thought he was a nice horse. I never thought we'd be standing here today with him winning this race like he did. And yeah, sometimes, even though the clouds are out, the stars aligned. This race was a last resort, but last resort, sometimes your best resort. Here we are.
Well, congratulations. Relish this win and a good job. I know it was all you picking him out, right? No Ray involved.
No, that one I got to give him the credit. Yeah, but that one I got to give him full credit. I was sitting at home and he said, do you want to go in on him? And I did, and we won to shake, and all's good.
Well, congratulations, guys, and quite a way to pick up your first win at this meet, Ray.
Yeah, hell of a way to get off the duck.
You got to do it somehow. Why not do it in a stake as Foolish Ghost takes the John Morrissey today, Lafitte?
Funny how these things work out, Mig.
Yeah, I like how candid Ray was about it. He was like, I really wasn't looking to run here, and listen to the owner.
Horse players hit bets all the time when they miss punch. You know, you have to have 3-5-8, and you accidentally did 3-5-7, and the 7 gallops at 28-1. It's happened to us all.
The Firestones won a Kentucky Derby that way. Genuine Risk in 1980. Leroy Jolly didn't want to run the filly against the boys in the Kentucky Derby. The Firestone said, we are going. And she pulled off a mild upset in that 1980 Kentucky Derby. It all comes together here, and you just saw that with Foolish Ghost in the Morrissey here in the 9th of 10 at Saratoga. What are we seeing here in the late pick 5 with that pool up over $537,000 here, JK?
I'm seeing no favorites winning. And favorites typically are horses that people will single, they'll lean on, and when you're not getting favorites in, people are getting out of those pools, and meaning that you're going to be sitting alone with some nice scores. We'll check out the wheel pays here in a bit, and I would think they're going to be a lot better than you would think. At first glance, I see $2,400 to the one horse who's the favorite.
Turn the page for the nightcap off the turf on the main track. The distance now 1 1/8. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older. $40,000 maiden claimer. Strong opinions from either of you guys with 20 minutes to post?
You know, this is a race where I thought the one was going to be tough down on the inside. The favorite in the multi-race bets, the favorite in the double, some kind of pretty. This is a horse that, if looking at the workout report, has been working with Mask Parade, who we've been talking about running in the Jim Dandy on Saturday.
Perfect segue from that to the Jim Dandy and another Travers prep taking place tomorrow. It is the Curlin, where we have seen a Curlin winner go on to win the Travers and VE Day at a huge price. Tomorrow's Curlin, the Friday feature, the field of these 3-year-olds going 1 1/8, $100,000 purse, $120,000 purse. All eyes on first captain. Dwyer winner, undefeated, 7-5 on the morning line.
And he's just been a gem of consistency, and he's done it with different styles. He's so versatile. That's what makes him doubly dangerous. He can lay up close if necessary. He can come from off the pace. I actually thought he might have had a little too much to do in the Dwyer going 1 mile. I love the fact, Jonathan, that he has run twice and defeated older horses twice in his 3-race career.
He's a horse that looks like he's going to improve, and the thing I like about him most, as you watch him move here, he's such a remarkable mover that I can even identify. You don't have to have Maggie or Acacia or Mig to tell you. I can actually tell how good of a mover he is, and that's why I'm a fan of First Captain.
What do you have to see from him to convince you that he belongs, that he can contend with the likes of an Essential Quality, getting way ahead of ourselves for the Run Happy Travers?
Well, I like everything I've seen so far, and just what Jonathan's saying, his mechanics. Look how he covers ground. Look at his head carriage, out and down, reaching out. Think of great horses over the past, horses like AP Indy.
First one that comes to mind.
His Dam, America, bred by Bobby Flay. This horse, bred by Bobby Flay, was by AP Indy. You're seeing the genetics in play there. This horse was a very expensive yearling purchase, but I think this is just a very good horse that covers a lot of ground with that stride.
All of that said, he has to get faster. His speed figures aren't close to Essential Quality, but he has an excuse. He'll improve. Maybe the 2 turns will help him out, but he has to get faster to compete with Essential Quality.
Steadily improving here. The Curlin keep prep for the Travers. Then you have Dynamic One. Hasn't raced since the Kentucky Derby. Before that, this was a heartbreaker. In the Wood Memorial at 15-1, Dynamic One stealing defeat from the jaws of victory, picked off by Kendrick Carmouche and Barbonic at 1,000-1.
Yeah, he made that big wide move, and it was a dangerous move to make. You're probably going to be a sitting duck late in the race, and it just so happened that he was for Barbonic. You'll see Kendrick out here on the 3-horse in the Black Silks. It just nails him right at the last second. I have a feeling our friend Mike Rapoli wasn't very happy about this one.
No, in racing they only pay for 1 pole. That's the last pole. It's not lap times here. It's not lead points. You've got to get there first. And he just got picked up. I almost looked to me, though, like Dynamic One was got a little lost on the lead. And got to wandering, didn't really see the competition because the winner, Barbonic, was so far wide of him.
Dynamic One. And then the Pennsylvania bred Baron, who's won 3 straight, gentlemen. His last 2 by a combined 19.5 lengths.
Yeah, and his speed figures are actually pretty competitive, starting to kind of get up a little bit higher. That's why speed figures are so important, because it's hard to tell how fast a horse ran at Parks versus Saratoga or Belmont, and speed figures can do that for you. And his speed figure suggests that he absolutely fits in this race. If First Captain doesn't take that step forward, if Dynamic One needs one off of the break, this horse in the 5, Baron, I think, could be competitive.
I'm impressed if you've been thus far, what you've seen from Baron.
Very impressed, particularly what I'm seeing from him on off racetracks. He's 3 for 3 in off racetracks and is 1 off, and he possesses speed. Speed's a good commodity to have.
Supposed to be nicer for the next couple of days here at Saratoga. Tomorrow's Curlin as we march towards the Run Happy Travers. Big weekend of 3-year-old preps between the Curlin and the Jim Dandy. Jim Dandy Saturday with the reigning 2-year-old champ in Essential Quality. Not the only champion you'll see on Saturday. There he is, the 8-year-old with Ron Moquette. One of the more popular thoroughbreds in North American racing. Whitmore returns to Saratoga, a Breeders' Cup winner and a champion headlining the Vanderbilt.
Structor and Jose Ortiz. J1 is a Breeders' Cup champ.
And the bench has won the Del Mar Futurity.
Too close to goal.
It is practical joke in the
Preservation. And here she comes.
Holiday with a front.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Before a moment of victory, there are the hours before post time, months of training, and years of work. Before triumph comes trust. Before success, belief. Before we became a world-class stallion farm, we had world-class shareholders who understand that it can take years to create a moment. but that some moments last forever.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's fourth. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race. Oh! Oh!
West Point going to be cheering like that tomorrow for first captain in the Curlin. Welcome back to Saratoga Live. As always, coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Everybody loves Whitmore, right? 8-year-old gelding, again, one of the more popular thoroughbreds in training. He's won a Grade 1 event here a few years back, the Forgo. But this time returning to Saratoga, he does so a Breeders' Cup winner and a champion. Whitmore, co-owned by Ron Moquett, trained by Ron Moquett. That Breeders' Cup victory, the biggest of his career.
My goal for him is to get respect and to get the mentions of one of North America's favorite horses.
And they're all in line. They're off in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
We went into the Breeders' Cup very confident that if it's set up right for us, we were good enough to take advantage.
I didn't really know. It just depends. I thought he was going to run a race. He always seems to show up when we get there. Kind of left it up in the air and crossed my fingers and prayed a bit and watched the spectacle. It was fun.
I like to watch the races by myself, you know, so I'm sitting there thinking if he gets through, this is going to be nice.
Saw him making his move in the turn, and I started losing my mind because I'm like, oh my God, he's going to win this thing so easy.
As they arrive into the final furlong, Empire of Gold, here's Whitmore running after him on the outside. Whitmore has taken the lead.
It was surreal, and it was, you know, the last eighth of a mile was in slow motion. It was like there was no one else there but the horse running, and it's almost like I could just hear his hoof beats and my heart beat all at the same time. It was awesome.
But the old man's gonna do it! It's Whitmore in the Breeders' Cup Sprint! He won it by about 5 in the end.
I think I grabbed a guy that I didn't know and started hugging him and jumping up and down. And then, you know, I just ran to the winner's circle to go out on the track to meet him when he came back.
I was just enjoying it and wanting to see my horse and wanting to look at my wife and see her reaction. And it was fun. The word is surreal.
What has been special with him and you over this whole run?
I don't know. I think he wants it. It just means something.
It's the most uplifting thing in the world. So I had the fastest horse in the nation, and I could only go 65 miles an hour on the way home to Churchill.
It's a Hollywood movie, knowing where we've been and what we've been through with this horse. You know, every day we have to get a yes. And, you know, to this point, you know, if you watch him train and watch him cool out, and, you know, you'd have to agree that he keeps saying yes. And, you know, there's going to come a time, but as long as he's enjoying what he's doing, then we're going to let him do it.
Whitmore, the Moquetts, still giddy thinking about that moment, the victory in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, hugging strangers. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely what it's all about. And then the emotion. You can see the emotion from Ron Moquett talking about him and what these horses do for us. I mean, he's a sprinter, actually ran in the Kentucky Derby and still kept his speed intact. Has earned over $4 million, and he's still getting it done at the age of 8.
Well, I think the other part of it is whether you're betting on horses or you're owning or training, there's so many disappointments with defeat. And you really wanted to win this race and it didn't work out. You got a bad trip, this, that, or the other. When you have a horse that continuously shows up and doesn't let you down, it grabs your heart a little bit. And I can imagine that's where a lot of that emotion comes from.
Well, the opportunity, because he's an 8-year-old gelding, still competing at the highest level, a chance to really build a fan base. Because here he is, again, 8 years old in Whitmore, getting ready for his 42nd career start. We understand the economics of racing to breed and horses that do amazing thing at young ages. If we owned them, we'd probably do the same thing. But this is different and an opportunity to build a fan base, and why Whitmore is so popular, because we get a chance to see him year in and year out.
Yeah, the anticipation of these horses returning the next season, much like Forgo did for me, made me a fan in the 70s.
If you've been to a racetrack on a big day, the chances are extremely high you've seen him run in person, because he's been around, he's been at a lot of different racetracks, and that's cool, and people like that.
The most popular win, so many great performances Breeders' Cup weekend, but the most popular win in the sprint, Whitmore. Not the favorite, 4-1, 2-1 morning line favorite number 2, Mischievous Alex. So much great stakes racing coming your way. 3 champions returning on Saturday here at Saratoga, but that is the lone Grade 1 event, the Grade 1 Alfred G. Vanderbilt. We will have it for you right here on FS2 and Saratoga Live. And we still have one race left. The rain has not stopped for hours. This one off the turf on the main track. 1 1/8 is the distance. Fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and older. We check in with Maggie one final time, braving the elements in the paddock.
It has been relentless. I thought we would get some sort of break throughout the day, Lafitte, but we have not. So I'm sure we'll maybe be looking at off the turf tomorrow. We'll see, though. Hopefully it ends by nightfall. Fingers crossed. Here in the paddock, though, for today's nightcap, number 1, Some Kind of Pretty. They named her well, based on her pedigree and based on the way she looks. She is pretty. She is a big, good-looking filly, and while she is more of a turf horse, looking at her, she definitely has more of a turf hoof to her, but at least she does have that one off-the-turf race on a sloppy sealed track showing, and she is just that big, galloping type where, you know, she's not going to tire. She looks great here for Alstall. She gets the class relief. All systems go with her. It's just the fact that I'm a little concerned that she is more of a turf horse, obviously, as many of these are in here. And number 4, Wicked Happy, who does pick up Jose Lescano for a Junior Alvarado, who is off the rest of his mounts today. She's one that has shown that she can handle an off-track, and boy, she looks fantastic here. And a filly that has taken a long time, or hasn't taken a long time. She's never broken through, and she's been in the maiden rigs for a long time. She looks great, and she's one that sometimes gets herself so wound up prior to her races, and here for the first time for Mercan, she's very relaxed, very happy and content. I like to see that. I just don't think that at a 1 1/8 on the main track, she's going to be that effective, but at least she looks as though she's doing tremendously here. As we'll jump towards the outside with number 10, Bonkers, another one that has spent some time in the maiden ranks. She also spent a lot of time in the saddling stall. They have not brought her out whatsoever, which I haven't gotten the best look at her, but she is a bit of a smaller type. And despite the pedigree, which suggests that a 1 1/8 on the main track should not be a problem, I do question a little bit just because she's a little bit more petite. We'll see if she can cover the ground as effectively going the 9 furlongs as a horse such as Some Kind of Pretty. But I do think she's dangerous here for what is the meet's leading trainer in Mike Maker. Guys.
Mike Maker, 9 wins in the first couple of weeks here at Saratoga. Maggie, thanks so much. Mick, would you be happy to hang out on a day like this as you look at the Pick 5 Will Pays and hang around for a potential pickup mount, given the opportunity?
Probably not when I was doing it, but looking back on it, I wish I had. You don't have do-overs, though.
Would have ridden woolly mammoths in the Ice Age. Richard Migliore.
That's about how old I am.
Hey, Mick, I noticed here the riders have their pants over their boots now. Is that because of the weather?
Yeah, you don't want they have specific mud pants. You put them over, and a lot of guys will tape them. I used to tape them. It just keeps water from getting into your boots.
What would you say was that, and I know we've covered you riding on wet tracks and downpours and so on and so forth. What would you say, though, is the biggest challenge for a young rider first learning, maybe an apprentice, handling the elements?
Off tracks, rain is your goggles. Number 1, your vision. If you put your goggles down too soon, they'll fog up. So you're constantly lifting, trying to get air to keep them from fogging. In the race, you're dealing with controlling your horse, getting position, and pulling down goggles that are getting covered with mud, kickback. So it takes a while to learn how to kind of almost slow things down, calmly do what you have to do methodically instead of being a little bit rattled.
Have you ever accidentally pulled them all off?
Oh, sure.
That has to be horrible.
What do you do?
Oh, it's absolutely, yeah. Angel Cordero pulled down all of his goggles on Pleasant Colony coming past the stands the first time on a sloppy track here. I could tell you they were taking mud out of his eyes for 2 days, eye washes. He was, watch that race. You could see the first turn. He can't see where he's going.
I could see Angel reaching over and pulling down somebody else's goggles. Some kind of pretty Joel Rosario. You saw the favorite at 5-2. Then wicked happy in Jose Lezcano.
Yeah, Jose Lezcano for Alvarado here. This is a horse that has some dirt races that could fit in here.
Mischief reigns. Tom Albatrani.
I actually think this horse has a little bit of a look. I like the pedigree for an off-track.
Off-track, we saw that earlier today. Into Mischief. Luis Saez takes over, 9-1. Mischief reigns on this afternoon where the rain hasn't stopped for hours. Bonkers. Mike Maker, leading trainer, as Maggie referenced.
Yeah, the 10 Bonkers. This is a horse for Mike Maker that could help him extend that lead a little bit. Horse that's been running maiden special weight, dropping in from maiden 75.
It's a competitive race. Then Strong Point in the Hall of Famer, Saratoga's all-time leading jockey, John Velasquez.
I think this horse is a contender. Got some good races and off-going and should have speed to put herself in a good spot.
It's dark out there. We miss her. She take off. There she went. Strong Point. She looked great, didn't she?
Oh, I wonder if Randy's here with a shirt on. Randy Hill listed as one of the owners with Gatz's Stables as well. See if Randy wants any of the shirt smoke today.
There you go. That didn't go out so well, the Twitter poll with the head-to-head shirt combat last week. There's Strong Point and John Velasquez.
Like horses get a good warm-up, particularly over off-going. Give them a little confidence. Let them get a feel of it.
That's the 15 Malibu Anthem, main track only. 2nd at 2 for Tom Albatrani.
Another Tom Albatrani. This one stretching out in distance, but also moving up in company, but off the turfer.
Everybody got that? Quick look at the field for this $40,000 maiden claimer off the turf for the main track. 1 1/8 the distance. The distance changed with the sloppy, sloppy surface. Updated WinStar jockey standings. Luis Saez, 20 wins. Jose Ortiz, Irad Ortiz, and for Louis, well documented. The story that he missed the first couple of weeks last summer with COVID. Healthy now, good to go, and he has come out riding incredibly well, including on that afternoon, day 2, Rinaldi in the Forbidden Apple.
Speed's always dangerous. Put him on the lead, slowed things down, got it done for the Bond Barn, and Louis is a tremendous talent. But what impresses me more is his humility. He's just such a good person.
The way he handled the maximum security situation, all class, in JK, and I don't think he's going anywhere. It's been all Ortiz brothers the last, 6 years? Jose 3, Irad 3 of the Angel Cordero riding titles. I don't think Luis Saez is going anywhere.
It's going to be fun. I always think about those good basketball games where they talk about how many lead changes there's been within a game, and it's a kind of an indicator of how good the game was. I have a feeling this lead change is going to change quite a bit. Irad and Jose both will lead at some point. Louis will come back and lead again. It'll go all the way down to the last week, and I'd be shocked if it didn't.
And the work Kieran McLaughlin is doing for Luis Saez, what an incredible team, and the mounts. I mean, it takes the horses in the end, and the agent's such a big part of that. And for Jose Ortiz as well, who actually has the highest win percentage of any rider thus far at Saratoga in the first couple of weeks.
Listen, they're all, the 3 guys on top of the leaderboard at the moment are all tremendously talented young men, and they have 3 of the best agents in the country. Ron Anderson is up in that category.
Sure.
He has Joe Rosario, Johnny Vasquez. But these guys know the game, they're sharp, and they know what horses you want to ride, and they know what horses, maybe more importantly, you want to avoid.
We'll wrap up this conversation. Let's check in one final time with Maggie.
Oh, sorry. I'm talking to John Velasquez because look at her. Look at Strong Point. If we can show Strong Point right now instead of me. She hates the pony. And I noticed this last time at Belmont. She says, "I don't, get away from me. I'm going to bite your hand." With Joel Rosario aboard, she was so angry during the warm-up, and she was heavily favored that day. And John Velasquez taking her away from the pony immediately and giving her that big warm-up. And Johnny, I would just not waste your time going with the pony, but she seemed to be happier today. So I like the warm-up she did get over this wet track too. As we'll move on to number 15, the lone main track only entrant, Malibu Anthem. And there's not a lot of good form to go on, at least as of late. But I like the fact that she's second of a layoff. She looks incredibly fit here, but stretching out because physically she looks more suited to a route race. She's a long, stretchy filly, but she's also very sharp today, which she typically is, and just really warmed up well over this racetrack. So I'm hoping she's forward out of there with Javier Castellano. I know it's not easy trying to make it to the lead, going 1 1/8 miles here at Saratoga, but at least it looks as though she should be forward, which should help her chances, guys.
With one of the best position riders in the game, Maggie, Javier Castellano, Malibu Anthem, drawing in, main track only. Get us some value there, 6-1. You give her a shot, guys.
A
lot of enthusiasm
really.
regarding Malibu Anthem's chances as they've reached the starting
really.
gate.
The speed figures are just too light for me. There's a couple horses in here that just feel like they're stronger leans, and I can't get past the one, Some Kind of Pretty. When a horse that's running at a maiden 40 has been working with a horse who's going to take money in the Jim Dandy, I have to go with that horse.
Very, very logical, and I think she's the most likely winner. I'm taking a little bit of a stab at the other Albatrani, the 7, Mischief Reigns, unknown. She's never been on the dirt. She's run twice on turf, but she has a pedigree that I think she'll like it.
Love that shot there with the jockeys filing into the gate. You're a horseman. What was Strong Point? What was her problem with the pony?
Some
what
horses
pony ever
just
do to her?
don't like. They just leave me alone. Don't touch me. Stay away.
Just un-American, not liking a pony. John Embrial, one final time, post time for the 10th here, live from Saratoga.
You're in the gate. And they're off. Bonkers and Wicked Happy go out for the lead. On the outside, it's Visibly. Strong Point is now moving up. Far outside, Malibu Anthem as they race into the clubhouse turn. And now coming on through is Mischief Reigns to grab the lead. And Bonkers is next in second, followed by Wicked Happy in third. Visibly runs in fourth. Strong Point is in fifth. On her outside is Malibu Anthem. And the trailer is Some Kind of Pretty. First quarter in 23 and 2/5 seconds, and the field is moving up the backstretch. And it is Mischief Reigns in front by a length. Bonkers tracking in second. Wicked Happy is down at the rail in third. On the outside is Malibu Anthem, who is running in fourth, followed next by Strong Point. And at the back is What Do You Think Now? The half went in 48 and 1. Mischief Reigns has now dropped out of it, and Wicked Happy has taken over the lead. Wicked Happy clear by 2 lengths. Bonkers is running in second. Malibu Anthem is next in third. Some Kind of Pretty has advanced up into fourth as they race around the far turn. Wicked Happy leads by 2.5 lengths. Then it's Malibu Anthem in second, and Bonkers dropping back a bit, about to be passed on the outside by Some Kind of Pretty. 3/4 in the slop in 1:13 and 2. It's Wicked Happy who has the lead as they head for home. On the extreme outside, it is Some Kind of Pretty who is now coming on as they move for the 8th pole. Here is Some Kind of Pretty now to take over. Some Kind of Pretty was last early on, is first here in deep stretch. And it will be Some Kind of Pretty to win the nightcap. Malibu Anthem was second. Wicked Happy finished third, and Bonkers was fourth.
Last to first is John Embrial. Pointed out, Some Kind of Pretty. JK, you thought she'd be too tough going in. Proved to be just that.
Yeah, some kind of rider this Joel Rosario is. He wins the stake the race before,
Right
basically
on
wire to wire. And then he comes from last to first in the nightcap.
Well, the first turn, there's 7 horses stacked across the track. Nobody's looking to, give in. They all wanted a piece of the lead, except Joel. He said, all right, I'll sit back here and gallop along, guys. And watch it, a cool customer. He sets her down, hits the front, wraps up on her. She gets to pulling up completely the last 70 yards, made it much closer than it needed to be. But Joel said, I got it one, guys. We're all cool.
Never a doubt in the dark, Maggie. Some Kind of Pretty, the favorite, delivers.
Yeah, she was much the best. I mean, there is some rowdy crew in the winner stoker right now. I don't think affiliated with Some Kind of Pretty, but I think they'd be this way if anybody won. But Some Kind of Pretty, she got away last. Joel picked his way through the field. And I know I sing his praises a lot, but this is what I love about Joel. He's winning. Just sit pretty. That's what he did. Congratulations to him and Al Stahl, and looking forward to seeing her workmate coming up in the Jim Dandy this Saturday in Masquerade. Lafitte?
Masquerade, I'm not saying he's essential quality as you take another look. Some Kind of Pretty splashing her way home in the 10th and final, but Masquerade, pretty good. He is pretty good.
I have a question. Does this elevate his chances in your eyes? I'm kidding. But.
No, but I mean, it doesn't hurt him, right? But I think, you obviously don't want to start making decisions in grade 2s against the leading horse for 3-year-old champion based on what you see in a 40 claimer in the slot. But yes, it doesn't hurt.
Masquerade, Jim Dandy Bound has to mix it up with the likes of the champ. Essential Quality, Key, Run Happy Travers, Prep tomorrow. The Curlin, so much exciting thoroughbred racing coming your way, and better weather on the horizon. 1, 15, 4, 10. Joel Rosario sweeps the late double. Some Kind of Pretty rolls in the slot.
And on the morning of the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need to create the noblest of all creatures. So God made a racehorse. He needed a horse that is faster, smarter, sleeker, and sounder, so God made a racehorse. He created an animal sound of wind with oversized nostrils to breathe fire like a dragon and turn oxygen into rocket fuel. He gave it a kind eye so his caretaker could look into his soul. And then on the afternoon of the 8th day, God realized that he needed an animal that was even swifter, smarter, and sounder.
An animal that can compete on the world stage and win iconic races like at Royal Ascot.
So God created a legend. The legend lives on at Alapa.
Did not look like that this morning. Sun was out, then it got dark, and the rain hasn't stopped. We love the racing from Saratoga, and great to have you on Saratoga Live. Coverage brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Some Kind of Pretty is what you were talking about, Mig. Rosario, everybody else goes. I'm just going to chill back here.
Just take it easy, relax, got a long way to go. And then look how he eases this filly up the last little bit. Sometimes a horse will win in hand. They couldn't go any faster. She was absolutely in a canter under the wire.
Some Kind of Pretty, 5-2 at post time. All right, what do the payouts look like here? Over Malibu Anthem, Wicked Happy, 115 for that pick six. Almost $12,000 for the pick six here. Some Kind of Pretty, who was 5-2 at post time. Jonathan, what about the pick five?
2,400 for the pick five. Nothing wrong with that at all. And look, this is the only favorite in the sequence to have won, and went off at 5-2. But just when you beat those favorites, it really, really helps the payout significantly more than you would think.
That first leg, Bang Bang's win. You had the favorite entry at 3-5, just 11-20, but making a huge difference in terms of the payouts.
Absolutely. You saw it in the pick six as well. $12,000. Today was not a $12,000 hard type of day.
It was a $345 kind of day for Locust Street. Congrats Locust Street with the prizes, bragging rights, taking down the Saratoga Showdown. Who will take down Sunday's Amsterdam in this great weekend for sprinters? We saw the honorable miss yesterday. Bell's the one victorious at Saratoga. Grade 1 Vanderbilt on Saturday. Some of the biggest names in terms of the best sprinters in North America. And Sunday, the storied Amsterdam. Grade 2 with a $200,000 purse. 3-year-olds going 6.5 furlongs. 2 names jump off that screen. Number 2, Drain the Clock. Number 3, Jackie's Warrior. They'll be eyeball to eyeball in the starting gate. A Woody Stevens rematch, gentlemen.
Yeah, and look, Drain the Clock ran well, and I don't want to take anything away from Drain the Clock, but Jackie's Warrior ran superb. Broke slowly on the inside for a horse that absolutely wants to be on the front end. Rushed up. I almost called her because of the Jackie, but it's a he. He rushed up and was game as ever here to barely lose this race. Jackie's Warrior is going to be very, very tough on Sunday.
I'm with you. Drain the Clock, very game. Got to give him credit. Ran a great race. Jackie's Warrior ran the best race. The start really compromised him, and for him to make up all that ground early, he rightfully tired a bit late.
We were so excited about watching Hot Rod Charlie, that effort in a losing effort, and how much respect we gained. We've seen that from Jackie's Warrior a couple of times, even in a loss, or that win at Churchill Downs, Pat Day Mile, aptly named. Jackie's Warrior is an absolute warrior.
Oh, he is, and he's already shown a great affinity for Saratoga, so it's going to be fun to see him back up here.
And for Slam Dunk Racing, who sponsor on the show here, Saratoga Live, Drain the Clock, tons of talent, tons of heart. I cannot wait for this Amsterdam.
Oh, it's going to be a fun matchup. I mean, Drain the Clock showed what kind of horse he is. Jackie's Warrior has confirmed the kind of horse he is. And you can see them hook up in here. It's going to be a ton of fun. I love this race as a setup for the Jerkins coming up on Travers Day.
And for Jackie's Warrior, this was on the undercard of the Kentucky Derby, in the Pat Day Mile, and carving out torrid fractions, top of the stretch. He has to fold. Like, he has to fold, going that fast, digging that deep, and just would not relent.
No, and that's what embodies what makes a good horse. That desire, that tenacity, that they don't want to be passed. They want to be the herd leader, and he, as every time he shows up, it's blood and guts.
After this race, what happens is, wherever you're watching it, you look to the friend sitting next to you, you say, that's a running, and you can fill it in with whatever you want to fill it in, because that's exactly
machine.
What he was.
Running machine.
Sunday's Amsterdam, the stakes rundown. Take another look at that stakes rundown, and 8 of them total this week, 2 down, 6 to go, guys. Is there one horse, one race? What are you looking forward to most heading into the weekend?
I'm really looking forward to the Jim Dandy, obviously seeing the champion 2-year-old Belmont Stakes winner Essential Quality, but I also am really excited about Wayburn's prospects, and I'm hoping my opinion of him improving and developing at the right time is correct, because I like what I've seen from him in his training.
Yeah, I mean, obviously excited to see Essential Quality. When you get a Belmont Stakes winner to show up here at Saratoga, always a ton of fun, but Jackie's Warrior, that Pat Day Mile, the way he ran in the Woody Stevens, I'm excited to see him run.
Mischievous Alex getting enough love in the Vanderbilt. We've touched on Whitmore, again, one of the more popular racehorses in training. He's not the favorite, but nobody can't wait to see Whitmore. Mischievous Alex, the 2-to-1 morning line favorite, one of the best sprinters in the game.
Got some really, really fast back numbers. If he runs that number, they're all running for second.
Sensational weekend of thoroughbred racing coming up. It looks like we're on the moon here. Hopefully we'll have much better weather over the next couple of days from Saratoga. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow on FS2, getting started at 1 o'clock. A wet day of racing, but an exciting one. How good was Ben Bang for Eclipse Thoroughbreds on debut? Manny Franco, Jonathan Thomas teaming up. Regal Retort, like a slingshot from off the pace with Ricardo Santana. Steve Asmussen, 8 shy of the North American training record. And Foolish Ghost, just too fast to catch. And the featured Morrissey. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Following C and Happy Soul faced winners for the first time to kick off the Belmont Stakes week. Following C was in cruise control throughout and galloped home 6.5 lengths in front, scoring an amazing 100 Beyer speed figure. Happy Soul, who recorded the highest Beyer speed figure for a 2-year-old filly when breaking her maiden in May, came back and strolled by 11.5 lengths in the Astoria. Seeing is believing. 2 Run Happies, 2 freakish romps at Belmont Park by a combined 18 lengths. Run Happy standing in stall 1 at Claiborne Farm.
Blood Horse Plus, available through bloodhorse.com, provides exclusive, timely, and unmatched content to subscribers, including Fox Sports, Blood Horse branded weekly programs, a detailed stakes winners section, behind-the-scenes videos from Blood Horse staff, on-demand access to deeper horse statistics, and a $5 monthly credit to equineline.com. Upgrade to Blood Horse Plus today.
Resorts World New York City, where New Yorkers play. 6,500 slots. Stay and play. Resorts World New York City.
Want to get your career in horse racing off to a fast start? The University of Arizona's Racetrack Industry Program is your winning ticket. If you want to earn a degree in the exciting horse racing industry, the Racetrack Industry Program can put you in the winner's circle.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.